Just input level.
So that you just turn.
Oh, yeah.
Down.
Oh, yeah, that's it there. Killed it. Yeah, we need just... That's picking up. Oh, I see, that's picking up everything.
Good microphone.
If you put it down, maybe.
Yeah, it's
Well, I was
just...
going to get your table.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
So we're going to be like that way.
Ministry of Education allocated laptop.
Isn't it?
Ministry of Education laptop.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez, we should have got Todd with his headset.
From his
Okay,
gaming.
can you maybe try and find a table?
Good if we had another headset.
I think there's one in one of the changing rooms downstairs that doesn't seem to be being used.
Is that one, Lucy?
Or are you doing something right now? Okay, yeah. You know where we were doing all the signage downstairs? In the little room with the roller door?
2 minutes
the
to
right
tap
of
off,
it.
I've got.
2 minutes. There's some music.
Yeah, then
Cool. And just if anyone's in the room, can you just say, hey, are you using that table?
So who you got first up? Factory Steelers, is it?
Factory Steelers, yes it is.
So replay of last year's semi-final. They got drop off.
There's a,
Factory were
where the
close.
signage room was, there's a room to the left when you walk down the hallway, and there's a room to the right. There's a room on the right.
Nice gears.
There's a table over right when you walk in there.
Well, they're busy.
I gotta go. Bye. Okay, I'll try and find a table ASAP. When do you want to move to the boardroom?
Probably straight, if the internet's good.
Well, that's I need to go check in.
Yeah,
so yeah,
cool. We'll
so I
wait till
need to
you're
go
back
over
from
to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got my laptop. I mean, we could set my
Yeah,
laptop
you wanna
up
go-
here,
yeah, sure.
so that when we move, it's
Good call,
yeah,
Keith.
it's very
Lovely.
good.
That's a manager one.
Yeah, I reckon.
That's quality. When is
That's actually a current manager.
Get it, lads. Steelers. 1, 2, 3, Steelers. Can you see? Look,
Tēnā tātou ai te iwi, nau mai ki tēnei whakataitai. Mihana ki a koutou, e hono mai, e piri mai, ko te mauri tūtau mai, ko te mauri noho tau mai. Puri tia no tia ngā ko tango te ao kiko te ao wairua, tihei, mauri ora. Now kei konei māua ko Reese, take it away.
Yeah, kia ora whānau, and as you can see, we're straight into our mahi here. Beautiful morning after a little bit of rain down here in Otautahi, but Factory versus the Steelers. North Island team coming out. Hika, a little bit more about the Steelers.
Yes, Steelers are made up of a combination of players all based in the North Island. They're actually the reigning champs. They had a great ding-dong battle against Pearl Jam last year, but here we go, Shan Tomuri, and he'll lead this Steelers team. It's like young Manaia, it's like Trace jumping on there. Here comes the man with the big Mitu, Whantaua Mitu, E4 Jones with the bucket hat. Here he's just sliding through, and he's looking pretty slick early on now.
Yeah, knowing E4 quite well, he's had a good season, and there's his little brother weaving his way, looking for an opportunity. Here comes on the ball on the 7. And looking to attack. Nice defence by Factory. So Factory, a local side out of Christchurch. Majority coming out of Christchurch Boys High School.
Yeah, here we go. That was so just a quick turnover here by Factory. Beautiful metres up the field. And I'll tell you what, he may go end to end. He's got wheels to burn. And could you talk us through this young lad?
Yeah, Will Haig there, out of Christchurch Boys High School, good footy player as well, but just going back to factory, a combination of, originally started out of Christchurch Boys High School, but there's a bit of a combination of players in here, and they're really excited for this week going up against arguably the top dogs here, Steelers from last year's champions.
And now, kia ora whānau, just want you to know that it was all late in the setup this morning. We're actually squatting here at the back of the grandstand. We've got an old school, we've got the old shoe-up mic that we're sharing. Used to the headset, used to a couple of waiters, but this one, Kaiawa, it's all go. So there is a incomplete set there. Looks like, quick turnover. Just probably finding their feet early on, Steelers here.
Yeah, and a turnover there, and you've got Will Hamilton, one of the best wingers going around at the moment, down here in Christchurch with a defensive stop there, and Steelers giving away a penalty. His factory looked to work the ball through the orange zone, which is the middle of the field, looking to set up for a strike play.
And I'm really liking how all three adjudicators have really opened the field. You see there's a nice 7, which allows both teams, very quick on there, the touch black, slides through, nice touch there. I'll tell you what, the local lads are looking very, very sharp.
Yeah, and both sides are fully stacked full of New Zealand players, both at the open level, youth level as well, so really excited to see how this game unfolds. We've got 2 15-minute halves here, whānau. Nā reira ki te anga whakamua Steelers i tēnei wā.
Ia kei Sam tōmuri te pōro, whakataka koto kai tākoro, he pāhi poto.
Yeah, Ryder Allen, a late call-in to help out the Steelers, alumni out of Rolleston College. He's really excited to be able to play with the calibre of the likes of E4 Jones and Trey Poihipi and the likes as Factory gain a penalty coming out of their lives. They're really set club side here, Factory, very few changes, very little call-ins to the side. So he tima kei te anga whakamua I tēnei wā.
Ia kei Factory te pōro, Shane Tomori stepping up. Looks like they're running a little 33 set-up play. Make kick just to the 32. Yeah, they're going to run a sweep play. Shane's going to open up the side, slided it through. Yeah, nice composure. Yeah, very, very nice connection defensively early. As Factory are on the attacking line again. Shane Tomori steps up, gets to that neutral line as we call it. Yes, and yeah, they're looking very stable. As we would expect, Steelers, a lot of experience.
Yeah, tēnō pai nā pukenga parero Trey Poihipi tēnei wā, nāwari te pānui tau play, so Trey with a beautiful defensive stop on the chopping link. Factory are looking quite good, but here comes Steelers right now.
Yeah, kei te whiu haere te pōro, here comes Avion, Touch Blacks, World Cup 2024. He's got his bigger brother just on the right here. Evil's going to come through. Might feed him on this one. Yeah, beautiful, right to left, and we have seen that pass many, many times over years, but great defensive stop. Ko te taha haumari o Factory.
Yeah, tēnō pai nā parerau o tēnei tima Factory. He kaunga te katoa kai tākoro mō Waitaha. Nā reira, me tēnō koe nā pukenga o Steelers I tēnei wā, as Factory look to bring the ball away from the sub-box, an away set, which is quite aggressive early on in a game, showing their fitness levels.
Tēnō pai te aho tēnei whira, just a big shout out to the groundsman here at Ngā Puna, because they've got it in tip-top condition. This would by far be the best field in the country in these conditions. It's absolutely outstanding, and potentially one of the hosts for the 2028 World Cup.
And I tēnei wā, he wāhi poto ki te mihi atu ki tauranga mōna I tēnei wā, ki te whakaaro te waipana, muki a koutou katoa. Hoki mai ki te kemu, looking for a quickie punisher play, quick on the link, easy read there.
Yes, that very stable. Both teams have definitely found their feet. Yeah, nice and early. I wouldn't be surprised, he might just have a little dig here, a little quickie play here. Yeah, he's going to get a bit, try slide it in low. Yeah, and they're up to that play. Very, very, you can sort of see, like Avion knew, they're obviously teammates. They actually both played here, debuted for the men's at the Trans-Tasman. But here we go, it's a little out ball. He's going to slide it in again, get low, and yeah, that may be a dot down there. Teammate on teammate. Yeah,
Harrison Kirk there. Touch Black at his first Trans-Tasman, April 2024 here at Ngā Puna, so one of Harrison's skill sets is he'll look to identify defences, whether or not they're a quarter shutdown or a man on, and and Steelers went man on there and he got down for the dive.
They're definitely not a play that we used to see them run. We used to see them get live and pass the game, but here we are back at it, Steelers, and I tell you what, I'm loving the uniforms. Tino pai ngā kākahu, te kapa Steelers.
Koe ra te āhuatanga o nā whakataata katoa i tēnei wā, ko te painga o nā kākahu.
Oh, ka tahi te piro. I think it might be that young man, no tōtaki wa Ngāti Parau, playing up. We will get the numbers. Can't quite see the numbers where we are. However, Steelers will be absolutely stoked. They're on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and we've got a young crew coming out here now. All these boys here from Christchurch Boys High School, combination, couple playing for the Canterbury Under-18s last year, and now they're in the big boys grade. So here we go, De La Hoya, Kakoi on the ball. He'll be looking to strike with his footwork as he goes through, looks for the check out. Oh, and that's a great saving play there by Trey Poihipi once again out on that edge. New Zealand Open men's winger.
Yeah, it was a very good connection actually. You know, young Ryder, this is the first time he would have ever played at this level with these players, and the young fella's looking good, just slipped into a really nice system. There he is, just sitting at right link. Shan Tōmuri, one of his real qualities is communication, so he'll be bringing him through, talking about his role. Just got to watch that little follow. Yeah, very, very stable, very, very stable.
Yeah, both teams look like they've got everything down packed at the moment as Factory are looking to create something here on attack. A little bit check-offish here.
Check-offish? I like the lingo.
Yeah, we got a, oh yeah, and there we go. Oh, beautiful passer on the back of a lifting winger there. No, forward pass. Good call by the young referee out there. Big game for this ref.
Steelers, here we go on the turnover. You know, the conditions, the ball, I'm loving just the whole tempo of this game. The adjudicators once again. This is the zone where generally you can see the sevens aren't as clear, but they're keeping both teams apart. Yeah, a little bit clunky there coming out of that one. It's coming through. Nice little kick over here, 32 platform, just going to use his speed. He probably like his time again on that pass. However, a completed set today is still a win.
Yeah, and although the rain stopped e hoa, kei te māniania tonu te pōro me te whira, nā reira me atahare me tūpato. So although conditions are still here, although the rain has gone away, and Factory will look to work into some sort of attacking players. Harrison Kirk will be one of the hot hands for Factory here. And just like I said, there's a little bit of interplay and a little pass to you, pass to me, pass to you. I'd like to see a little bit more direct play here from Factory, from both sides.
Ia kei te anga whakamua, ko te kapa Steelers, kia rātou te pōro, ko haramai rātou I te waka MΑORI. So a lot based out of the Waikato region, Auckland. It looks like this young Ashton Robertson out of Hawke's Bay. E4 Jones, hottest property in the game. Ooh, very short seven. However, he only needs one glance, E4. And here we go, straight back at it. Kei te anga whakamua, kei a Factory te pōro, ko te haukai ngā Factory. Tēnei kapa. Taku mua hio ko ngā Taitama Tawhito o Christchurch Boys.
Ai, te nuinga, waru te kau oro, mai te kura tuarua o ngā taitama o tautahi. And kei konei, kei a Steelers te pōro I tēnei wā, he ruku, engari tino pai te pā. Nā reira, kei a Steelers tonu te pōro, so Steelers still maintaining the ball here on an attack set once again. They'll look to go to Jones. Jones checks off, looks for the 33 peel, feeds the wrapper. Good defence once again by Factory. Both defensive units look in sync and look like they understand their policies and their roles and responsibilities here. This game is turning into a good old battle here, unofficially 3-1 to Factory.
And I'll tell you what, we're stoked. We've just got a table in the commentary. We are moving up, Now back at it live here. And a big mihi to Lucy and her team here. We've got MΑORI Plus here. Now, Nasia has been running this tournament. Oh, yep, all round. Shan Tōmuri, he's winding back the clock to the 2019 Touchball Cup in Kuala Lumpur. Slices through. He'll be stoked with that one. But just quickly, a big shout out to Nays. They started this tournament 4 years ago. My co-commentator, Kai Whakabaho, Reese was here at Belfast, 2 years there, and now we've moved to this world-class complex.
Oh, tēnō pai, tēnei wāhi, tēnei whakataitai, nā whakaritinga, nā kai hāpai o, nā reira me mihi ka tika ki a rātou. all the support, all the sponsors, everything that's made this tournament get bigger and bigger. Heck, I can see in a couple of years this tournament really exploding, not only in New Zealand but global teams coming in.
Tēnā koe me au kōrero. Harry, yes, here we go. Another nice step up there. Yeah, those are niggly ones, those ones. Step into the lane. But they've got a lucky read count. And with official score at the moment, ko ngā puro, rua ki te rua. Hot hand on the ball. Yes, oh, what a read. And that's a zero. That's a zero count. Was that the stealer himself, Tāwhiri Mason?
Tāwhiri Mason, and ko e te kai whakahaere o tēnei tima. Nā reira Tāwhiri mihi ana ki a koe me te kaui I tō tima ki konei. So awesome to have Tāwhiri and his crew as steelers down here and continue to support this kaupapa down here and bringing touchback as rider Alan. He'll know his role, that's for sure. He'll be looking to just drive in the middle. Happy to be here, but he'll still play his part. And there we go. There's a little lobby play, and Will Hamilton. If I was coaching the Steelers kicker, I'd be staying away from his edge. That's for sure. He will class Will Hamilton.
Yeah, I think the chop got the line wrong because you want him to bite. But just back to Ryder Allen, his initials are the same initials.
That's right. That's
so we're going to call him Ra. Ra.
Yeah, and he works hard. He's a good touch player. Just made the Canterbury Open mixed side, so he'll be excited about this opportunity for sure. Steelers.
It's leaked. It's been leaked.
And here's the Steelers looking to get onto the 7. They're really fighting back well in this game. 2-2. It's a great game as we approach halftime.
Yeah, E4 Jones. The Mitu from Tawa Mitu. There it is. It's going to stick that one. But hot property. And he's this Taina. Karera tona Taina. Just trying to get the numbers. Number 10. He's simply there actually. And there's a nice Waikato combination here. E4 Jones with the ball. He's going to give the young fella a little cookie on the outside feed. He's going to step back. Yeah,
good D there by Phil Vaifale. He's also in the Canterbury Open mixed side.
He's leaking the team. Here we go, straight back at it. And we could be on the hooter there. And there we have it, Ete Iwi. We've got a hooter coming very shortly. It's a 1 minute warning. Oh yes, and Maurice talked earlier about that winger to avoid, and there he is getting up in the lane again.
Yeah, Will Hamilton, very, very strong. Arguably should still be in the Opens environment, but yep, that's halftime.
Tēnā tātou e te iwi. Koutou kua hono mai. Ki tēnei whakataitai Kaiawa. Ko te tangata nāna I whakatoa te kākano mo tēnei whakataitai. Ko Nasa Silbury, tupuaki I Waitaha. Tēnei te tautua whā, so yeah, just a little bit of background. 4th year, running this amazing, it's actually he kaupapa. We were here at Whakatau this morning, and Nose talked about, he felt the heartbeat of the South Island was missing some touch, so he thought he'd do something about it. Respected, not just in the South, but all over the country. And you've had teams like Loaded, Pearl Jam, and they're still here. Pearl Jam have come down to play in this tournament. There's many that have supported. We've got the Power Rangers from Kaikoura, we've got Otago down in Ōtepoti, Aoraki, a lot of local clubs, and lucky enough for Tavili and myself to come in from North Island to be welcomed to join the local commentators in Kev and Reese. But tēnei wā, kei te tai rāwhiti, kei tauranga moana, kei te tai tukara ngā whakaru nui, tērā āwha, ko heke te marangai, e whakaru nui ana ki a koutou, Kaiawa takiwa, huki mai ki a tāua, Reese. You're looking very cosy, commentating at home.
Oh, heck, no mai, hoki mai kei Wainganui a tātou ki raro I nā maunga whakahihi o te tūpuna rā o Aoraki. E nana ana ia kia karanga atu ki nā atua a Tāwhiri Mātia kia whakawātia nā kāpua. Nā reire tēnei wā e te whānau, no mai hoki mai ki nā puna wai, nā whira hau. Me ki roto I nā Pākihi whakatekateka o Waitaha. Kia koutou te motu e mātakitaki ana mai.
Well, we might as well get it. We might as well do it because people have been talking a lot about it. Actually, if I had a dollar for it, you know, we could make a bit of money. So right now, what we're going to do, I'm going to pull something out of my fridge. My kind one is definitely fresh from the day before, and I'm going to put on the table. Now we've never done this. I'm going to put on some very delicious pippies. A nice little bowl of pippy. Now I know if our man, the spring suit himself, Peter Mack's listening, he'll be licking his lips on the pippies. He would love these pippies. So I'm going to put a bowl of pippies on the table. Who are you putting it on, Nudge?
Yep, I'm going to go factory by one. I'm going to go factory by one in this game. And I'll take your pippies. I'll take your pippies off you, and I'll lay down one of Kaikoura's finest coda for you.
A tinaka, so we've got a bowl of beautiful northern pippi with a lovely Kaikoura from the only place that I guess rhymes with Kaikoura, or sounds like it, is it? Thank you very much. And don't mind me by taking that coda to the North Island as I put it in my chicken luggage. And
a little splitter play there on a dive, and back to the touches as the Steelers look to attack off the half-time. Brett Harrison-Kirk working the ball through the orange zone. Lance Cooper as well, New Zealand Thews representative at the last World Cup as they continue to drive through. They'll look for a strike play off 7.
Now you hear a bit of cheering in the background. That is cheering for the commentator. They're just loving the commentating. They're loving Māori Plasters images. And I'll tell you what, they just blasted right through once they heard you threw a coda on the line.
Yeah, Sam Vincent there, boys high for a few years, and then moved to St Thomas College for his last year to play rugby league for the college. But beautiful little option there and took the short pass. So Caleb Stevens as well with a good dot down there, and Factory take the lead.
There we go, and that's how you want to start a half, isn't it, Nutch? That's exactly how you want to start a half. Is defend the set, score, then get a nice little piggyback down the field. Yeah,
that's it. Like touch one now. Jay Karamot, Jay Hill there, and I believe Jay is out of also not only the Factory Club but the Mighty Lax Club, out of the Mighty North. So big shout out to the Lax Club, having some representatives here. Not only him but also Taika Reihana playing for Factory and Lax. Proud of both clubs.
Oh, what a build! Yes, and another great tray. He's going to get this long ball here. Really beautiful steps up.
Yeah, Harry Kirk there. He'll be weighing up his options now. Trey Poi Hippie came in there on the shutdown defence with the winger open. He'll be looking to possibly go long as this game continues. But here we go, Steelers going through the middle of the field. This is great to see that they're not just coming straight to the sub box. Great work.
Yeah, it was nice and stable. Once again, Mr. Steele himself, Tuffany Mason, just really squared everything up nice and direct. But put a ball movement here, and this is probably an area that this team's just really confident with, moving the ball probably a lot more than most teams. Just going to get E4 on the ball here. Yeah, they're going to get him. He's going to come back live. You try and get him in height. Nice, beautiful hold there defensively. Factory. Yeah,
Factory will be having a pretty much a standard corner shutdown defence with the ability for Lynx to rise and make reads. They're pretty set in their defensive patterns, and as you can see there, Lance Cooper with an easy shutdown defensive play.
Tikata, yeah. Whakahua tērā ingoa, Lance Cooper. Canterbury, New Zealand, local store of this club. Just see it.
And just kia hoki atu ki tērā, Lance Cooper. Down here in Canterbury, if you play 10 years at the Opens level, you receive a pounamu and you become privileged to sit in elite groups. And here they go, Factory again, looking for a dive. Great touch, once again by Steelers. Both teams diving for everything here. Great to see the intensity from first round.
Ko te pai ngātu, just that out, hold, release defence. That link that's connected to Trey is very stable. Here we go again. This is the ball movement. I feel Factory is because that link's still back. Yeah, Jimmy with the ball. Yeah. So you've really got to get that link off the line now. You can't let him hang back there. Otherwise, he'll just defend that very easily, as they showed. Probably one of the six that like back Factory, but they're still digging in, doing that.
Yeah, both teams defensively are really sound at the moment. They're both feeling out. There's plenty of attack getting thrown at these goal lines, but the defense has been the winner at this stage. 3-2 unofficial Factory, and here comes Ryder Allen setting. Shannon Tuamudi looking for an option.
Yeah, nice. And that combination will just grow through the day. Jen Tormley's on the ball. I haven't seen him on the ball like this. His role over many years has been that mahi, the kai mahi. But I guess in that combination, especially having a young pup like called Ryder, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's right. Ryder will be absolutely buzzing with this opportunity, but he deserves it. When they said, "Do I know anyone that could play?" I didn't second guess, and here they go. Here Steelers now. Ryder looking to pass off with a sweeping Shannon Tormudi stepping back to the short side. Ryder Allen on the chop. Great defence by Harrison Kirk. Nice and tight there at link.
Yeah, I can just see the combination. Is that when you need a hit hard sort of holds? But that just happens, when you're in a new combination. But going well. And Factory by one. If you've just joined us, tēnā koutou. This is the 2026 Trident Homes Kaiawa Touch Tournament, run by none other than Nays. This is the first game to kick off the live stream. It is the local Factory taking on Steelers, the Manuhiri, and they're up to they've got momentum, 3-2, but just like that, a man like E4 Afion can put on two.
Yeah, 100% Hick, and as I said earlier, the defences are really sound at the moment, and the referees are doing a great job at the moment. Logan Forrester will be leading this crew. They're pulling these sides wide apart to really let this game flow, and just like Whakatane, this is a real battle here in the first round, and you could be out of this tournament before you even started with E4 Jones. He'll look to work into some sort of attacking position here off the right link as he gets the dummy half.
Yeah, it's good to see that tournament, a 2-day tournament, where we have halves and half time. Definitely in terms of the coaching, just in terms of the coaching, we can relay those messages. Some of our awesome tournaments, there are no halves, but that will bring in that factor. Oh, look, just through the hands, and yes, just a very. It seemed like, and that's I just saw Ash Robertson there. He's quite a cruisy looking attacker, can make things look very easy. They made that one look quite easy, mate.
Yeah, a little bit of a defensive lapse here on that far side, just a little bit of an overread and too tight. They run a variation off the splitter play, and the Steelers, they've hit back just like that. Factory will look to get that point back ASAP.
Tika tau, he oritenga pero I tēnei wā, toru ki te toru. Hiwi anō, kei te haukainga te kōro, tēnei karapu, te ki ana, and tēnei kapa ko Factory, nōko nei. Number 10 on the screen is the latest touchback from the Canterbury Open Men's. Yeah, another step up, and we talked earlier about probably being wary of attacking Will Hamilton. Well, you're probably going to be wary about attacking Trey Poihipi as well. Not too sure if they've sort of got the numbers there, but he snuffed everything out his side. So, but he is playing that side which favours that right to left pass. So just very clever from Trey. Very clever.
Yeah, Tino Pai, and as we can see, there's a turnover. Unfortunately, I think that's one of the first mistakes in this half that we've seen from the Steelers bringing it off their own line. Usually they're pretty solid there, so let's see what Factory can do here on attack. Lance Cooper, he'll be looking to just play his role. Hill Catamall comes on. Good defensive unit here for Steelers. Not too much going on here at the moment, looking for the 32 platform. With the out ball, unfortunately ball goes down there. Steelers with the ball again, they'll be looking to complete this set. E4 Jones takes touch 1. Good work from his younger brother Avion. Touch 2, going forward. It's good to see the Steelers side going infield first, not looking to get to the sub box. Good sign of condition. That's the beautiful part of this, having this tournament at the start of the year. Everyone's in touch mode at the moment, with Robinson looking to plant. Last touch, Ryder Allen steps back.
Yeah, nice to see the young man. Like, he's in a combo now with Ashton Robinson. Lucky enough to coach Ashton 17 mix 2012, then on to the touchbacks open mix. What Ashton is good at is if he's the best guy to get the ball, he'll call for it. But if he isn't, he'll feed you. So he's very good at that sort of stuff. It's your normal sequence when you get a quickie. Very disciplined to not pass it. But E4 Jones is sitting out here. He may get a 30, yellow splitter play in between. And he's just great D. You know what Factory are doing well there? They're actually not lifting off the line. They're taking a step and sort of holding. Very good strategy.
Yeah, and they'll look to strike here off one of the later touches in the set. Allen goes back. E4 Jones checks in, looks for the long ball. Nice ball pass there on a dive. Great touch by Jimmy Lim. Jimmy Lim, another Pounamu member, down here in Christchurch, 10 years at the open men's level. Still running around like he's 20, which is awesome to see. Awesome to see Jimmy up there. And we have a battle on our hands here, whānau. Toru ki te Toru factory, ki Steelers, te tima mai te ika MΑORI factory, noko nei. As there seems to be quite a few turnovers in this game in the middle of the field there, Hika.
Yeah, sometimes it's, some would say it was a sign of fatigue. There's those little lapses. Some would say that, trying to rush micro skills. And I just see the winger, Will Hamilton's moved into the middle there. So very durable player, a very flexible player. But they've made a big move there, Nacho. Could you cue us in on that one?
Yeah, well, Will can play not only wing, but his IQ is so high, and he's got a bit of a history of playing in the middle as well as he does in module touch. So he will be in there to seal off that inside defence. Although it hasn't been terrible, getting close to the end of this game, he'll be looking to seal it off.
Yeah, what a change. I can't remember the last time I've seen a winger move to the middle in the same game. So it's actually got a lot of tricks up this sleeve.
Yeah, that's right, and they've got a full squad of 16 here, and it looks like they're just rotating a couple of wingers with Taika Reihana possibly playing the next couple of games, but very, very strong unit, and the Steelers side is stacked. As they get the turnover there, they'll be looking to get the ball down the other end of the field, and with only 5.5 minutes to go, I believe the next team that scores will really put some pressure on.
Yeah, big defensive play there. Lovely short side defence. Santomiri, a captain. Takapini steps up. What a platform here. Nice. He's just got to use his speed here. Yeah. Oh, nice good work. Coming through the hands. Another leg cut. Let's check. Oh, just skill set. But he's looking. The young fella, first game member, he's really found his groove and even better, his confidence. Yeah,
100%. And as they come down, this is where Factory will really earn their money. They love to get through the orange zone, and they're very disciplined in terms of the ball, and they look to strike off the last, that's for sure.
Yeah, nice defensive stop there. Tafiri Mason steps up. And we got one more touch up the sleeve. Kurt's going to definitely get on the ball here. Jay out of the latch club just comes through. Yeah, like his time again there. Yeah, that sort of straight pick didn't really force the touch of the corner. Oh, lovely energy. Oh, just unfortunate there. Done everything there. This could be very costly, this turnover. You don't want to really turn the ball over this end of the field. And he's on fire again. He gets the ball, he's going to call him off. He slid it in. They're definitely questioning this one. But there he goes. But unfortunately, it goes back to the era on the exit.
That's right. You've got a complete set. It doesn't matter what sport it is. If you're dealing with any kind of oval ball there, that you've got to complete your sets. You've got to get the ball down the other end of the field to give yourself an opportunity. And as you can see, a mistake coming off their own line. Steelers, after a good defensive set, especially by Ryder Allen there, has led Factory to a 4-3 lead. Steelers will be looking to strike back straight away.
I'll tell you what, they might run a little fake out ball here. Here they go. Comes through it. Goosey gas. Down it goes. The tight Awhiti Taku Mohio. Yes, a touchdown. And they just isolated it. They got one-on-one, and it's a tough one. And if you're not connected, we call that the OZ, the out. And sometimes you've got to call your winger to help you out. But if not, there you go. But, 4-4. And this is where Steelers like pressure time. So we got to do all the 1% as well. Just keep it simple, keep it nice and easy. But not sure what happened there, Nacho.
No, indiscretion by Factory on the tap off. So I'm not too sure what happened there. But
He hapa.
Engari Kaiawa Steelers te poro I tēnei wā. At 4-4, anything could happen here. Hika with 3 minutes left in this game.
Ooh. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, we're not far off. And you've got Aves, you've got Santomiri. Ave on a little sweet play. Yeah, but clunky on that one. A little bit clunky on that one, but here we go. Santomiri just spading out that defence, spading them out. Ave's ball movement. It probably pushed it past me. They didn't need to, but I think the hoot is gone. There we have it at the end. We're still getting our times right on this, but one thing we did get right is the score. First round Kaiawa tournament 2026. 4-all Steelers versus Factory. Kaua huri ki teihana ke. We'll be back very shortly.
food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone here, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Tēnā tātou e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei whakataetai Kaiawa, This is the mixed grade. Kaiawa, the locals taking on the Power Rangers. And in the Power Rangers, you will see a lot of familiar faces. Got young Kobe, also the Muki Whānau. And I'm joined in commentary with one of the best to do it, Tiv Morena Tiv.
Morena Hika, yeah, awesome to be here at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational. One of the first big tournaments of the year here in Aotearoa. Awesome to be here in Ōtautahi, Te Waipounamu, as Power Rangers in the white and blue strip running from right to left on your screen, going up against Kaiawa, the local team here in black and gold, going from left to right. Power Rangers just looking to work the numbers here, looking to run a little outplay to Reed. Looks to get on the outside. Was the touch made? Referee says no, that's play through. So Power Rangers, they're 1 for 1 here, Hika.
Yeah, and that's smart mixed play, isn't it, Tiv? That's where the mixed game is. They really slowed the tempo down. That's what I liked about that attack, and they took complete control of that set. However, Kaiawa now, kia rātou te koro. They've got the ball here, and they're going to be running, loving the Kaiawa strip this year. So.
Black and gold, it's always a beautiful combination, isn't it? Can't go wrong with that. And last year I remember some of their teams with the light blues. I'm sure they've got a fair few strips up their sleeves, don't they?
Yes, they sure have. It's just sliding through, looking nice and deceptive, yeah? Just a bit too fast for our cameraman.
The speed was definitely there. We've come up with an infringement here down in the corner, so he's run to the corner, and then a touch and pass has been called by our referee. So Power Rangers now, after scoring early, they D out their first defensive set, and now they'll look to ruck out from their line. Down the far channel, as they look to get fresh legs onto the pitch and get a strike on the back end. He's TK Moike, very experienced campaigner, isn't he? Former USA representative actually in the open men's, went to a couple of World Cups, and I'm sure him and his whānau, they'll be central for this Power Rangers team with their Hika.
Yeah, and very handy winger for Ngāti Porou East Coast. Very good rugby career. But here we go, Kaiawa. Te haupainga, anga whakamua. Just heading up, and they've managed to get a penalty, a ruck penalty. Yep, in the ruck. They're tipping off there and straight back at it, Kaiawa. They're coming through the field. Got some very fresh subs on here. Looking very nimble, very nifty. Those ones that you don't like to defend to.
Well, the ones that always look full of energy, they're the ones where you know you've got to be on your toes as they look to get a quickie on the outside, straightened them up beautifully, used the right foot step, and then just got on the outside there to Teita Pitama.
To Teita, yeah, and looked, as soon as I saw him, I went, oh no, that's one of those players you just do not like defending. So you call in for reinforcements. But we've just put up our team sheet, so if we do have any names wrong or numbers wrong, I might, but we will get that back at you. But the Power Rangers, now, the Power Rangers made it all the way to the Fiji Cup.
Oh yeah, they did too, yeah, back in November. As we see, Kobe Reed just looking to get the strike dump on the 7. Yeah, a little bobble at the roll ball. And out of mind, there was Kieran Atkinson that actually crossed over for Kaiawa. So still getting our bearings here with the team list, as Kaiawa guilty of an error coming off their try line, and you can't come up with too many of those, can you, Hika?
Yeah, I see young Huirama there. You will see some familiar faces that you've seen come through. Definitely the Waikato 16, 18 boys through those clubs out of the Waikato. This comes from a very great step up in the lane there. Comes from a very handy whānau, the whānau up there, Kiwi staff. Mama Merenok, very handy player, so it's in the whakapapa. But Kobe, you've recognised Kobe, Cook Islands Open Men's at World Cup. A lot of experience for such young players.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you're talking about players that are sort of in their late teens, early 20s. But even though they're young, they have been around the traps for a wee while, and you know, playing on those platforms such as a Fijian Cup, and getting the call up to play for Cook Islands at the World Cup, and you know, plenty of opportunities to play as they look to get a long ball in behind the defensive line. Such a difficult pass to throw, and as such, ball went to ground, didn't quite make it to the winger. So Kaiawa, they managed to defend that one.
I'll tell you what, I just saw the Power Rangers run a little OZ outball for the Guild League. Gaston, Mitchell, Keisha Woodhouse. Very talented, great singer, gets all her talent from her father, Willie. I'm not too sure what Lovey was up to, but and a big mihi to all those that are involved with homegrown and putting in the mahi. But here we go. Just ball in two hands, quite deceiving, isn't it?
Yeah, and just slices through there. Excellent scoop there from Kaiawa. They just went from north to south, got a scoop on the back end, and it was pretty simple in the end.
Yeah, it's that you hear a lot of halves coaches talk about ball in two hands, through the step, and he just goes through looking at options, and people around him weren't too sure. So Kaiawa. We've got an unofficial score, 2-1.
Yeah, and they conceded the first try, so to withstand that and then come back and score 2 tries back to back, that'll do a world of good for their confidence. As Power Rangers looking to plug a very narrow short side before working their way back to the middle of the field.
It looks like young Ali on the ball. 32 peel here. These are the players, nice face play. Still such a hard play to defenders in it. So.
Oh, you've got to get the setup right though, don't you, Hika? And on that occasion, didn't quite manipulate the defence enough, and so it was relatively easy for Kaiawa on that safe side just to step up, make the touches. They tried a little sneaky play down that short side, but well defended there. There's Kanui Cox subbing onto the field. He'll be dictating play, the number 23 for Kaiawa. Looks to wrap around the link, but they won't need it. They just slice through once again. That's twice they've gone through the defensive line from distance. And Kaiawa, they get their third on the board, and they're really humming now.
I like how they've just changed the point of attack too. They kicked out, well, it looks like they've got that pan, that sweep on the link. And if you're just lapping a little bit, that when the ball's on the opposite middle and you're a link, you're like, okay, it's going there. But when it comes your way, if you're not in tune, those sort of options can really break you down.
100%, Hika, you're absolutely right. And then it worked in Kaiawa's favour there. And now Power Rangers finding themselves down by 2 in the early exchanges. They get a penalty here, and I'm sure that's a welcome one. We've got 2 number 6s on the field here for Power Rangers, so we will do our best to try and get some clear commentary for you. But one man who's unmistakable is Reed with the big hairdo sliding over though. Power Rangers, they managed to go straight down Main Street through the 2 middles off a simple quickie dive.
Yeah, awesome. What a combination out there. Looks like you've got Tamaya, like you said, Kobe, and the Power Rangers. Now, it would be silly if we didn't put a power on the Power Rangers, wouldn't it? It would be very, very silly. I managed to get Reese to squeeze out one of his coda. We put Pippies on the first game. But I'll tell you what, I've got a couple of power in the freezer, but I'm actually going to put the power on Kaiawa.
Well, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I think, seeing how they persevered, show that perseverance, and then to find themselves down by 1, coming back to score 3 on the trot, I thought they would have had the running in this game. But I suppose if you've gone with Kaiawa, I don't have much of an option. So Power Rangers, you've got my power, and I'm sure they'll come up with a strong defensive set here. As Kaiawa just looking to draw both middle defenders up. TK Mweke directing traffic there on the defensive end, and just an unforced error there from Kaiawa. And that's welcome there for Power Rangers.
I'll tell you what, I've just noticed, I don't know how I didn't know, just noticed Jason Puddles.
Puddles, yeah, he's out there for Kaiawa. Very experienced campaigner for Kaiawa.
Very experienced. He stepped up. He's wearing his famous number 11 also. Canterbury Open Mixed, Canterbury Open Men's, Touch Blacks Open Mixed, World Champion 40 Men's, Kuala Lumpur. Who's an experience. And Jesus, doing great through young and running around with these young pups.
Yeah, well, Naza Silbury, I'm not sure what he's paying his players, because he's got quite a few experienced campaigners in here. You know, you're talking about the likes of Jason Puddles, but you've also got Rach Tongia as well, who's in the sub box at the moment for Kaiawa, ex-Touch Blacks Open Women's and Open Mixed. You've got Kanui Cox there, who's an Australian Masters representative as well. So he's definitely brought in the big guns for this tournament, looking to take out this mixed open A grade, mixed open A grade for 2026, looking to get a win for his club at their local tournament. There's one of the players that we were talking about there, Kanui Cox. and he'll look to set something up on the 7.
I did hear he plays them with a lot of aroha, and we can vouch for that tonight. It just looks up, just goes beyond. He's absolutely got a huge heart of gold. There we go. We probably just saw, I think one of the first times I've seen someone slip. It could be the moulds, but what isn't these fields in the most best condition?
Well, especially if you take into consideration all the weather that we've had over the last couple of days up and down the country. And I suppose just while we're on that, just sending a lot of our aroha and a lot of our thoughts and prayers to those affected by the recent weather events. We hope that you're all keeping safe, and the ones that are here, I'm sure they would have waited up and made sure that it was safe to attend. And it's great to see so many players here that come from around the Motu, both North Island and South Island. There's Kaiawa now. They look to get a quickie on the link, a punish play, a great dive, a slick dive, hit the deck. But even better defence there from Power Rangers, great touch.
Yeah, and I'm looking at just number 5, Lynch Brown, Kyla Lynch Brown. But these Link ladies in the mixed game, their role is you're connected to the speed of the guy. You're consistently defending a male, and you've got to be really, really switched on. You can't get caught ball watching, and she's really starting to outshine into this game. Keisha on the other side, and Ellie. They're very, very experienced mixed players, Ella, Timo, so I think it could come down to just that skill set of defensive nous of the Link ladies.
Yeah, well, I suppose you'd be one to ask this question too, Hika, as we see a ball just go to ground, unfortunately there for Power Rangers, but being the former Touch Blacks head coach for the Open Mix, what are some of the physical qualities that you think makes a good female in mixed touch? You talked about a lot of the tactical things and the IQ and things like that, but in terms of physical attributes, because if you're consistently marking a male, you've got to be pretty physical and athletic.
Well, 8 on the screen there, Pupo, so she's got a background in rugby league. But I think it's mindset. Like, you've got to first, convince yourself that you can step into that space and then execute those type of things. So that's a great question, Tiff. Yeah, I think it starts with your mindset. First, ko te tahina laro whare tapawha, that you've got to make sure that mentally that you can step up to that. Some people use agility over speed, if that's your skill set. And then some people use just the physicality of, I think, just being smart and beating people to the bend. Females, and I think, a lady by the name of Charlene Bannister, Cicely Stanton, mate, if you went up to it, they'll put you on the ground. And they just owned it. So that type of, I think they had both the physical and the mental, and they set a really, really high standard. And you mentioned Rachel Tonia there, out of Kahununu over Dannyvert ways. I remember watching the Open Mix warm up before Coffs Harbour World Cup. She was part of the Open Mix team. And talk about physical, I remember her voice, I remember her feet, and the guys just could not get on the outside of her because she just owned it. So that's a real good point you brought up, Tiff.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of those with the calibre of players that we've got in both of these teams. I'm sure we'll see that on full display as Kaiawa looking to work their way to the 7. Just looking to get a quickie play, gets the ball back, and unfortunately ball just hitting the deck. And we've hit a bit of a stalemate over the last sort of 5 to 7 minutes, haven't we? Kaiawa holding a slender 1-try lead, 3-2 is the current scoreline, unofficially of course. And Power Rangers will be hoping to get that next try just to get things back to even Stevens.
Yeah, that's just a nice skill set there by Ella, just keep the ball alive. And you just mentioned Kanui Cox. I just want to compliment Kanui. He's had everything. You see him really make sure that any opportunity that's there, he's in Fiji, he's in Whakatane, he's down in Kaiawa, and you just got to take your head off to someone that is that dedicated to fly from Australia. I know he's got connections down here, so Kanui, Kanui, we've got a little bit of speed here. Oh yeah. They're just turning on the afterburners. Look at this, going to come through here. Something looking very, very quick. Oh, gasses through. Finds an open player. Touchdown.
Yeah, and that's been their game, hasn't it, Kaiawa? That scooping game, and Finn Martin just broke clear, and managed to find a teammate. So we talked about Power Rangers wanting to score next. Kaiawa is actually the next one to do so, and they re-establish a 2-try advantage. So 4-2 in the shadows of half-time It's a pretty timely try there for Kaiawa.
Very timely try. And if you don't know, there's a lot of people that you would not normally see in the South Island playing touch. I've bumped into Henry Dunn early on. I've seen a couple other players that come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, well, I saw Chauncey Edwardson as well, obviously a Wairere and Bay of Plenty stalwart. You also talk about the likes of Takua Ropati, Tamatoa Ropati. So, it's awesome to see the quality and calibre of players that are attracted as Power Rangers.
Big budget.
Well, we talked about the amount of aroha that Nace has in his hospitality. Sometimes that's enough. Power Rangers striking right before half-time. And they pegged the deficit back to 1. So, half-time here in this mixed open fixture between Kaiawa and Power Rangers. Kaiawa up 4-3.
We don't know what we're doing, apart from the opposition. Yeah, that's good. If we don't know what we're doing, there's no way they can predict it. Okay. So, we'll just focus on the defensive end first, you're on the one. We're leaving our middle out to drop. Right, we're just fucking letting the count. That's pretty dog shit, eh? Oh, the top goes. That's not good enough. So, if the bro wants to be brave and put his nuts in the set and go and get the touch, my job is to help him out, right? So then help him if he's in a fight, whatever it will be, the streets, whatever, you know? And you've got to do it here. So now his job is to protect his short side. Anything that comes back in here is this guy's responsibility. We're in good places, but we're standing here like this. You know what I mean? We're stuck. You've got to get 1, 2 at least off the line, because then it takes any reasonable doubt out of the fucking line. You know what I mean? If you're standing here, even if you touch him, bro, you're probably going to get the ball, right? You think you fucking stay touching him. Cool. But if you're up here, that's probably a different story. That's how you win those 50s. In terms of the leads, our girls are going in with that chat. We've just got to fucking just make them pass. We haven't made them pass to score a shot. Everything's through us. Let's back our girls to fucking make them up. Yeah? Let's force them to pass now. When we have the ball, when we're going right, we're up with the ball nice and working down 3 days. We can't be perfect now because we're not shit to work. Let's have a call right back to something. All good?
Just a couple of things, just when we're doing Yarra, just those, wingers, just stay dummy half. Even if they go out, stay dummy half.
Yeah.
That way we're not wondering who's dummy half. And if we can get an early release, give it rather than latching. Because at the moment, if you watch, their middles are getting lazy now going, oh yeah, that's latching. So we can get a good check.
To add on to that, if you pass the wing of the ball, you follow your pass the half. Yeah. Cool? The wing can't be fucking dummy half if you're rolling.
Hei, kia ora mai te iwi nei mai hoki mai. Ko tēnei te kimu tuarua. This is the second game of the 2026 Trident Homes Kaiawa Touch Tournament here in the beautiful Te Waipounamu Waitaha o Tautahi. It is 4-3. Kaiawa are the local club, and the Power Rangers, they're based out of Kaikoura. They've brought in some reinforcements. So it's been it's a really nice morning to play. It's not too hot, and I know your playing day conditions. It was good to play on days like this, when it wasn't too hot or too cold.
That's right. Yeah, it's actually quite pleasant, isn't it? And considering the amount of rain that's fallen over the last couple of days, it's nice that Ranginui is giving us a little bit of a reprieve for the Kaiawa Invitational here. As we see Kānui Cox looking to work his magic on the 7, working in the middle there, and they've managed to pull a penalty there, and just excellent manipulation there.
I was just going to say that, yeah, just you can definitely see some, it looked quite Hennessy-ish, just that pull out. In that, he's going to do that, yeah, great, nice snipe, yeah, Tamaya. Very smart from TK, that they're putting this combination together out of the Waikato. Kobe, a lot of experience.
Strong middle defender there, jumping in the lane, the long ball goes out to the wing. And I think when you've got an active link like that, then the winger can just afford to hold off a bit and force that long ball. That's exactly what they've baited them into doing. And now they run a bit of an away set as well, just looking to get a little bit of field position out on this far side channel for Power Rangers before working their way back towards their sub box. And that's only touch 2, so excellent play there. excellent work coming off their try line there from Power Rangers.
And once again, there's 3 adjudicators opening up the field. As we know, this part of the field, the orange, is always clunky, but they've opened it up. And I dare say the likes of Logan, I saw Dusto's here, Cam McDonald. I dare say those real senior Richie Heap experienced refs would have talked to the crew to open up the game, and they're really executing. And sometimes they don't get the rewards, but we definitely send our big mihi to Kaiawa, who are doing an outstanding job this morning.
And we see the fruits of what can happen when you do open the game up like that. Power Rangers managing to go straight. There was a simple 32 peel, and then that short ball was on, and I think that might have been Jaden McHerron that just raced through to score for Power Rangers and equal things up at 4 apiece, so striking right before halftime and right after halftime. Power Rangers coming up with the critical tries, or tries at the critical junctures, as now Kaiawa look to get one back, diving underneath there. Well defended there from Moeke. We've seen him a lot in the defensive role, haven't we, at TK Moeke?
Yeah, look at Puddles here. He's got a little play here. He wants a piece of the candy. Yes, nice work. The experienced guy getting the right person on the ball. He might chop a hole here. Great touch. Big touch there.
That's a huge touch, especially after scoring. You know, you've worked so hard to get yourself back into the game, both before and after half-time, and you wanted to come up with a big defensive set to start the second half, and that's exactly what they've done there. Power Rangers, great dive there from Moeke to catch the acting half, and then unfortunately for them, he's coming up with a slight error coming off their try line. And now Kaiawa, they get the ball in great field position.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention a couple of the locals, and Adrian and Alicia Huaiti, who are doing so much great work down here. But back live at the action, Kaiawa, Power Rangers, it's 4-all. It looks like we're at the OK corral. No one's ready to quite shoot from the hip, but we've got a nice little sweep play. He's just running away. But Ella, played Canterbury Open Mix. This is the thing about the link. She was really onto that. They're very smart. They are expecting what's coming their way. And there's this defensive combination who have got a lot of skill set. And they've obviously been given the word from the coach, hey, move the ball, which they've done very well. But you don't want too many back-to-back defensive sets on your line, Tim.
No, especially when you're giving away penalties, because then they just compound, don't they? Great touch there from Reed. And obviously 3 touches in a row, or 3 penalties I should say, in a row conceded by Power Rangers on their 7 will result in one of them being excluded from the field for the remainder of the set. So they're going to want to be on their toes here, as Kaiawa looking to run a peel play in the middle of the field, double pumps, looks to hit the link, and then just got their wires crossed there. Kaiawa. Power Rangers, I think they'll be happy with that defensive effort.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I haven't seen that one, 2 players run the same hole for a while. Reminds me of my social club days. But here we're back live, and this has been a real standout for this team exiting. They made a little error, as you do, but coming forward and just cruising here to Maya. Massive man. This is just stuff you just... I'm an old boys touch player. I hate defending those guys that are too nippy. But they're getting back to a bit of structure.
Just that body evasion, wasn't it, from Huirama? And now they look to scoop out a half. They run a little peel play. Referees called them offside. Looks to throw the long ball out to the left. The ball dipping down just in front of the Power Rangers winger out wide. And if it had gone to hand, I dare say that would have been try time.
I feel it's a play that is underutilised. The 32 peel and the 32 long here in Aotearoa. It's just pitches we don't see enough of. We see a lot of the 7s, the splitter and the sweep, but I absolutely love those platforms. And he had quite some time. It was just the execution of the pass. I would go back to that platform personally.
Yeah, well, they've run it a couple of times, haven't they? As well as Kaiawa, so it has been run on both sides of the ball. And especially in these conditions, because Ngā Punawai traditionally it is a little bit soft underfoot, so that's that picture where you're getting defenders to move laterally can work in your favour. Now Power Rangers getting Reed out there with Huirama and Te Moeke there as they look to run a sweep around, just trying to draw defenders forward. And Reed, instead, they do go back to that 3-2 peel platform. It's exactly what you've said, Hikapene, going back to that 32 peel. The long ball goes to hand this time, and Power Rangers, after being down by 2, they've scored 3 on the trot themselves, and now they're up by 1.
I think, Ken, you'll be able to support me with your career, but when you can condition defences, eventually there'll be a collapse, and that's what I just love about that platform. But they got the right person on the ball with Tamaya, and yes, as we said, there hasn't been much movement in the scoreline. If they can hold them out and get one, it could be just too much, just 2 back-to-back tries, but Jason Puddles is out there, very smart operator with a lot of experience.
He is indeed, as they look to get a sweep and a dive over the line. Was that ball down? The link stepped up for Power Rangers. So yeah, there's a touch there, but it was a close run thing there for Luke.
Yeah, Poko was just in a little hole, so hopefully they've seen that link does collapse and shut, I guess, quite late. Scoop short side. It's going to cruise. Great defence from what. Oh yes, it just lost them that last part there. Definitely manned up for as long as you can, I guess, in the end goal. But there they go, straight back at it.
Yeah, and they ran that sweep. And, you talked before about conditioning the defence there, Hika. They ran the sweep, dove to the outside on the left-hand side, and then they ran the sweep going the exact same way, but this time dummying the back door and then scooping through to the end goal. And then managing to find a teammate to level things up at 5-5. So approaching the halfway stage of the second half. Power Rangers now want to strike back here. Reed and Moeke. And Huirama. Reed runs the exact same play, going the other way. He just needs to find a teammate now. And ball was touched by the Kaiawa defender, so 6 again. That was great identification there from Reed.
And just if you watch the 2 females there, man, they own their space. Kobe had a nice little stutter step, got an in goal, but these 2 ladies, Kaiawa, they own that space. They're very clever, and that's a big one.
Huirama. Just having a little cordial with the referee, just wanting a penalty there. They've gone away from their set platform. Now just trying to get a bit of organisation. Reed takes control, looks to throw the long ball. That's the second time that it's come off for them. Touching down on the left-hand corner there. Great play from Power Rangers. Excellent ball there thrown from Kobe Reed.
Yeah, Kobe to Keisha, and that was an easy one to catch. And once again, they've caught, I guess, with a slightly wet pitch, there's a little bit of drizzle coming on. You probably would call the shut and to force the long pass in these conditions. But the pass was quality, and the hands was even more to finish it off. So Power Rangers go out to a 1 touchdown lead, and Kaiawa, they're back at it. Got this combination there. Kanu's has been trying to run the sweep play. He's stuck on the middle. He's going to come back open. Yeah. Great lift. So here we go again. Coming up. Kanu's going to come around. Just a little show there.
Oh, excellent touch there from Timo. Yeah, just these female links on both teams. Just excellent quality, aren't they? As they look to run. Just a little nifty play on the last. Ball goes to ground. So Power Rangers, after scoring one, they defend that one out. And that's a big tick there for them as we approach the final minutes of the second half. And this will be a critical fixture. Even though it's their first game of the day, it'll be a critical fixture for them, won't it?
Yeah, well, as you know, it's always good to start a tournament well. And that's whether you want to win but a draw, but if you play really, really well. But yeah, they've got the 2 teams are very contrasting groups of players, aren't they? You've got, I think the Milkies, there's about 3 or 4 from the one whānau, a few more from the Waikato, and then a couple of locals. And then on the other side, they're all locally based, probably Kanu. And obviously Rachel spent a lot of time down here. But you can see the fluidity of both teams. They definitely know each other.
Yeah, 100%. As Kaiawa looks to dive in underneath, I would like them to stretch the ball a little bit more. They are sort of playing a little bit of 3-on-3 men's at the moment. And looking to get Poko involved. She does have a plethora of skills here out at left link as Kanui Cox looks to go that way before stepping back and throwing the long ball over the top. But the ball just dipping down. And Power Rangers, that's a couple of sets now that they've defended back to back. Still holding that 1-try lead, 6-5. Just a couple of minutes left in the second half. A little flick out the back door. Great hands there from Moeke. We've got a couple more touches left in this set. They'll just look to drive forward here. get a scoop on the back end and just put the ball as far down the far end as possible. Yeah, an excellent touch there from Kaiawa, kept them off the 7 metre line, but Power Rangers holding a 1-try lead. That's kind of all you're wanting to do at the end of this game, isn't it?
Yeah, kei taua whakamua Kaiawa. Kei rātou te pōru I tēnei wā, I te pātua whā. Jason Puddles. This comment, he'll just do a double drop here, Puddles.
What a drive! Oh, it's not a drive.
Oh,
he had that power coming in on the back end. I thought he was going to drop in, and then he just saw the Red Sea part.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be a replay reel, I can feel it.
Oh, they got that through there. Kaiawa, they have excellent body evasion there from Kaiawa. They go through down in the right-hand corner to tie things up at 6 apiece. But I'll tell you what, put that down to Jason Puddles there.
I'll tell you what, the sea parted. I'm gonna chat with him, and he's gonna send me videos of that. And so you should. And such a big touchdown, that one. The time of that touchdown.
Right in the shadows of full time here. As we see Power Rangers, they all want to try and re-establish their 1-try advantage. As it's this combination once again, they've been on for the attacking side for most of the second half. Reed, Huirama, Moeke, as Reed looks to throw the short ball for Timo. And I think the long ball was on there, wasn't it, Hika?
Yeah, a couple of options there. Both attacking teams have had opportunities. Here we are now, he orite ngā piro, and I'll tell you what, our Pipi and Power could be safe. Oh no, I may have spoke too soon. And look at the walk-up of Timaya Huirama. He's like, I know the play. Kobe's there. They've already sorted it out, those young lads. They have definitely sorted it all out.
And typically what you'd see on a repeat set like this is you'd see the players that are on the field at the moment go and sub and bring some fresh legs onto the pitch. These guys have opted to stay on, so they've definitely got something up their sleeves as Huirama looks to dive over. And it's a no-touch called from the defender there from Kaiawa. And so Huirama, Reed, Moeke, their work there it pays dividends for them. They managed to cross just to re-establish their 1-try advantage for Power Rangers. And 7-6 is the current score.
And we always compliment honesty in our sport there, Tiff. Great honesty. And I know it's some of the principles of Kaiawa around that stuff.
Yeah, it was Kahugen. As you mentioned, it's one of the principles that kind of underpin our sport, isn't it, Hika? As they look to run the short side here, Kaiawa, and there's still a few twists and turns left in this one as they manage to cross for one themselves out on that right-hand edge. And that's where a lot of the tries are coming for Kaiawa. Definitely the last two. And 7-all.
Yes, 7-all, not long to go. E ko te aronga kia taunaki. Ia kai tākaro ki te whakatīnana I tōna ake pitomata. So the whakatauki of Kaiawa is about putting your best foot forward, having an opportunity to strive for ia kai tākaro and put it into play. And there we have it. I don't think a touchdown here, little drop ball. I think we just heard the hooter go off. Yeah, and there we have it. Start off the day, we've had 2 draws, so I don't think we've called a day like that.
I don't think so, and I suppose that just highlights the level of play and the quality of the teams here at the Kaiawa Invitational for 2026. But there it is, whānau, 7-all in this mixed open fixture between Power Rangers and Kaiawa. We'll take a short break. Join us after.
food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 120 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai, hoki mai ki o tautahi for the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational, where we have a men's open B fixture here between the Canterbury Barbars and Grey, going from right to left on your screen, going up against Tamatoa in the black and white, going from left to right. Ko te Tivoli Guthrie tōku ingoa, and I am joined in commentary by Kath Mulligan. Kath, how are you?
Oh, kia ora, Tiv. I'm awesome. It's great to be back here at Kaiawa for 2026, where we have whakata Māori on board for our live streaming, which is awesome.
Yeah, and just like that, we've got our first try of the game. Canterbury Barbars starting exactly the way they'd want to. One try from their very first set of the game. A short link chopping hole there. They cross over to take an early 1-0 lead. Yes, we do have whakata Māori on board for the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational, and we are very appreciative of their support for this kaupapa.
Yeah, it's a bit of a who's who of Canterbury Open men's in previous years, and looking across the team sheet for Canterbury Barbars, plenty of experience out there, and likewise Tamatoa, they've got plenty of touch nous under their belts too, as we see them look to go wide out to the left.
They're just dipping to the toes there and going to ground, so unsuccessful from their first set of the game. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Kath. You talk about the Canterbury Barbars team, and they're boasting the likes of Brendan Stewart, who's been there, done that in the touch scene, Sean Bell, Chad Tainui, Corey Tauwhare, so plenty of experience here. A lot of players that are now just getting into sort of the Masters era. And with Masters Nationals in about 2 months' time, I'm sure a lot of these players will be, no doubt, putting on the red and black down there as well.
For sure, as we just see Barbars completing a set down on the 7, and they'll be looking to hopefully pin Tamatoa down in their half, get another attack on the line.
Yeah, and it's great to see the support of this event by Tamatoa. They've been here the last couple of years. Rā Horn there in the number 13 strip, and the bucket hat for Tamatoa, a big proponent, big supporter of Nasa Silbury and his vision for touch here in Ōtautahi in the Waiata Waipunami region. So it's awesome to see this event growing year on year, isn't it, Kat?
Yep, absolutely. It's a fantastic event, promoting and showcasing touch in the South Island. So it's good to see the size of it as we continue, and as we've seen an introduction of the mixed open grade this year.
More grades than last year, and I think that's kind of the aim at the moment for Nasa Silbury and his Kaiawa crew, is just to have the tournament bigger and better than what it was the previous year. Tamatoa with the ball in prime position, looking to run a peel play, just trying to go straight through the two middles there, diving over the line, but well defended there from the Barbars. With one try up their sleeve, here's Wiley looking to get on the outside, but great show of defence there from the Barbars.
Absolutely, we see Josh Harrison there making the touch and making sure that they keep their line solid. So, Barbars coming off the line now, taking it to their sub-box, as we see, I think that's Fons Max Withers in there at dummy half as the latch comes on.
They've pulled a penalty there, Canterbury Barbars, Alicia Doiti, our referee in charge.
Forward off the ruck, I think maybe there. We've got pretty good experienced referees out there with Alicia Ruiti and Logan Forrester, and ably supported by one of our up and coming referees in Lucas Romero.
Oh, what an opportunity, Kath, for young Lucas to be refereeing with two of the best referees here in Aotearoa, and Logan and Alicia. So what an opportunity for him to sort of grow his game and continue to be one of the prominent referees here in the Canterbury region, as they look to throw a short ball here. Tamatoa diving over the line. There's Ahuriri Budgeon.
Again, well covered by the link, coming in to shut there and having the outside.
Yeah, doing that again. Canterbury Barbars, that's always been a hallmark of the game down here in Christchurch, is just some good, strong, tough defence on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that they're making Tamatoa look to go wide, and so far they've managed to shut them out.
And they're looking to go straight up the middle of the field. It's Sean Bell with the ball. And then in a couple of touches, they've already crossed halfway, so things are looking promising. Here's Gibson.
Yeah, no stranger to playing a bit of code out there, but just a wee ear at the ruck there, picked up by Romero, so Tamatoa will get the ball back.
And that's the last couple of sets, isn't it, for the Barbars, where they've come up with an unforced error, rucking off their try line and getting into that transition phase of their set. And they've just gifted Tamatoa the ball in prime real estate as they approach the 7 with maybe 2 touches left in this set. Just looking to stretch this Barbars defence. Striked up comes, scoop out a half, and then just getting the wires crossed, although the ball goes over the top. I didn't think there was much doing there for Tamatoa, but they've managed to pull something out of nothing. The long ball out to the left-hand touchline, and they've crossed over for their first of the game, 1 apiece.
Yeah, they have. We just talked about how tight the Canterbury Barbars defence was, and it was good recognition by Tamatoa to look to go wide and clear through the shutters, and they've been successful.
Canterbury Barbars now from halfway. This will probably be their first opportunity or second opportunity to get into the 7 metre zone of Tamatoa and see what they can come up with in terms of their attack, as they looked early to stretch this Tamatoa defence. Scoop coming out of half, looking to throw the long ball out to the left, and the ball drifting forward and dropping to ground as well. So Canterbury Barbars still very much so part of their DNA is that running game and stretching the defence, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Tamatoa with a fresh set coming off their 7. They'll look to try and get down into the attacking half and have another shot at the line. Good offload there to beat the flyer.
Yeah, very fortunate too, because the downtime there spent between the roll ball and the dummy half was a lot longer than what you'd typically expect. And now Tamatoa crossing over halfway, and the ball back to the middle and just getting their wires crossed.
It was. I was about to say, some good ball movement there, getting the check-offs, but that last one just didn't quite go to hand. So Barbars now with a set as they come into the attacking half. They'll hope to get up to the line and have a go, although it's a little bit messy around the ruck there. Nice firm touch puts Sean Bell on his backside, which not many people get to do, but Tamatoa with a turnover.
He won't be too happy about that either, will he?
No,
Sean
he won't.
Bell, watch him come back next set with a bit of vengeance. As, yeah, both teams actually just guilty of a few unforced errors going both ways. Could be partly due to the dew on the ground. Obviously we've had quite a lot of rain, and there was a little bit of drizzle earlier. The sun's come out for a little bit, poking its nose through the clouds here in Ōtautahi at Ngā Punawai. Canterbury Barbars with Tauwhare looking to direct traffic in the middle of the field.
Yep.
Couldn't quite get a clean strike done.
No, that's right. And again, the ball just coming to hand. Not going to hand there as Tamatoa looked at a bit of pace off the line here, which is good to see.
And he'll just be directing traffic up and down those tram tracks on the right-hand edge of the field, close to their sub-box. As the ball comes back to the middle of the field, here's Gray. Working in tandem with Kiani Brown. That's a better drive there. Starting to make some inroads. And really just forcing Canterbury Barbars defence just to chop and change their strike toucher. And finally the strike dump comes, scooping out a half. Looking to go to the right-hand side. Double pumps and a great intercept. Oh, it was almost an intercept taken. And those are tough on the last touch.
They are. He was up nicely in the lane, but just not quite able to hang on to it. So we'll give Tamatoa another attacking set on the 7. Let's see if they can turn it into points this time.
It just came from a lot of the work done there from Bailey Gray. Just going from left to right, using his agility. And now he'll look to get a quickie here. Steps off his right foot. Great touch there, although second phase play, and he'll have another bite at the cherry. He dives over. And that's just reward there for Bailey Gray from Tamatoa, and he gets their second of the morning, 2-1, the current score.
He just injected a bit of energy in there, I think, which really lifted the team, and he was able to get a nice quick ball back and a dive over the line. It's well played.
Absolutely right there, Kath. Energy is definitely the word there from Gray. You could just see the change of pace, couldn't you? And then just the presence of mind to get up and have another go, even though they were so close to the try line.
See, Barbars bringing it forward here through, we've got Matt Withers and Nigel Heath, a couple of the, actually that doesn't look like Nigel Heath in number 4, but I'll see what happens when we see his face.
Yeah, I think that might be Blair Hayata, actually.
Say, it doesn't look like a Nigel Heath to me.
Yeah, Blair Hayata in the number 4 strip for Canterbury Barbars. Waikato Masters representative as well as a World Cup winner as well, so not a bad injection into this Canterbury Barbars team.
Absolutely.
We'll get a repeat set here down on the line, the Barbars. So Hayata will look to work in the middle there.
Yep, he's got Marley Hislop with him, an evergreen player who brings a lot of energy when he comes in. See if they can conjure something up. Goes quick, dive at the line. Romero has a look, and that's a beautiful play. As we said, Blair Hayata going in nice and low and getting one back for the Barbars.
Well, it was a punish play, but the middle stepped up and made the touch, so it was almost like a crossover. And then the link, just wanting to protect his outside, opened up the gap between the middle and the link. And Hayata using his dive to great effect there. So 2 apiece here in this one between Tamatoa and Barbars. A men's open B fixture here at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational. And now Tamatoa, they'll be looking to strike back here. So look to run a bit of a sweep play, dummying to go back towards the short side, and then the channel just a little bit too narrow there. So well defended there from the Barbars.
So we see them stretched out to the middle again here now. Got Mike McQuarrie in at dummy half, a very experienced mixed player, but just nothing able to come of it. So we see Barbars successfully defend their line again.
Barbars look to ruck off their try line here.
Bringing it back towards the sub box. A little bit of a shift, and he's found a bit of space out wide.
Yeah, they had numbers.
Showing some toe. I think that's number 12, Josh Harrison, streaking down the sideline, and Barbars getting a very good score back there.
Yeah, there was nothing really doing on that set, was there, Kath? Just skipped to the outside, found a little bit of a channel between the sideline and the winger, and then just, a heck of a lot of pace showing there. Well taken try there from Harrison. And Barbars, they score their third of the game. Tamatoa, I'm sure they won't be too happy with that as they look to work the ball towards the middle of the field once more. It's Kyle King working with Keanu Brown.
Sweep coming through again, looking to go long. Winger looked to have that one well covered, and it may have been fought out of the hand anyway.
Yeah, just drifted forward, and once again Baylor Gray was the one that came and injected himself into the attack. And round in the sweep, he just drifted forward. So Barbars, after scoring that one sort of against her on the play, they come up with a strong showing there on defence, and Taufere just slowing the game down. Playing at the Barbars pace. I think if you're in the Canterbury Barbars scene, this is probably the pace that you want to be playing at.
That's right. We've got to save legs for the second half, control the game, and be able to get over to that sub box and bring the new set on. Withers there, bringing up some nice yards. Just a little fumble in the ruck, unfortunately, and it's a shame, as that was looking to have a bit of something to come off the back of that one.
Yeah, it was a good try from Withers. Unfortunately, just the little bobble at the roll ball, but now Tamatoa approaching the halfway line. Hughes in at acting half, and now Wiley will come onto the field and no doubt look to work his magic here. So look to run a bit of a peel play, wrapping around, going the link pass. And it was great defence there from Daryl Gibson there for the Barbars.
Yeah, once again the goal line D proving to be too tight for Tamatoa to get through as they look to shift it across to that box side again.
Barbars approaching the halfway, that's a great drive there. So timing, it might have been Bell as Hayata looks to do the same. Here's Stewart coming out of half, steps off the right foot, throws the link ball, one more to the wing. The wing steps off his left, almost managed to squeak through the gap there. Well defended there from Tamatoa. I think there might have been Tom Downs.
Tom Downs coming through at link to support his winger, which was really great to see. Nothing worse than a winger chasing hard out to be beaten by a step back. So well done with there covering your mate.
Tamatoa with just a couple more seconds left in the second half. And I'm sure they'll be happy to just sort of chuck the ball up the field and wait for that halftime hooter. There it is. As we get to half-time in this men's open B fixture between the Barbars and Tamatoa. Barbars will take a slender lead into half-time, 3-2. Join us after the half-time break.
them to go forward. We don't need to kick off. Our defense, we should be up on them. We're only sending one person out. Luckily, we're managing to hit them a few times. As soon as they kick off, but there's no one there supporting. If we're too gassed, start. Okay? That's the issue. Coming off the line down here, if we get a turnover on this side, on this corner, we need 3 hits. That's 2 middles and that's a link. Don't fucking bail. If you're there, we need 3 hits, okay? We only use the extra hit when you come to the far side, so we're going to soak up a touch, okay?
So we know it's the box link is taking that first. Then middle, and then that link's just off. But it's close.
Far links go drive, 3 drives.
Yeah.
Boys, I'm in the middle and I'm going up. He's coming up this way and he's coming there. But what's happening is we're going up and they're checking off. They run run around the wing, but like I was the only one up. Where's the other fella? Where's the other? And we just got to keep that Z and then fucking communicate. There's no point jumping lines there and going, I've got him.
So we just need to regroup, put trust back into your pods, into each other, and we all work hard. That's all it is, boys. Let's start lifting the positivity up. Boys. They're gassing. They're gassing because they've been shutting that whole first half, boys.
Take it on back. Left on 3. 1, 2, 3. Left!
Come on.
Do you want to middle? Should we just go?
Kia ora e tiwi, and welcome back to second half coverage of this Men's Open B fixture at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational between Canterbury Barbars and Tamatoa. And Tamatoa, facing a 1-try deficit, will get first pickings in the second half, tapping off, going from right to left on your screen. And Barbars, they did well to get up over the top towards the back end of that first half. You saw Tamatoa definitely have the lion's share of territory and field position, but then that started to even up as the half went on. And there was some stern-looking faces in the Canterbury Barbars box, wasn't there, Kate?
Yeah, there was. Look, they've probably been a bit lucky. Their defences held them out, and they got a runaway to take them ahead. But they'll want to tidy up their turnovers so that they get more attack at the line, I'd say.
Yeah, and we did see that from both sides, didn't we? The unforced errors coming into play for both sides, and both sides definitely guilty of it. So I dare say whoever tidies that aspect up first and gets a little bit more discipline back into their game will probably find themselves the first victors of the day, because our first 2 live stream games on this number 1 field have both ended up in draws. And so we're still looking for our first victor here on field number 1 as Hayata chucks the ball up the middle of the field. Tofare with the scoop, throwing the long ball out to the right, ball going to hands. Great pick up there, out wide from Michael Naylor. But the final touch coming, and Tamatoa get the turnover.
Yeah, nice set, getting them from 7 to 7, so they'll be happy with that. Looking to hopefully put a bit of pressure on and keep Tamatoa away from having a crack at the 7. So it come through the middle there, through Matt Falloon in the blue. Makes some good yards to get into that orange zone.
Yeah, and it didn't have to be too quick, did it? Definitely gave time for some of the subbers to get on the field. Second phase play, I don't think they had one left in their set though.
Yeah, 6 touches there. Unfortunate. If it was a 7th touch, we might have had one there too.
And now Canterbury Barbars, they look to ruck off their line here through Tainui. They look to take a couple as they get Chad Tainui on the ball there. The 2 brothers working in tandem. This is great press defense here from Tamatoa, although Canterbury Barbars with that offload managing to find a bit of purchase there. The quick hands, and then the ricochet comes off the Tamatoa defender's hand. And so they'll get a repeat set, and I think that's very welcome for the Barbars.
Yeah, they should get a good chance to attack the line with a fresh set of 6 here, so let's see what they can conjure up.
Chad Tainui, Sean Bell, just really looking to stretch this Tamatoa defense. The quick peel play, the quick dive over the line. Excellent shot there though from Falloon. And just that injection of pace there from the Barbars, this young quartet, I dare say, of the Canterbury Barbars side. As Tainui gets the return ball. Excellent defense here from Tamatoa. 5th and final win coming.
Looking for a late cut, touch made, and that's great defence by Tamatoa. They'll be really pleased to keep them out there.
And that, the young Canterbury, younger Canterbury players there, the likes of Tainui, Sean Bell, Josh Harrison, just looking to stretch the Tamatoa defence from left to right. And a great tick of approval there for the Tamatoa defence as they cross over halfway. Here's Gray once more. King is in the mix. Yanni Brown in there also. The scoop goes from the far right-hand channel. Just missing that chopping line. I think they definitely did well to stretch them. Maybe a chopper or a passive out the back would have had an easy 2-1 out on the left.
Yeah, there's some good pace injected to the yards there, which is good to see in the second half. So if they can keep that up and get a bit of ball to hand, we should see them get back on the scoreboard. So we see Barbars just a little bit messy bringing it through their attacking zone, up over halfway now.
Yeah, they were a little bit slow getting their subbers onto the field, although it's come all right for them as Stewart will look to go out of half. He loves scooping, gets off the right foot, gets into the in goal, needs to find a mate. Just running out of room there, and Cullen, a Canterbury veteran, legend of the game down here in the 03, he'll do that to you all day if you let him.
Yeah, looking to turn back the years a bit there with a scoop throw on the last. Unfortunately, just unable to find a free runner to get the ball to. So we see Tamatoa bringing it back up towards the sub box, getting the fresh legs on. Some good pace again and some good snaky running there.
Yeah, snaky running is absolutely right. Just getting them up over halfway. Now Wiley with Downs, who looks to scoop out a half and use his pace. Were they onside?
Referee says yes.
Yeah, great call there. There was a bit of gamesmanship, bit of veteranship shown there from the Barbahas defence.
For sure. A bit tidier this time on their ruck transition, getting those runners out round the back as they come over halfway. See Taufari working together there with Josh Harrison. Withers into a bit of space.
Unfortunately slips over, which just compounds the pace, or the lack of it on that final touch, and just needed to get the ball to deck.
Yep, we see Tamatoa successfully defend and now look to yard it out through Horn.
He's a big unit, isn't he? Horn, you're not going to get many people pushing him over, although a little error, and it's just been the tail of the game, hasn't it? And as I mentioned at the start of the second half, the first team to be able to tidy that up, I'm sure will go a long way towards winning the game. There's Taufari and Harrison gets to work the ball in the middle of the field. Harrison gets a quickie, steps off the right foot, short ball looking for a phase play. Referee Logan Forrester says play on, and then that pressing Tamatoa defence just managing to waste a touch there for the Barbars, so they've got a couple more up their sleeve. Taufari popping the ball back and forth, and he'll look to scoop out a half. Are they onside? Yes, they are. Tamatoa, their defence is holding fast at the moment.
Yeah, they've tightened that up in the second half, and they're connecting really well, and there's not a lot of room to get through, so it's good to see. As we see back through the sub box, Horn working hard there at dummy half, making sure the runners are on before he takes his duty turn to sub.
And we've seen these two, unfortunately, there just once again. Tamatoa, if that's the part that they can clean up, I'd say with their legs, their fresher legs, they are looking probably the more likely of the two teams. Barbar's happy just to slow things down and use their sort of IQ and their touch smarts to get them up the field.
That's right, so we see, is it Mohi? Oh no, Chad Tainui rather, 13. Cullen again on the back end of a scoop. Looks to get it off to Blair Hayata, but I think he was maybe just touched on the dive there.
Yeah, it was a close run thing. I think probably a lot closer than what we anticipated. Caught the ball behind the defender and tried to get that evasion going, but touch their call from Tamatoa, and I dare say because of their lack of discipline coming off their try line and unable to get a finish towards the back end of most of their sets, it's their defence that's really keeping them in the game, although that's a welcome penalty for them.
Yeah, but relieving a bit of pressure there. As you said, they've had to defend in their own half, back to back to back. Been successful, but it'd be nice for them to get a shot at the line.
I think they'll just be wanting to get some finishes, won't they, on the back end of these sets. As Wiley working with Downs in the middle of the field and going straight up Main Street. Wiley looking to throw the short ball. Brilliant play from Tamatoa, and Wiley and Downs combining there. And they lock things up at 3-3.
Yeah, beautiful play there. As we said, they had an attack in the half, the relieving penalty, bit of pace from Tori and Wiley, and the gap opened up. Beautifully taken. So Barbars, they'll bring it back up here. They won't be happy to let one through, so they'll see if they can get one back, as we see Withers in at dummy half there.
Yeah, they won't be happy, but they won't be flustered either. They know that they've sort of been in control without having really to exert that much in terms of physicality, as they look to skip away on the outside through Harrison. Great diving touch there out wide there from Gray. Or that might have been Falloon actually. Harrison bringing the ball back to the middle of the field. Scoot comes out of half, a little bobble there. Unfortunately, the ball goes to ground there from Hislop, so Canterbury Barbars not really firing a shot on that set of 6.
No, that's right. So we've got another game with the scores tied up. Still 6 minutes on the clock, so time for either side to get another one. So we see Tamatoa stretching it wide again.
There's some real power here as the strike dump comes, steps off the right foot, looks to throw the link ball, and that's a great shot out wide there from Gibson. I noticed he has shifted out to the wing in the second half, so Brendan Stewart playing a bit of player coach and managing to make some changes, and it comes up dividends for them there.
Yeah, great defensive read. It's what you need to see.
Nice. Up over halfway with a couple of touches. Here's Bell. That's a great drive. Scoop comes out of half from Tofare. Was he onside there? They've got numbers out on the left. Going down out wide. Michael Naylor, has he scored there in the corner?
No, looks like the saving touch was made by the defender coming across. Naylor looks like he's he's up again, ready to play the ball, but yeah, some great ball movement and pace down the wing. Not quite able to finish it.
And his arms hanging a little bit limply by his side there, Michael Naylor. He went close in the corner. Great desperation there from Tamatoa. Again, it is just that aspect of the game, isn't it, that's keeping them in it. Push, and yeah, they'll get the penalty as a result.
Yeah, they're happy about that. We saw this in their last scoring play, so the ability to go again with another set of 6 up over halfway should give them some attacking time on the line again.
This was exactly the recipe that led to their last try. This combination. It's not Wiley, sorry.
No, I think we've got Downs and McQuarrie this time.
Here's Wiley now injecting himself from link, looking to throw the ball out to the left-hand channel. Ball going to Brown. Yeah, they just changed up the platform from middle to adding in the link on that one on the sport play.
Yeah, looks to be some tired bodies out there on the line from the Barbars. It looks like sucking in the big ones, but can play it smart here and carry it down up over halfway for this set. They may get a crack on the back end.
I think really that's all they're going to be looking for, isn't it? Kath is just grinding, keeping themselves sort of in the game and within touching distance there or thereabouts as Stewart. And the scoop comes out of dummy half. Oh, the short ball was on, just not quite connecting. Barbars, yeah, ball to ground there, but it was looking threatening on that occasion there. Now they look to back that up with some big, strong press defence.
Yeah, and this is where the part of the game where they can, whichever team can control the possession and the position on the field, will be able to hopefully come through with that final score. So we see a turnover there. So Gibson bringing it up to the mark. So the Barbars will get another attack at the line.
Yeah, it's just that persistence, isn't it, from Barbars? They haven't had to do anything at a rate of knots. They've just been sort of plugging away as they look to dive over from the quickie play, the punish out on the link. Great touch there from Tamatoa. They've got a full set of 6. They want to use all their touches here.
He's setting up Cullinan at dummy half, back off to I think that's Heath there in 5, but well defended.
Strike up their sleeve now. Cullen looking to dictate things out of dummy half, looks to run the scoop the same way. Great lane there from Falloon. He's gone through a mountain of work for them on the defensive end and through the yards, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a perfect positioning from him there, able to get in the way and disrupt the play and turn it over. So we just see another little fumble in the ruck there, looks to the referee for interference, and she says no, that was your poor control, and so the Barbars will turn it over just inside their own half.
We're approaching the end of the second period, And with the scores locked up at 3-3 and the way that the game's going, Tamatoa's defence a bit too strong, but then they can't really get themselves into the opposition half to get a decent strike. So if the game keeps going the way that it's going, we might end up with our third draw of the game.
It could be 3 from 3 at this rate, Tiff. So as we see another turnover there, Tamatoa driving up the yards. And as we say, hoping to get another attack. They're probably only going to get, 2 or 3 sets at best.
Oh, a little bobble at the roll ball. Yeah,
well picked up by Lucas there. And Barbars turn it over.
They just haven't quite been able to string things together once they get down to the 7, the Barbars. Definitely, it's not through lack of trying, is it? Because they're pushing the defence and stretching them laterally from left to right. Tamatoa just well up to the task as Harrison. He's been involved in a lot of their attack here. Get a quickie play, this lob. Looking to throw the short ball to the link, and Tainui dives over. Excellent hole. And Barbars, you mentioned, it was just a matter of persistence. And it's paid off for them finally in the shadows of full time. What a time to strike camp.
Absolutely, and it doesn't leave much time for Tamatoa here. They'll get one more crack at the line, see if they can get one back. But I think Barbars, they can hold this one out. They'll be really happy with it as a result.
Yeah, well, they've got one play. There's the hooter in the background. There's Tamatoa. They'll have to pull something up pretty special here. And they are unable to do so. So Canterbury Barbars, they take the spoils in this one. It was a close run thing. And with about 30 seconds to go in the game, they get the decisive try to put them up by 1, and they take this game out 4-3 over Tamatoa. We'll take a quick break. Join us after the break for the next game here at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational.
Boys, positivity, boys. Let's go.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Home franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an mad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora mai te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei whakataitai Trident Homes Kaiawa 2026 atu I ngā Puna wai I Waitaha. And on the screen we have Kaiawa taking on Steelers Tiff, and this will be a tight contested game.
It will be, yeah. We've got Steelers, the defending champions from the 2025 Kaiawa Invitational. We've already seen them in action early this morning, going up against Factory in a tight one. And Kaiawa with a a couple of, I don't know if I call them imports, but definitely from out of the Canterbury region, but they've got some handy names in their team.
Big budget. Well, you've got to say it. Oh, yes, nice. Stepped up off the line, the young Manaia, out of the Steelers there, Manaia King, Miami Kiakui. And there goes Ash Robertson. And a lovely little exit. Great way to start the stanza there. So,
yeah, well, they started it off with a big, strong set of defence, and now a great exit. Now a great transition, and we'll see if the strike follows it up as the scoop comes out of dummy half. It was a great strike dump from Sinclair, and that's a good start from Steelers, going from 7-7 and really trying to peg Kaiawa back.
Yeah, and on the Steelers side, you will hear a few familiar names. All Blacks and Nehe Mumaskara. You'll hear the Ropati brothers, Tamato and Takoha, coming through here. Shorty, so there's a lot of players here. Takoha's going to get a little out here. Goes through the hands, out to the winger. Touchdown in the corner. Yes.
Has he held on to it?
I think they're going to give it.
Yeah, they are indeed. What hands out there out wide from Kaiawa. An excellently taken try there. What about the lead-up work there, Hika?
Yes, yeah, that wasn't a tough. That was a very tough finish. But I liked the intensity when Takoha Ropati, co-captain Touchbacks Open Mixed 2024 World Cup. I liked the intensity that he added when he came onto the field. But another person, Shan Tormuri on the ball, I did see him and E4 in the grandstands after the first game, the two tacticians, and they were just going over stuff that they'd like to see in this game.
Yeah, young rider here out of Rolleston College is Tormuri, looking to get Manaia King involved. The dive went underneath. And Bowden scored at one end for Kaiawa. King scores at the other end for the Steelers, and we're locked at one apiece early on. And a little bit of tit for tat to start.
Yes, and the young referee Waiti was in perfect position right there. And if you're not there, there's a bit of a guess, I feel. Not that the refs make those guesses, but us as commentary, but clearly brought down. And we're back at it.
Yeah, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it, young Michaela Ruaiti? The referee there, daughter of Alicia, who's one of the top referees, not only in Aotearoa but the world as well. And now Kaiawa looking to get Mamaskara involved, but they go away from him to throw an out ball out to the left. And Poi Hippie just sticking his big mitten there. Ball goes to ground, so he saved that one for the Steelers.
It's a nice setup, isn't it? Having Nehe eyes on Nehe. Here he is. For the 11:40 famous number 15 jersey, played for the Turbos. It's just beautiful to see these players, athletes down here. Tiff, Nate's done a great job with relationships from the whanaungatanga that we talk about. It obviously to draw the attraction of players like Nehe says a lot about the Kaiawa kaupapa.
It does indeed, Hika. And then, not only that to attract them, but then the hospitality once they're down here as well is really, really top notch. So we have seen a few North Island clubs come and join. I'm just going to hold that because Tamatoa Ropati has worked an absolute trick. He's pulled a rabbit out of the hat, the magician that he is. Just evaded his body. What a try there, Tamatoa.
And Cam McDonald out of Blenheim there up in the Te Tauiho Te Waka. Very experienced ref. He's been to, I definitely know, 2 World Cups. He had our World Cup final at Kuala Lumpur when he was at the last World Cup, and he's looking in magnificent condition. Just a big shout out to the refs here. I just think they're running a great show.
Yeah, and Cam was also one of the referees with Maya Williams and Dave Baggio for the 2018 Trans-Tasman. That was in Rotorua back in 2018. So yeah, he's definitely an experienced ref that's been around the traps. As Steelers looking to outrun the defense going out to the right. Excellent touch there. And Kaiawa, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Great show of defense there to stop the Steelers outfit.
And hasn't it just got that feel, this game? It's really just like the weather, excuse the pun, it really is heating up. But you can just feel, Steelers had a draw this morning to start their campaign, and it's always niggly when you have a draw first up, so they're looking to rectify that. But this is beautiful, beautiful stuff here. And just, Alex there so many household touchdowns out there too.
And none more so than Kane Rangi, the number 5 for Kaiawa, as Ropati looks to work his footwork. Kane Rangi now living in Sydney and has been for the past decade plus. So, you know, you talk about attracting the big names back to Aotearoa, back to Ōtautahi. Kane Rangi is definitely another one that we're happy to see. And just doubling back on the hospitality that Neza shows to the teams, it's definitely something that I would like to see for future tournaments, as more North Island clubs making the effort to come down to Ōtautahi and helping to, you know, lend their competitiveness and their quality of touch down here. We've got the likes of Pearl Jam, we've got the likes of Steelers, both last year's finalists, so we'd love to see more come down and really indulge in the kaupapa that is the Kaiawa Invitational.
Yeah, definitely. You want your top club teams here, and you also want teams that haven't been successful down here or haven't been here to get just that one trophy in the cabinet.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of clubs in the north that I know would, I guess financially would love to be here. But here we are, back again. I feel like, and it happens in real fast games, sometimes it's really hard to set the 7 and just see that gap closing a bit. I dare say they'll be getting comms just to open up that field.
The Steelers went close on the previous set off a bit of a magical razzle-dazzle play. No fruits there drawn for them though. That's a great strike there. Henry Dunn, that's another name. You know, you talk about all of these names, there's another one that we haven't mentioned yet, but the number 14 for Kaiawa, taking the ball forward here up the sideline. That's another name that's been around for a wee while.
Oh, you know, just watching 7 touch tapes is a play you talk about with Henry on Goody. But just, you know, there's certain things I think it's like riding the bike that you never lose, and Henry Dunn, probably known more so for his attack, but an outstanding defender. He'll be a lane defender. He's end-to-end touch player, isn't he? And I've just seen him doing all the smart things this morning, staying off his feet, hydrating. So yeah, awesome to see Henry Dunn, one of my favourite players of all time, down here, and also go off the field.
I'm sure you'll have a lot of players and a lot of people, touch spectators, part of our community that will share those sentiments. As the Steelers looking to go straight through the middle channel, and the ball falls right into the lap there of Chauncey Edwardson.
I feel when we watched Steelers play Factory this morning, because both teams don't play each other much, you could see they weren't quite in tune with each other, like who the opposition was. Whereas this game, these players, they played so much against each other that they sort of know each other's tendencies. Oh, that's Takuha Ropati.
Oh, a long hand.
Left to right over the top.
That was against all of his body momentum as well, so what a pass there from Ropati, throwing the ball over the top, out to the right-hand corner. And I think that was Poihipi dotting down. No, it might not have actually been Poihipi, but they have dotted down in the right-hand corner.
And I'll tell you what, it's probably not a play we've seen him pull out of the bag for some time. Takuha, so mate, he's on the score sheet, and he will be stoked.
Oh, he's more of a sweet man with the dive, isn't he? He loves his short game. Hasn't really had the opportunity within his club, within his province, to let those other tricks out of the bag, as Ifo Jones looks to work his footwork. And geez, he is someone that you've got to be on your toes around, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. There's just reels and reels. And he's another guy, you know, very handy. Ashley Robertson, very deceptive. Geez, there's just threats, 2 lethal threats out on the field. What do you do?
Well, Kaiawa, they're going to have to be on their toes here, as we see young rider. They run a splitter play. E4 Jones throws an early long ball out to the right, and Trey Poihipi with that aerial dive, and he's got that down to a fine art, doesn't he, Trey?
But didn't they condition? They had 2 quickie specialists that squeezed everyone in, very compressed, and then the smarts. It's one thing to say we should do this, but to execute it. Trey Poihipi, I feel he's the informed wing in the country. Just watched him through the tournaments. Obviously, I'm injured at the moment, but very, very consistent with his finishing and defensive reads.
Yeah, he's definitely one that's been working on his game over the last couple of years. As we see Kaiawa now looking to thread the needle. Great lane there. Excellent shot there, and we just talked about him, Trey Poihipi. And now Ropati looking to scoop out a half. Long ball goes out to the left. Poihipi, he's come up with a couple of huge touches back to back there.
Man, you know, I'm not too sure he may be able to correct me. The touchbacks men's played 2 wingers in the World Cup final. To take on that challenge at your first World Cup, that's a big ask, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So traditionally you run with 3 wingers, don't you, or maybe even 4, but definitely 3 at a minimum. But the touchbacks men's former coach Rahul Das coming up with some cutting edge play there for the big game, running only with 2 wingers, and it obviously means they have to play 40 minutes straight, which is a huge tall task. Trey Poihipi well up to it, and he actually got injured. I'm not sure if you remember in that final, he split his chin, went to the sideline, got it strapped up, and jumped straight back on the field. So he is definitely a big game player, and I'm sure we'll see more from him throughout the tournament.
Yeah, this Takoha stepping up, trying to win that space. Oh yes, love it.
Yeah, great shot there from Ropati.
Great, and just X just owning this link space. Yeah, man, that's experience. That's experience. Even his body language, I thought X, he was like baiting them to come and make the touch on him.
Well, he came up with some solid body contact the touch before, didn't he? Alex Taifu.
Don't poke the bear.
Oh no, that's one you don't want to poke, is it? As he looks to get in the lane again. Numbers momentarily out on the left. Reeford Jones. Who looks to slow things up and stretch back to the right hand side. Looking to run a punish. They dummy and go back to the left. A long ball and an excellently taken try there. Orlando Malo goes out wide, and the Steelers, they found themselves down, but then they just slowly picked their way back into the game, and now they're back to even Steelers.
Yeah, I feel like you can definitely see the big time operators. Interconditioning defences is what we're seeing here today. Interconditioning defences. And just the right people on the ball. Takoha Ropati, I feel Alex, Takami Tamatoa, they really started to pull the strings. Probably pushed the pass that might not have needed. However, play what you see for some players.
Well, I think they tried to run that little slider, and the space was there momentarily, but the ball just drifting in front of Shane Bowden there out on the wing. And so I suppose they give the ball away rather cheaply there, Kaiawa. And Steelers, they won't need a second invitation, will they, as they cross up over halfway. We've got a bit of a crowd here at Ngā Punawai in the grandstand, which is excellent to see. Plenty of people around the grounds as Ryder, I'm pretty sure that'll be his job for the weekend. It's just head down, bum up, getting strike dumps, setting platforms, yards and D, as Reeford Jones skips out a half, throws the short ball. And Anthony Sinclair runs that chop line beautifully, but what a pass there from Reeford Jones.
And way to really utilise young Ryder, Alan there. You've got him on the link. Generally, you're thinking inside middle, he's going to feed him, back for a quickie, dummies, twinkle toes, and just a beautiful finish. And they've gone back to back now, Steelers, off a Kaiawa era.
Yeah, and costly, isn't it? We did say you're not going to need a second invitation. They proved that right. Now Dunn, he's going to be a dangerous operator, working with Takoha Ropati now. That's an excellent touch there from Jones. Although referee Cam McDonald says it was probably a bit much, so they draw the eye up.
He held him up well, beat him to the bend, as they say. But here we go. Henry Dunn on the ball. Oh yeah, jeez, slides at it. Oh yeah, nice option.
Yeah, Rangi threw the outball to Ropati. The ball just got stuck in the mud there. So couldn't quite slide it over the line as Mason and Rangi, bit of jibber jabbering going back and forth, and you can just feel it, can't you, Hika? You talked about the feeling of the game, the ahua, and you can just feel there's a bit of intensity, a bit of feeling in this one.
Oh, there is. There definitely is. You're on the number one field, you're on the live stream with the commentary, and you just love these occasions. A lot of these players are just so used to. The big tournaments, Shan Tomori obviously the Hamilton Boys and the Waitere Club, Hamilton Boys, so used to playing in big games in this atmosphere, and it's just such an awesome occasion. I always refer back the lifestyle of the touch player these days, the tournaments. If you're still at school, you're pretty much can play in every tournament that our country has to offer, and if you like the beautiful people of Fiji, Walavanaka, you'll head over to that tournament too. So yes, just such a, I mean, it wasn't too long ago you were playing tip, but none of these tournaments existed.
No, well, definitely not the Kaiawa. So we have mentioned it is in its 4th year of operation. And it's amazing to see the amount of tournaments and competitions that are around, because it gives all of our athletes plenty of opportunity to get game time under their belt, and that can only lift the quality and the standard of the sport as we approach halftime.
Yeah, and that's a nice defensive stop from the Steelers to take us to halftime. That is the first half. Kaiawa trailing Steelers 4-3.
That's us. Keep her foot, lads. Here we go. He's good. In. Out. In. Out. One more. In. Out. Bro, it's just a work rate from here. That's fucking Nicky. We're going to have to go another 15. Alright, leave the technical stuff up. No, mates.
Just when we're clunky on our start off, that's when we're not making enough field and then we scramble from here. I think it's just punching and getting that ball down on 1 and 2 and our timing off that. We don't want any flat-footed catches to the front start before touch one. Main focus though is just keep getting it out. It's going to be the main focus down there. The more, whoever spends more time out each end is going to win this one.
Massive from our win. We're shutting hard, they're getting a good one. They 50-50 couple of fuck Mickey. Let's go. Remember when we're guarding, one in the middle, Link back in the middle for the passing back. We're getting it on out and their press is getting it. Let's just smack another one in and then let's get yards on the next one.
Just bang it in though. Don't worry about the chicks for now, eh? If the chick's on, fuck, we have to be sensitive to get that extra yard.
Tuck away more air, get touch ball.
You know what, dude? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh boy. Go get us one now.
Hei, kia ora mai te, we know mai hoki mai. Ko tēnei te whakataitai Kaiawa Trident Homes. You're here on MāORI Plus. It is the local team, the local club Kaiawa, trailing Steelers, which come out of the majority out of the Waikato. Tāwhiri Mason, excellent man, brings down these young athletes. I'm joined by none other than Mr. Seventh Touch himself. Tim, the crowd's heading up just like the weather. Are we going to throw those power back out there?
I think we have to, don't we? And seeing as you had first pick last time, I might jump in and dare say I think Steelers, they've got the slight lead coming out of half. I think they're going to hold that throughout the rest of the game. So if we're going to put some power on the line, mine are on the Steelers.
Yeah, and it might sound like I'm on the fence, but if Henry Dunn injects himself early, Steelers could be looking at a back-to-back draw. But yeah, I'll put my pippies on now, Kaiawa.
There we go. Managed to get something out of you for one second. I know you.
Hey, who
always
pays
try.
our
And now Kaiawa, they beat that one out, so it's a good start to the second half for them. And when Steelers are a team that are very handy coming into the opposition half, so being able to hold them out from a set that starts at halfway will be a huge vote of confidence for them. And coming off their line, they've just come up with an unfortunate, unforced error. And that's sort of been the tale of the last couple of games is the teams that can be disciplined and hold the ball and reduce the amount of unforced errors, then they usually get the better of the result.
When you get that low with that reputation, he's definitely warmed into this one just nicely, hasn't he, Tim?
Yeah, he has, and it's such a difficult one to defend because of how nimble he is on his feet. I think that might have been Tamatua Ropati perhaps on defence. That just got caught on his heels on the line. And when you've got a crafty operator, the likes of E4 Jones, that's just going to be money all day for him. And so Steelers, they get one just after half time. What a time to strike. They go up by 2. As Ropati now, I'm sure he'll be wanting to get one back on this end of the pitch. As Milner Skara looking to run up splitter play. And Taifu just getting the wires crossed. Was there a touch there? Referee says ball to ground, so a bit of an interesting one.
Slightly different setup that way, but I heard you mention just how nimble E4 Jones is. I heard he's not that nimble doing the dishes back home. So just a shout out to the whānau. I did see mum and dad here, and they follow Aves and E4 all around. It's just awesome. Here goes our man Bra. Here he is, Ryder. Yes, that's the play. Oh yes, it gets one of them. Has he got the gas? Lovely cover defence there from the inside defenders.
It's that second effort, isn't it?
Just another reminder.
What a show of defence here from Kaiawa. They went back and forth from sideline to sideline. Able to stuff that one out. Great desperation.
And managers,
you might hear the train station in the background there. Get your tickets ready. But we're back live here. It is 5-3. Steelers over Kaiawa. Plenty of time left in this one. And yes, the sun is shining here. You'll be looking at this pitch, and if you're at last year's Masters Nationals, didn't matter whether it was field 1 or field 12, all fields look exactly like the field you're seeing. This is an amazing complex, beautiful city, definitely has to be in contention to host the 2028 World Cup. But here we are back alive. Steelers, I just feel like they've found their groove. They looked, I guess, a bit rusty, maybe the word earlier this morning. First game together. And I guess you do get a bit of that when you're travelling with mucky all day, jump on a late plane, and some come this morning. But they've definitely found their groove.
Yeah, and it is one of those tournaments where if you are bringing a team, as Mason looks to use his footwork, if you are bringing a team, sort of that don't regularly play together, that you're always going to have those teething issues early. It's just a matter of how quickly you can rectify that and how quickly you can get on the horse, because obviously the calibre of players that are in the Steelers team, everyone knows how to play. Everyone knows how to play to a high level. So their early game this morning, I'm sure that's on the back burners now, and their eyes are full focus forwards on defending their title.
Good call. Just comes through. Yeah, lovely. Just chop and lift there, sitting at, get the number for left link. Yeah.
Shaden Lang putting in a little bit of physicality there. Yeah, and then he softened up on that second one. So referee sees a little bobble in the roll ball, and probably expecting that same level of physicality there from Lang, and he pulls out of that one and then causes the error. So maybe something planned there from the Kaiawa defender.
There's a player you would have played against, Chopper, out of Canterbury, and he was the master of that. I thought he'd bait people and then pull back, and then he'd end up getting the penalty, and it's a real art. Oh, here comes Chung Port in there. Beautiful rolls.
What a ball.
Oh, yes. One of Ngāti Kaupata's finest. Port in there. Just injects himself into this game at the perfect time when they really, really needed that tip.
Yeah, well, he's sort of just flown under the radar, hasn't he, Portini? We've been talking about the likes of Henry Dunns, of your Kane Rangis, of your Ōpatis, of your Taifus, and Portini Paiwai, the Manawatu representative, New Zealand MāORI representative. He's just sort of hovered there in the background and just picked this moment beautifully. And he gets one back for Kaiawa, so now the deficit is only one. And Steelers starting from halfway through Tōmiri and King. Sweep comes around for Bartlett. They run a little follow play. Oh, it was on there. Tōmiri, I think if he had let that ball fly, they would have been in for all money.
I don't think I've ever seen Shane attack so much. He's had this different role. They set that up beautifully, that nice little follow play. But I feel like he's probably softened them up for this next attack.
Well, we'll see very soon as Manaia King and Robinson Bartlett in the middle of the field. Take an easy one on touch one. He loves these little quickie plays, doesn't he, Ashton? Robinson Bartlett looks to use his feet.
Yeah, there's that highlights reel I think you see of his Uncle Nui, and then years later him almost image for image. That crossover of Nui's, probably not as scucks as Nui was, but
Big Red, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and if Steelers crossed over again, yeah, they have. They just, I think that was probably, you mentioned, probably a bit of a setup, wasn't it? Because they got Robinson Bartlett on the quickie, and then just that injection of E4 Jones coming in on the splitter play. Manaia King running a beautiful line, and they've re-established that 2-try advantage. So Steelers, they've got the game by the scruff of the neck at the moment.
Yeah, they sure have. But here we go, Portene, they had a hot hand on this one, so they may get him involved again. It's got to get the right target. He coming through Nehe, through the hands, draw a pass, touchdown in this left-hand corner, and they've managed to go back out. So he's definitely in his groove also, young Portene, with the combination of Nehe and the likes.
Yeah, well, Nehe got rid of that ball as quickly as he could, couldn't he? They shut hard on him, and then that quick shift of the ball gave Portene Paiwai enough time to sum up the situation. The ball went out wide, and Bowden, he's probably one of the best Masters wingers, not just coming out of the 03, but in the country as well. Definitely can score them at a high strike rate. So crosses over there for Kaiawa, courtesy of Portene Paiwai. So 5-6 again. The game has entered a little bit of a tit for tat.
Yeah, well, Bowden made a name for himself, didn't he, in that final in Palmerston North?
Did, yeah.
It's probably coming as probably unknown, and left with a good reputation and a gold medal.
It was about 6 tries that he scored, wasn't it? Something like that. Yeah. 6 or 7 tries. So, yeah, crazy strike rate as we get back to live action. E4 Jones using those feet once again. And yeah, he's really coming to his own. You talked about nimble. Not nimble enough to do the dishes, maybe he's nimble enough to get out of doing the dishes.
That is the trick. I think it's Te Aorere's trick, pretending he's drying dishes and he's got nothing in his hand. That's too related. But yeah, well, it's once again, you shut hard, he's going to throw, you don't. He's going to do that. And Whānau, you have the beauty of watching this all, the luxury of your home at Mahi if you're on a break, all for free. And we're going to kia MāORI Plus. Koe anoi te, we hoki mai. Hoki mai ki tēnei whakatautau, and it's that man again, Portene. Yeah, this is great stuff, like when you know someone's hot, you send them back out there, especially with the calibre that Kaiawa have.
Yeah, there it goes.
Hey, look, I've seen Portene's got the hot hand. You know, you got guys, X, Henry Dunn, Nehe could all chime in if they like, but that's, I guess, what team players look like, right, Chip?
Exactly, and that's the good thing about having those players being experienced and you know, they've been around the trap, so they know, hey, at the moment it's not my time, I haven't been hot, you've been hot, so we're going to keep you out there. And Portene Paiwai, he's set up the last 3 and he's really kept Kaiawa in this one.
Yeah, most definitely. Here we have Sinclair, Jones, everyone, E4 coming on a sweep, and yeah, just that's actually not a bad pull out, I guess, from the defender when you see E4 come around on a sweep. Oh yeah! All 4 passes, they disguise that very well.
Yeah, and like you said, the setup, wasn't it? So shaping to run that 3-2 peel, but then just getting the ball back to Sinclair, who split hard and wide. He was on the outside momentarily. And now Kaiawa, yeah, they've come up with an error coming off their own try line. So Steelers, if they're smartened up to it, they can really drive home the hammer here.
Yeah, they've given them really, really good ball in field position, sort of touch 2, touch 3 exiting. Whereas the Steelers have managed to exit very clean. Yes.
Tormedy looking to use a bit of footwork. Yeah, wow. He hasn't really been that prominent on attack as he throughout his career, but obviously he can attack. We saw him in action at the 2024 World Cup for Cook Islands, shouldering a lot of the attacking responsibility there, just playing with a little bit more freedom. And now Jones looks to drive for that man, Tormedy. Sinclair, another handy attacker. Great shot there from Taifu, just keeping his eye on it.
Most definitely. If they can hold them out here, this would be massive. It's not an easy thing to do. Oh, Sinclair through the hands. Oh, Manaia King looks like off his left, slides it in. Famous number 4 that he's wearing. Yeah, probably just too much touches to handle in the end.
Well, that time they used E4 Jones as a decoy. He came in to run off that splitter play, and Sinclair dummying him, throwing it out to Manaia King, and then that just isolated him one-on-one with Taifu. King just jinked off the left foot. dove over the line. So 8-6 now is the current score, a high-scoring one in this one. It's still a couple of minutes left in the game. They feed Dunn. He's got the quickie on the outside. I think the defender was offside. Oh, ref Cam McDonald says he made the line. An interesting call there. I thought that was a try for all money there for Dunn.
Yeah, definitely looked like he got him on the 7. However, they're straight back at it. Here is the man with the hot hand, Kōtene there, Kaiawa. Ngāti Kaupata, friendly fielding, tightest town in the country 11 times in a row, just quietly. And sets up another one. And takes Kaiawa within one.
I think the problem for Kaiawa is that they just don't have the ball enough in that half of the field, do they? You know, every time Steelers are scoring, he's really keeping them in the game and picking one back for Kaiawa, but that deficit by 1, they just don't have enough strikes for him on the line. Give him 12 strikes, he'll probably put on 12 tries at the rate he's going.
Yeah, and you know, this pool, because of the draw this morning, a win is so vital for both these teams. Win is so vital. And unfortunately, I could just see Takoha. He's had a lot of hamstring issues over the last few years. And he's given us all today, but he's just limping off. It's a long day. I just see him checking in with Coach Paula. We're going to restart play here. And we go straight back at it. Sinclair, Robinson, got King left. And then on the other side, here's E4 there. And who knows what he's going to do, because he even said he doesn't know what he does himself sometimes.
He doesn't know himself, no, he doesn't. That was great defence there, wide from Bowden, and they tried to force the play from Link. I think there might have been Bones there. Tyrone Stowers in the number 99 strip for Kaiawa. Tried to force the pass from Jones, and Jones went long. Bowden with some great chase-out defence as a winger. It's done with a great snaking drive, and they've definitely got the front foot here. As Ropati scoops out a half, throws the short ball, one more over the top, and Bowden, he stopped one at one end, and he's converted at the other, although no, the referee has pulled it back.
He was like he could have been in there, but yeah. But wow, I mean, this game's going right down to the wire, Tim, right down to the wire. They've been so clean in this area, the Steelers. They've made no exit on the no errors exiting, and I think that's probably been the difference.
Yeah, it has been this orange zone, isn't it? It's very telling. Whoever's got the upper hand there, they always go a long way towards winning the game. And the Steelers have had the better of that orange zone throughout this one, as Tomiri looks to run a late switch with Mason. You can see the smile on the face. Perhaps he knows he's got this one locked up.
It's hard for Mason. Man, hey, he's looking like a young pup out there. I know he's got a very, very physical job and stays a good nick, but I mean, how good is it to be running around with the calibre and class of that he's got? But here we go. There's still plenty of time. And I see number 3, Chauncey. He's arrived to Whakatō here at Mikiana. I know he had a very, very tough gig getting here to plane cancelled out of Rotorua, bus to Auckland, and then was unsure if the plane was going to land because of fog. Look at this, pull down.
Oh. Yeah, they dove over the line. I thought that was a try, but yeah, perhaps just that one final check-off may have done it.
Yeah, so just the opportunities that they've had. There's been, I mean, a millimetre in it, isn't it? But what an outstanding game we've got. 8-7 with 2 draws to start the day. We didn't get a win until
the third game of the day,
which
was also by 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the quality of clubs here at the Kaiawa Invitational for 2026 definitely
What
on
a
show.
game that was, Farhan.
And what a game indeed between the
we are
Steelers and
round 2.
Kaiawa. Steelers getting the spoils, up by 1, 8-7 over Kaiawa.
right
Join us
here
after the break for some more action.
in
The 2026 Kaiawa Invitational.
7 minutes.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quick, like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Right, and Jimmy, sorry.
Just quickly, no one's got anything on their wrists that wouldn't ruin the game, assuming?
No, just
Okay, so just hold your nails up, I'll do a quick check. Just hold your head still, we're going to be close.
Jimmy, like, on the first one you got there?
If you try to take it off, or take it, just if you check your finger. Who's coming with me?
Tēnā no tātou e te iwi nei mai hoki mai. Ki tēnei o ngā huinga, tēnei whakataitai. It is the Kaiawa Invitational 2026, brought to you by Trident Homes and also MāORI Plus. Ko te aronga kia taunaki ia kai tākoro ki te whakatinana I tōna ake pitomata. Koera te whakatau ki Kaiawa. And you will see on your screen, we have, it is actually Hatahaka is the team, but they're wearing the Aoraki strips. They've had problems with their strips. So Kaiawa is in their traditional black and gold snakeskin, taking on Atakaha, who are in the Aoraki strip. So that's, if there's any confusion, that is who is playing who. And joining me in commentary, te kai whakapāho, taku tuhina, mōrena and kia ora Kev.
Kia ora hika, kia ora iti iwi. Nice to be back here at the Trident Homes Kaiawa 2026 Invitational and commentating this men's B fixture here on the main field. The sun is shining and as we see Akahata with an earlier attack at the line and now bringing it back through the half to see what they can come up with.
Yeah, and on yes, lovely once again we've got the three adjudicators out there. We'll slowly introduce them, but they're keeping both these teams apart. Really nice big sevens, which gives us a really open game and great for viewing and also great for the players, especially on attack, not so much on defence. But Kaiawa, I'm not too sure how many teams they have here, Kath, but how huge has this club got in such a small space of time?
Oh yeah, look, credit to Nays and the crew working there. Kaiawa are the biggest club in Canterbury. They've got a number of teams here at this tournament right across the men's A, B, mixed A, B grades. They've got some junior tournament teams here, and the women's, and they've got some junior teams coming to play at half time, and they've got a really strong junior section, so it's great to see the growth of the club here in Christchurch.
Yeah, and here we have Watene on the ball. Yeah, play through. Referee's call on a play through. Yeah, hand it over. So both teams have gone end to end. Kaiawa running on your screen here in the black and gold snakeskin. But everyone's up for it. As we know, Kath, everyone wants to be on number one field on the live stream with the commentary. So you tend to grow an extra arm and an extra leg, don't you, Kath?
Yeah, look, absolutely, and credit to the grounds people here at Puna. The number one field is looking in nicky condition, despite the amount of rain we had here yesterday. So it's a credit to the preparation there of the ground staff.
Yeah, most definitely. Just a lot of excitement coming out and looks at number 3 there, Blake. Gasses it through, and what a chase. Oh man, the amount of pressure that Kaiawa put on, it definitely didn't give up. And yes, great stuff. There we have it.
Yeah, second effort and making sure that they don't give anything away easily to Akahata.
Yeah, Kaiawa exiting here now. This is the men's B division. We've got 2 divisions here. So there's something for everyone here at the Kaiawa Invitational Tournament. Yeah, unfortunately, it just makes an error.
Yeah, a little bobble in the ruck there. So they'll hand possession back over to Akahata inside there, or just over the halfway there. So Akahata with a good opportunity to get an attack up on the line.
Yes, nice. Good stuff.
But unfortunately coming up with a little error off the ruck just as we took them up and so this time Kaiawa will get the attack back down the other end.
Yeah, Kaiawa back at it, and that famous number 13 jersey takes the field. Nays himself, he's been everywhere. I caught up with him this morning, just overseeing everything, and it's great to see him come out and actually do what he loves doing, which is actually playing a bit of touch.
Yeah, absolutely. And just seeing a bit of razzle dazzle there from Kaiawa, and they get that out wide. Referee has a look and says, yeah, that is all good. So we see Kaiawa touching down for the first try in this fixture.
Yeah, the first touch of the ball sets up a try, so that's a lovely way to start the tournament. Now, the tournament started 4 years ago, Kath. Could you just share with the people that are maybe new to this where it started and where we are today?
Yeah, so look, it was Nays who had this idea to bring some club touch back into Christchurch. You know, we see there's a lot of fantastic tournaments up in the North Island, so he wanted to create the same here. So yeah, first iteration was held out at the Belfast Club, Sheldon Park, which is the home of Premier Touch here in Canterbury, and it ran there for 2 years before Nays has moved it across to this world-class venue at MāORI. We've been ably supported by Evil streams for the first 3 years, and this year an amazing partnership with Whakaata MāORI to bring us these live stream here today. So it's just gone from strength to strength in terms of support, sponsors, and participation.
Yeah, and even stream, they were awesome to work with, and they had a lot of players actually jump on cameras, and it was a real fun environment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Evil obviously spelt life backwards, and then I guess when you're doing good things, opportunities arise, just
right.
like this touchdown here from...
the thing is Robbie Melvina from Akahata getting over there, and that even the score outs are one apiece.
Yes, if you've joined and you've seen up there, it's got Kaiawa and Aoraki. Aoraki were kind enough, Amo and his whānau there. Apparently the Atahata tops, there's an issue with their tops, so Aoraki have kindly given them a strip to play on the live stream. So you'll see those beautiful colours of Aoraki, it actually is in them. Back live here, and here it's Keanu Taylor, number 2, younger brother Cody, a very handy footballer himself, and they found another touchdown on this right flank again, Kev.
Yeah, so you see some nice movement there, the sweep coming around and the hole opening up, and well taken, didn't catch a number there, but Kaiawa just getting one straight back to nullify the Akahata score.
Yeah, and we've just got the DJ that's joined us nice and live. I'll tell you what, the grandstand is building. It's lovely conditions down here. It's iwi, but we're back live here on your live stream, MāORI Plus. We've got Atahata just coming up. They're training by one, but they've definitely got a lot of options. They're a very, very fast team there.
Yeah, they're a team out of Otago and new to the Kaiawa tournament, so it's great to see them come up here and support this kaupapa.
Yeah, it is, and sometimes when you play against players you don't know a lot about, it's a lot harder because you don't tend to know their tendencies and stuff, and I feel like both these teams, they're still feeling each other out, you know? Yeah, beautiful lift there in that far side length. I'll get a number as we get closer, but might be... No, I won't assume.
No, it looks like that one was cleared by the referee, and so we see number 4. We might have 2 number 4s out there, so it was either Mike or Joel dotting down, and Akahata have evened the score up.
Yeah, there we have it. Scores all even. So 7 minutes into the Te Wahanga Tuatei, the first half of this game. All games have actually been a draw or quite close, haven't they, Kev, this week?
Yeah, they have. We've seen out on this number 1 field some really tight fixtures, which just speaks to the level of competition and the teams who are out here today.
Excellent. Here we go. Maze. Yeah, running that speed drill when he does it. Late cut was how Canterbury used to do that. Run you, that stretch you, late cuts all day. And it's definitely still in the DNA.
Yeah, and Nae's looking like he's still got a bit of the old pace there, so it's nice to see. You just see here in the ruck there, so they get the turnover. And Akahata bringing it out of their half.
Nice. But, just in terms of commentary, there's Kath on board this year. Well, actually, I'm joining Kath. She's a local, along with Reese Allen and Tiv and myself. We've luckily been asked to come down. It's absolutely beautiful to be in this part of the country and calling a game that we love so much, Kath.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Akahata making some good yards through the middle. Get attack here on the line. See what they can come up with.
Nice ball movement. He's definitely getting off the line there. They're working hard. He's managed to pick up a penalty. Might be I'll wait for the signal, but working really, really hard. Definitely like the attitude of both teams defensively. No one's holding back. They're all lifting, moving forward, and working hard to put pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stuff that setting off for Kaiawa. This is a nice injection of energy. I just feel if they can keep this tempo up, this flow up, Kaiawa, it may prove to be the difference with such a tight scoreline, Kev.
Yep. We see them trying a bit of ball movement there. Last pass not going to hand, so they turnover goes to Akahata, who once again look to drive it up to their box.
Yes, good ball movement. I've seen it. It's really, really nice to see it. A lot of teams put in really, really good energy into exiting.
Yeah, for sure. And seeing the latch come on, it looks to be a bit slippery out there. As we know, we've had a mountain of rain overnight, but let's see if they can come anything on the back of this set.
Yeah, and that's a big win for Kaiawa. They managed to keep Atahata just outside their half, and the first touch for any team in the opposition's half is a massive win. That's touch 2 and just coming on. They've got nice rhythm. They just need to keep this up, keep this nice rhythm up, because I feel Atahata, they look very fit and fast. They can man a lot of plays, so we've got to try and get them on the back foot, things like this.
Yeah, that's right. So we see Taylor on the ball again here, looking for a sweet play. Fakes, goes back inside and goes long. Looked forward from here, but what do we get from down on the field? Yeah, Kaylee agrees with me. Forward pass, enterprising play, but just not able to quite finish it off, as we see a turnover.
Yeah, they set it up well. They set it up really well. It's just the execution, just that micro skill of the catch and pass. But this is where there's a lot of pressure here. Unfortunately, in that area, but they pounce straight on it, and they just got to keep up this nice rhythm. Keeps everyone really nailed in on their role. Kaiawa is counting again. I think he's still out there on the field. Fit as anything, doing a lot of running these days.
Yep,
he's on the pick.
Same play. This time he's given the sweeper. They go long, and that looks pretty good. Although referee positioning, having a wee chat there.
Maybe offside play through. Yeah, they're going to get the penalty. So the pass was forward. They've gone back. But Keanu's been part of some really quality platforms setting up for Kaiawa.
Yeah, that's right. He directing the play out there in the middle, and just a bit of confusion, but no, it is Kaiawa ball, so they'll get a whole set to attack here. Let's see what they can come up with.
Yeah, nice communication between all three adjudicators out there. Doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, we've got Kaylee McCracken and Maggie Crawford, and I just haven't quite got the grips on who our third referee out there is. Looks like one of our young fellas who's doing a sterling job.
Nice work. Full credit to those three. But man, we can just see Kath and I parked up in the back left-hand corner of the grandstand. We've got shade, we've got a table, we've got refreshments, and it's looking very warm out there, Kath.
Yeah, it's certainly starting to heat up. So
this is a typical day in Christchurch, right?
All the time, yes, all the time.
Yes. Here we are on TV, no mai hoki mai. This is the first half. Te wahanga tuatahi o tēnei tukinga. Nui. Kaiawa, Atahata. It is 2-2 unofficial score, 2-2 that we have there. It's just a big mihi to those our sound production camera crew out there working in these conditions. Oh yeah, nice. On the speed again. Twinkle toes in the in goal. I'll tell you what.
He's got plenty of time, but can he find a runner? Yes, he can. Yeah, look, definitely got it. The space opened up, bit of pace, and a bit of time to sit there in the in goal until he found his runner.
And I'll tell you what, I see another person who's given a lot to touchdown here in the 03 Roosters in the suburbs. I know he's back. He come back for Tani. And we hana ki tērā whanaki I Rotuika, whānau rā. And he's stayed on and worked out that the Kaiawa tournament is on. He's been given a strip straight away. On goes the coach's hat, and he looks right at home, doesn't he?
Absolutely, and look, he'll add a lot of value alongside, I'm sure, a lot of humour to that sub box.
He sure will. And yeah, awesome to see. But we're back live. Yeah, Atahata just like that pass again. But Kaiawa, every time sort of Nays has been around it, Keanu, I feel like on the attacking end, they've got some good outcomes at the back end of that one, Captain. They march up the field very clean, nice and slick. They've got targets on board. I do just see Awatea trying to get just point who he wants to go where. It shows some, I guess, a lot of maturity for such young people.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at good completion, taking it 7-7, and looking to control the game here. They'll put some pressure on Akahata and keep them away from the 7 and see if they can finish this first half with about a minute to go.
Yeah, not too far off from 1 minute. Peter just went off before half time. But see, they go that likely to. You've got to be on the clock sometimes, don't you, Kev? You've got to know how much time's left, how many plays you have left. Defensive teams can sort of, drop off and really wind that clock down. But by the looks of it, that is half time. It is 3-2, Kaiawa over Atahata, and we will see you on the other side. Tēnā tātou te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei wahanga tuarua o tēnei tukinga nui. Kaiawa up against Akahata, and Kaiawa leading this one. This is the men's B grade. I know it doesn't look like it. And, catch. Here we go. We're just going to come through. Looks like they're planning a bit of a sweep play here.
So we've got Kaiawa on attack, as you say, sweeping around to the short side. Numbers out there, and beautiful catch pass to score off the tap. That's you couldn't ask for anything more. Coach Rooster will be happy.
Yeah, and I really like that setup. Very, very direct setup. They added speed where they needed to add speed. Looks like the captain, Josh Smart, come around with a very smart play. And great hands, beautiful skill set, called Ngā Pūkenga. So they first to strike in the second half, Kath.
Yeah, that's right. Taking them out to a 4-2 lead. And as we see Akahata playing in the green strip of Aoraki, and they'll be looking to get down and strike one back.
Yeah, just good ball move. Trying to run a similar play, sweep play. Looks like Kaiawa was up to that. Yes, and 6 touch. Just ran out of touches there. Probably not as smooth a setup that they had, obviously, that we saw with Kaiawa running the same play. And just great camera work also. Just a big mihi to all the production crew here that are down here. I've been down here the last couple of days setting up. We've got other streams, and we have Kai Whakawao. So we've got streams on a couple other fields. So if you've got teams that you're following, and you might not see them here, have a look at the other fields, and you may see them playing in other fields in other rounds. But back live, Kath. Both teams still quite fresh, don't they?
Yeah, look, they do. Just feeling their way through this fixture. Akahata taking it up into the Kaiawa attack, but Kaiawa lifting up strong and putting that pressure on. Akahata, a team out of Otago, first time here at the Kaiawa Invitational, so it's great to see them come out here and getting a chance to play out here on the big stage.
Yeah, I can see the Otago colours out there. Hard to miss in enemy territory as Canterbury, as the Southerners come up. Good stuff, but yeah, it's just a nice injection. You've got to show lights in there.
Yeah, look, he's been impressive. He, as you say, brings a bit of pace and looks to have a good touch IQ for a young fella.
Yeah, and this is how you bring players through, not just through modules, but having the opportunity to play in such big tournaments against opposition you've never played against. And I mean, you were here for the Trans-Tasman last year, playing with an international stadium. Just doesn't get better, does it, Kev?
Absolutely, and look, playing alongside some legends of the game too. I know on our module night on a Wednesday, we've got a combination of some young players and some not so young, and it's just a really cool way to bring along our rangatahi.
Yeah, and speaking of legends, and I know you had a lot to do with these through your career as a manager in the Barbars. I see Kuri Tauwharis there. We've got many other players there, Cully, other local legends, and they're still coming back supporting this awesome K-pop. I mean, they're still in great nick. I see them warming up, and good to see Matt Withers is here also. There's so many of them here.
Yep. So we see Kaiawa just having a jam at the line, but the referee says touch was made, so they'll bring it across and they should get one more strike here.
Now, you know Kef's a touchy when you hear you say having a jam at the line. That's a real touch and go right there. There it is. But great. I'm loving this press, defence pressure from Kaiawa. They're not just sinking into touches, as we say, dropping and lifting. They're lifting, moving forward. It's a big touch from Martini. And you're quite tired this part of the game. It's the fifth and final touch. They've gone right from end to end. But Kaiawa, they're definitely looking a little bit more likely. And exiting really well, Kim.
Yeah, that's right. As we see Wee Hongi making 2 or 3 touches in that set. Another one who brings a lot of game experience from years in the red and black.
Yes. He's Nays again. He's going to get this ball back, Nays. Short side scoop, just glides through. Seeks to find an open flat ball down.
Grant Robertson here, and number 23, another one with plenty of touch experience out there. Gets through into the end goal, looks to find the winger, and I reckon that is. What are the referees doing here? Yep, she clears it, and that's absolutely a touchdown. Winger did really well there, keeping their body in the field of play and just their hands over the line, which is all they were needed, and it's a great score to make it 5-2 to Kaiawa.
GM, Grant Robertson. Sliced through, didn't he? Beautiful platform from Nays. Once again, he's around all the action, Nays, but Grant Robertson, the GM, pretty sure he won a gold medal with the Canterbury Open mixed. And he's won quite a few with in the Masters grade also. Pretty sure he's part of that 40 men's World Cup team with Kaiawa. So he's got a lot of silverware in his cabinet also. But here we go, back live, Hata. It's coming through the hands.
Nice long ball, just not quite able to connect there with the link.
Yes. Now, obviously for me being from the north, this team, Hata, you said they've come up from Otago to Dunedin. How long's that drive, Kev, to Christchurch?
Oh, it's probably a good 5.5 hour drive. So yeah, it's a big distance. We really appreciate these teams coming up to join the tournament, and I hope they get a lot out from it. I think we've got at least 3 Otago teams here. We've got the Steelers and the Women's Open defending champions, looking for a three-peat this year. We've got Otako, which is effectively our Otago Open men's, and this team as well in Atahaka.
Yeah, and it just really proves, doesn't it, how important this is. I look at Otago over the last probably 8 years, and just how many youth have come through the New Zealand programs up to the Opens, and seen that they've still got this exposure to these type of tournaments. It's really, really awesome stuff to see. But another touchdown there, Ken.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a hooey there between the referees. I didn't quite see what happened, but the referees have cleared it, and that takes Kaiawa out to a comfortable 6-2 lead.
Yes, I just had a look about them. I did see off camera Rooster doing the moonwalk. That's always a good sign when you see him doing the moonwalk sober. And just bring that awesome energy coming through the. You sort of get your defensive structures right early in the tournament. You can really, really have a lot of confidence in what you're doing, Kev, to get that happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Kaiawa's line D here has been super strong. They look connected. The wingers are playing their role perfectly and proving it pretty difficult for Akahata to get across there.
Yeah, look at this, just marching up the field. Unfortunately, just rolled out, but they may be getting a penalty here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of defender in the ruck there. So they get the penalty and it gets advanced up the field. And so this is a prime set of attack coming to Kaiawa as we see our boss man Grant Robertson out there again.
Oh, the GM, he's out there. He's actually feeling it. And he's even got the Jordan number on it. He's really stepped up his numbers. And he's nice. So there's definitely sweep here.
Big basketball fan, I'd say there's no accident in that number on his back kicker. As we see the ball go long, but I don't know where the winger was. He might have gone for a sub or maybe that was the play to kill the ball and let the fresh legs come on.
Yeah, I tell you, I think he was just ahead of everyone. It was actually, everything he'd done was excellent. I don't know if Nate was happy about being dummy on that seat. However, they managed to get a penalty back. He's Martin, he's looking very nimble. Some of the hardest ones to defend, Oh, yeah, good touch. Just steps up there. Martin working with Mahuru. It looks like brothers potentially.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Definitely Whananga from the same manga, but ball here. A little free ball here. It's ball movement. Just changing the point of attack.
Sweet's going around.
Yes, nice.
Step back in. Oh, and a big fist comes out there from Akahata. It was probably the right play as they were looking to be a bit stretched on defence, so they will get another crack at the line.
Yeah, I just feel they're about to crack. They've just had so much defence. It's really, really hard. We'll step back. Yeah. They're just probably fatigued and they end up being outstanding. They don't give up. They've got a second effort to Hata, but
nice play there by Jimmy Wihungi. Coming, step back and feed back to the link who was chopping through the hole beautifully. Another one down for Kaiawa, taking them out to a 7-2 lead.
Yeah, Naka Hata. Here we have the correction in the lane. So, Emihana Kiakwe. And we're back at it. It's 7-2. They could probably start just looking towards their next game now, Kaiawa. Just keeping everyone fresh, off and on.
Yeah, that's right. The Akahata will be looking to get one back and bring some respectability to the scoreboard and set their platforms for the next games going as well.
Yeah, nice. But if you've joined us, yes, we are here live streaming on MāORI Plus, the Kaiawa Invitational for 2026. It's the 4th year this tournament's been run out of none other than, I dare say, one of the World Cup contention stadiums for World Cup 2028. New Zealand is hosting at Puna. Beautiful city, a lot of attractions, and you hear a lot of people talk. We were in Europe for the last World Cup, and they just can't wait to come to our beautiful country. Akahata, I found that's a nice play.
Nice play, Pat Smith there with the dive, defended well, but they were looking lively at the attack of the line. Not sure when we'll get word on the confirmed venue for that World Cup in 2028. I've got no inside knowledge. Joe Sprang is as tight-lipped as anything, but yeah, look, the Christchurch is definitely in contention, so I believe along with Rotorua and Tamaki Makaurau Auckland, but when that announcement comes, I'm sure it'll be exciting for that host city.
Yeah, and three, amazing places, but we were here last year for the Masters Nationals, and we just got to see firsthand. Field 12 and Field 1 are exactly the same. You just don't get it in any other tournament that I've been to, just the quality of the fields. Boys that have been in those tournaments for many, many years felt they come away with less ankle injuries just by the quality of the fields. So I'm putting on a big pitch here, I'm selling it hard.
Look, Christchurch is in a really boom state at the moment. We've also got the new Takaha Stadium, which is due to open up in April. Parakiori, the council's fantastic venue in the city with swimming pools, basketball courts, show courts. Checked that out the other week, and it's a fantastic venue. So Christchurch is on the up, and we're welcome hosting many events here as we can. You just see Akahata with another attack on the line. Number 11 going through again, out wide to 16, and that's a beautifully worked try for Sam Iripa on the wing.
Looked like a lot of speed. Was it 3 that guessed there was a break? I'm going to give this definitely a lot of speed to burn. Yeah, the yellow boots. Good stuff. He's definitely deserved himself one of those famous refreshments from the south. But we are back on the tap off. Not much time remaining in this one.
I think Kaiawa will be happy to close it out with a bit of comfortable gear. They might have another attack at the line, but they'll just control the ball and control the clock, like the well-seasoned professionals they are, I'm sure.
Just starting to see, I think the Akahata side fitness, like someone scooping like that, like it was minute 1. So I tell you what, this is a 2-day tournament, Kath. It's not a 1-day tournament.
Absolutely.
And at the back end of tournaments, when games are close, when you've got that vital game that you need to win, nutrition is a big one, staying hydrated and that, but also fitness. So these guys could still be running really, really good tomorrow and still in contention. I tell you what, this is the tightest start to the Kaiawa tournament we've ever seen. And one of the pools, definitely the men's grade, is having to draw early is put a bit of pressure on. But here we go, Kaiawa finishing how they started this game, Kath.
Yeah, that's right. Bringing it out of the half, getting it through the hands, fresh legs on, and as we see Taylor, I think, in the action again. Nay's coming back on, favoured number 13. Yep,
definitely a number he made famous in the black and red, and also as a touchback. They're going to just... That was quite a sneaky touch there, and unfortunately that looks like one of my passes just quietly.
So they will give them another attack on the line with about a minute on the clock. Let's see what they can come up with here, as I think that's Nick O'Halloran, the designer of the current touch black singlet, I believe, which is quite exciting.
Nice inside cross there.
Yeah, look, and they launched the first iteration of it last year. I believe it's a design that's going to build, and the story builds as we go to World Cup. So look forward to sharing more of that.
Oh, what a touchdown. It looks like our man Haki King. That was a beautiful disguise play. They ran a sweep and just bounced out Haki and we're going to calculate the Kotaku. Yeah, beautiful whānau and definitely love Tangoro. So there we go, 8-3, very, very convincing win, Kath.
Yeah, look, Kaiawa have definitely looked the stronger of the two teams. Akahata is showing a lot of heart and some fitness towards the back end of the game, but Kaiawa just too polished in the end.
Yes, Kaiawa just a little bit too polished, as Kath said. It's iwi. It looks like that is the final whistle. Kaiawa over Akahata, that's the men's B grade and the Kaiawa Invitational. They take this one out, and we will see you on the next one. MāORI.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Hei kia ora mai te iwi nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei tukinga nui, tēnei o ngā whakataitai Kaiawa Invitational. Nā ko te whakatau ki a Kaiawa, ki te aronga kia tūngia ia kai tāko, ki te whakatīnana i tōna ake pitomata, speaking of pitomata, ko hoki mai taku hoa, Nacho, nā mai hoki mai.
Nā mihi heka, tautoko ana i nā kupu ko whakaputa i te kāhui o Kaiawa. Hariko au ki te mātaki ki te kōrero e pāna ki tēnei kēmu e hoa.
Ai, tika tau, taiho, ako ko ake nei, ka tīmata te kēmu. E mihi ana ki ngā Kaiawa, well, we've got Harry Ben and the number 1 ranked ref in Aotearoa at the moment, Logan. But here we have Otago. Now, this is basically your Otago Open Men's. They've got a nice strip there. They've got plenty of experience. We've got Foxy in there, very, very experienced manager, John Fox. He's actually got a couple of sons that are quite handy. Mish and Angus Fox playing there, and also a very experienced coaching team of Kyle and Damo. But Pearl Jam, you've got to be very, very clean when you're attacking down their end.
Tautoko ana anō. Pearl Jam very clinical on what they do, very experienced team and club as they go into an attacking play here. And unfortunately there's ball down. I have noticed, Ika, from what I've been watching and commentating on this morning, there's been quite a few basic errors now. I know it's been ko mākuna whira. It's been very wet down here in Otaute, but there should be no excuses out here today. The sun is shining, it's a beautiful day.
The last game, the last 2 games, it's actually been really, really high end. The pitch is dry. You wouldn't even know that it's i heke mai te ua, i konei. But it's definitely the high speed, the micro skills, as we'll see from Pearl Jam at the highest quality. Yeah, nice little feed from Otago. You can just see there, he's getting a little bit physical in there. Yes. Just a bit of a Aotearoa, no more harama ki te Waipona. Yeah, just some goosies through to the window. Yeah, looks like a ball down. But I tell you what, Pearl Jam, they open up their account. And as we look there, some of the numbers from Pearl Jam don't match up with ours. However, we will do our best to make sure that we call the right number on the top.
He rau e te rā o nā momo aronga ki te rārangi piro I taua wā. So great attack play by there off the back of some really solid yards going forward. Defender just pulled a little bit too straight as he touched, and the short side was exposed, and great finish by the winger as Otago will look to strike back. They're looking to sweep, which is the backdoor play here. Great defence by Pearl Jam, a little bit static here from Otago, looking to develop, pull apart in the middles. Here we go from the 32 platform, goes to the short side, gets into the in goal, looking for an open player. Referee calls ball down. Beautiful work there by Otago as they strike back to go 1-1 with Pearl Jam.
Ai tika tau, ko Tainham tērā, I uru e roto I te wāhi piro o Pearl Jam, and they'll be stoked with that, the Southerners, to open up their account. So here we are, back at it live. Yes, Waitaha, nā Puna wai. Where else would you be playing touch today? Huri no, te motu. We've got a couple of handy attackers here. They've got beautiful platforms. A nice lift outside. We call him the Chow Will out of the Lax Club. Very, very handy winger. Very, very handy winger. And goes pretty good on the table tennis as I'm told.
Yeah, beautiful. Lax Club. Enjoyed my time watching them at Whakatane recently. Whakatane specialist team. Full of wairua as Pearl Jam will looking for a 3-3 option here on attack. Crossover at the 3-3, looking to attack the short side, back and on follow play. Great defence, Otago. Great work there by the middle, great communication.
I'm Marika, and as you can see, Hori, George Devon Burgess, nice little setup. Yeah, here comes the splitter, just going to go. Yeah, good work. They've worked a lot. They've worked a lot on the stuff. Otago, they're very connected. Otago, very connected. But Georgie, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, Georgie. He's going to through 2 peel. He's just going to throw this little outboard. And the Chow again. Will Chalice steps up number 2 there for Otago.
Yeah, beautiful defence there by the Otago winger. Gaining a lot of experience over the last couple of years. And whānau, although this is Otago and it's not the Otago Open Men's, definitely a province on the rise in terms of the men's under some great coaching leadership, especially from our Kaiawa. And here they go. a forced error off the back of yards, but I really do like the way that they come through the middle of the field, Hika.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like, I don't think there'll be too many not here that will be in this Otago men's team. It's just a nice, as we say, dress rehearsal before the big tournament that's going to take down Te Whanganui Aotearoa Marama e Heke mai ana. Here we are no te iwi. We're back live, and this is just some great stuff. Pearl Jam obviously hot off whakatane competition, taking out that tournament again, and they've brought down another team, and me mihi katika. I must give credit to Pearl Jam. We've made a massive trip down here along with Steelers to be a part of this, and also tautoko tēnā ngā kaupapa tēnei moi moi a aneis.
E aha ko nā kupu e rere ana e pāna ki tēnei o nā momo karapu te kaharata te tautoko. So Pearl Jam have been a great supporter of Kaiawa, and you can't fault them for that. They turn up every year. So, and here's Otago after letting in a try. They'll be looking for some sort of players to cross over at number 3. Yeah, beautiful footwork. Oh, it's a... I was just going to say that's a great touch, but pono ka tika.
Ai, no reire te iwi hoki mai. Yes, and ko whai piro Otago, so we're going on a real ding-dong battle, what a ping-pong as they say. Now, I'm looking at this Pearl Jam team that they've brought here. They've got some real good experience, and they've brought in some young fellas, and I just see young Kupa Hayata, number 23, sitting at right link here, and he was hot off the MāORI's final for 18 boys. I know he's just returned from Tawahi, Australia. He's got quite a bright future in rugby league. Oh yes, he hit that chop there. And so it's great to see the young fella, and he'll be just stoked running around with some of these chaps.
Aye, tika tau. Defensively, Otago have started quite condensed in the middle of the field, and the quality of attack that Pearl Jam offers, they're actually starting to look at that link and bombing away at the winger. So very, very smart attack. So Otago will have to tidy up their defence and react to what's been shown here on attack as they look to come through here on this platform. There's Fox. Yep, looking to get it back. No, back to the open side. Late cut, ball down. So just been a couple of basic fundamental errors at the moment, not just from Otago, but Pearl Jam have also made a couple themselves. They'll be looking to tidy that up.
Tika tau, taku hoa, kei te anga whakamua, a Pearl Jam I tēnei wā. Definitely in tune, great rhythm coming through the field. Yeah, and that's a nice release on the outside there from Otago. Really loving that drop lift, outside release. We come straight into, nice out ball. Obviously a lot of footy players here, a couple of halfbacks amongst this group. Just getting a little bit caught up there, Angus, on the ruck. He's going to add some energy though. Get some morale, as they say, driving through the field, and this is a slick part of every good outfit. They come on. Yes, good. Hannah Johnson coming through. She's got I like what we're seeing. We're seeing a little late cut off the back end. Didn't quite execute, but like how they latched that middle defender. Yeah, they've got a couple of. They've got some nice little change ups in what they're doing.
Yeah, really like the looks of Hannah Johnson in this game. He's got great skill set. Looks like he's fit as a fiddle and ready to go. So one to keep an eye out at Nationals or Masters Nationals as Pearl Jam are looking to go to the open side. Little short ball back. Yeah, and just to complete the set, that was a set completion call there from Pearl Jam. Not looking for too much of a flashy play off the back of that yard, just pinning Otago into the corner, so they have to run all the way across the other side of the field to sub off.
I've just seen they've managed to see the sort of 2-4 press that Pearl Jam's running. Well, definitely that press Otago, and they've just thrown a big out ball and got him behind them. And that's great stuff. They've done a bit of homework. They've managed to do a bit of homework. If you watch 7 touch tapes, Matty Sinclair talks a little bit about how they feel they got around some of that stuff. But here we go, Otago on it. Yeah, Angus Fawkes. Debut 2023, for touchback second mixed. He's got a great long ball, great long game. Oh, yeah, good. Honestly, we've got the Nickel brothers out there. Both from defence, very, very good defenders. Very lot of energy. Danny's lifting nice and high, just really, really pushing stuff, which enables this stuff to happen. To have a pocket defender.
Yeah, Pearl Jam with the turnover there, and that they won't be looking to make any mistakes here. They'll just be in set completion, although it's 2-2 unofficially. They ramp it up through here, touch 3. Now they'll be looking for the link to come on. He'll run a bit of a latch that other defender, and now they'll be looking to explode into a attacking play off the last. Oh, great platform coming up here for Pearl Jam. Oh, excellent touch again. You were just talking about the man himself. Angus Fawkes is doing a great job out there for his club at the moment. Awesome work.
Yes, here we go, just marching up the field, and these 3 adjudicators, Harry, Ben and Logan, working in a 3 tandem and doing such an outstanding job. Really, we've talked all morning about it's such a hard job in the open men's to keep both teams apart, especially in the orange, and so far they're really doing well. Yeah, oh yes, just caught schooled there a little bit, tried to man off the corner. It was a corner there, but yeah, I'll tell you what happens is if you give a team like Pearl Jam, called Te Kaunga Te Ara Kapa, if you give them any early ball in your half, expect to get a touchdown.
Yeah, tekatau, e hika, e hari I te mea he tima hau tēnei, he kaunga te katoa nā reira me āta tūpato ki te rārangi piro, engari kei konea o tākou, so o tākou we'll be looking to strike back here, looking to set up some sort of play.
Yeah, team hand on the ball. Nice skill set they've got to, yeah, you probably just got to have a bit of an eyes up. Like Georgie's quite a hard defender to beat. He's sort of half man and stuff. Like he's really good at it. So tough that the camera can't keep up with it, the speed. But yeah, he's up to the task, all right. But again, we'll ship there. Got to feed him early on these ones. Yeah, caught him offside. He got back. Good work from Georgie. This is great work. Can't quite see, it might be both the brothers, Tommy and Georgie. Yeah, that's a great touch from the link. You owned it. They're just going to man that. This is some great stuff to watch defensively. Their processes that they're running are very active. It's like Tamatea's there. Yeah, they just those touches that they have. They stink touches. They look at ice, winding back the clock.
Yeah, Jordan Hand there came in on a play and looked to go long to hit the winger, but great play again there by Pearl Jam. Their wingers are doing a great job defensively, and also at dummy half. It's a huge responsibility being this sub-box side winger, and he's doing a great job at the moment. And here it is. This is exactly what Pearl Jam do, regardless of the tournament. They just roll straight into attack, and here it is on the 32 pick. Great defense again, and who else but Angus Fawkes on a great defensive play right on the line. Saves another try.
Yeah, well, we had Kupa Hayata. For him to get a pick on the back end of a set, they have definitely acknowledged what he brings to the team. So mihi ana ki a koe, te uri o Katihuka, roto mai o te Wararapa. But these are nice big meters. But it's so hard to get these Pearl Jam defenders. Yeah, that's a play through. Oi, yeah, got caught up in the ruck. Yeah, interesting. Probably one of the biggest game young fellas reft actually at this level. Just got to keep them open and keep it clean. But back live, Nacho.
Yeah, and here they go, Pearl Jam. They'll do it again. They do it time and time again, and they just sweep onto the field, and they really ramp it up. So they're running at 100% with a little wee out ball back to the short side. Beautiful dive by Pearl Jam. Logan Forrest, the lead referee, backs it up and awards the try. Beautiful try there by Pearl Jam as they kick away to a 4-2 lead. Great work.
Yeah, Kaiawa, we're not far off half time, but they've definitely lifted a little bit of energy, but it's been errors called La Hapa, and you need to be very careful. You've got to stay on task with all your 1%ers. Make sure you compete it, and you've really got to go at this team. You've really got to go at it. They work really well. If you watch them, they'll really push the boundaries onto the sides and where they go, but they're just so good at it. Yeah, you got to. Sometimes it's who's the better player to drop there. They're so aggressive in defence, aren't they? Yeah, that was probably the right hole runner.
Yeah, Angus Fawkes, can't fault the man. He's in everything at the moment, defence and attack, but unfortunately the link chopping that hole couldn't catch the ball. That would have been great for Otako, but here go Pearl Jam again, clinical on their exit. And here they look to drive towards the sub-box to get fresh legs on. There he is again, young Hayata, playing an integral part in this team. Man himself, looking to plant, he's playing a role, and boom, there goes the speed off the mark, and a great diving touch there. Great work, otherwise that player would have been into the in goal looking to set up another try. Great work there from Pearl Jam, both sides, defensively as well for Otago.
Yeah, ko te ao wanga, it's a little bit worrying to see that scooper gas through the middle, for them. It's a little bit worrying when you start seeing that, especially between the two middles. So I have no doubt the coaching staff will tighten that up. They've got opportunities and they've got to really take them. Look at this.
Yeah, ko tahi o rau, te tika ana tō kōrero e heka. Kei nā pukenga, kei nā moihotanga i nā kaiako o tākou, maraua nā te rongoa, moetai o nā hapa. So yeah, great coaching box, so they should be able to get to half-time, hopefully Otago, and tidy up a few areas. And here they come again. Some might say, just like a juggernaut, Pearl Jam, they just keep coming at you. There is no running away from this team as they're looking to set up a play here. Back to the other three, the two middles, checks it to the link. Keep playing on here, looking for the 32 platform, gets a straight storm off the ground, that's the 32 long. Great defense again. Oh, but the referee, I believe he said that touching player was offside, and it's a play-through call.
Yeah, he piro ki Israel. Tātou mohu nei ki ngā kai tākoro, te teina Danian, and what a time to strike, right on half-time. They went toe-to-toe, probably the first sort of quarter of that half, but Pearl Jam just stuck to their processes. They've just got a really awesome balance of the experienced players. They brought in young Cooper. Hayato's found himself, he was playing in the Kaiawa men's B grade here last year, and now been promoted, taking every opportunity. But on the other side, Tain Hand, Gus, get him on the back end of certain plays. Big shout out also to the Chow, who's been Will Chalice, who stepped up outside and snuffed off some of that lethal attack from Pearl Jam. Later, we'll see you after the break. Kia ora mai te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei kēmu, tēnei whakataitai. It is the Kaiawa Invitational, brought to you by Trident Homes. This is Māori Touch live stream coming at you. It is Pearl Jam, the juggernaut that they are. They're taking a lot of tournaments in the North Island, and they've come back down here to Tautoko, and credit to them, and also the Steelers and those that have travelled from a long way. And also we've got North Island players playing in the Kaiawa team that have made the big trip to the South Island. They are leading this one 5-2. They've done what all great teams do, scored just before half-time, and they're out to a 3-touchdown lead. And on the other side, Otago, it's great to see these awesome guys. I've just seen here's young Fowler, to see him out there running around. So we're about to tap off here, and here we go, Pearl Jam, take us away there. Nacho.
Yeah, e mihi ana, hikaka au ki ana hoki tōtaka e heka. And unfortunately, an uncharacteristic mistake from Pearl Jam. Off the tap-off, they'll be looking to tie it. Hopefully they're not taking this 5-2 lead for granted, because this Otago side, they can score. And as they look to work into the attacking goal line here, they'll be looking to set up a play, possibly look to get someone into the in goal. Here they go now, looking for the 32 platform, going to open side, back to the short side, man on defence, gets into the in goal. Ball across the top. And there it is. Referees called, I believe, a touch pass. But great attack from Otako. They tried to strike back. But as we all know, and as you've seen in the first half, Pearl Jam will continue to just ruck the ball down the field. They make very few mistakes, regardless of the one at the tip-off, and they'll just be tidying up, getting into their work. They're almost through. Ooh, number 69 from Pearl Jam. Almost going through. I think this might be his debut for the club, because I've seen him in different colours, but as they continue to attack, gee, that's beautiful footwork. Great refereeing there. The touch was made. Excellent work, excellent yards, and excellent attack from Pearl Jam.
Yeah, tika okay, te anga whakamua, and just the intensity and the accuracy that Pearl Jam, that they're rucking at, bit of a physical ruck. You've got to really win those ones when you're on the ball. Beat them to the bend, beat them to the space, and now Pearl Jam, they're definitely looking to get rapid and rank it up. But you see some familiar faces here coming on the field. Here they go. Some definitely a lot of attack. Oh, just the speed that they use to manipulate, slides that one in. Yeah, great late touch. And definitely looks like the combination of the brothers, just quietly. But Otago, they're looking very stable defensively on these ones. You just hold and they don't. Yeah, Angus just covers the whole space. He has definitely been a bit of a fortress out of the Lax club, Angus. And it's, with his experience playing that high-end international touch.
Yeah, 100%. And as they come through here, Otako, after a great defensive set, they'll be looking to just complete this set. Won't be anything flashy. As they look to attack the short side, step back, looking to throw the out ball to the link. Good completed set. Got the ball down the other end of the field. Pearl Jam asking for the ball to be thrown back correctly. Referees are willing to play on here at this stage. Here he goes, Durban Burgess looking to punch the ball forward. Checks off to the inside. Great work there. One touch almost at the halfway mark, so Pearl Jam will have a couple of touches up their sleeve, Hika.
No, tika and a bit more, as we call the old stretch, a bit more ball movement. So they're just going ruck, ball movement, and just they get the right people on the ball at the right time, and just these beautiful targets. Oh, lovely, look at that, out of the hand, utilising, Tamatea. When he's looking like a quickie setup, you have to be locked in, because if he gets it and you're not, they'll score right between the two middles. And there we have it. Pearl Jam, first to strike in the second half match.
Yeah, just a little bit loose there defensively from Otako. A little bit of a lapse in concentration here, so they really need to fight back into this game here as they tap it off going into this plate. They've got good footwork and they've got good foot speed, but at 6-2, something needs to happen, and it's probably tidying up their defensive area here. They are looking to sweep at the link, checks it back onto the inside of the crossover, step back, great tight defence there.
Yeah, just the release line out of touches, Pearl Jam. Like you watch Israel, they hunt you there really well. They lift, they sort of half men and hold. I mean, all that. It was looking like a shut when he released out to his player, touch and pass, just so in tune, which tells you that they've got great systems and they put a lot of time into it, and it hasn't happened overnight. They put a lot of time into this stuff. They are looking very sharp there, Nacho, bit of speed. Yeah, great touch, really stuff. These ones are big ones, these. It's a nice touch corner. All this out ball comes across. Just looking at that's young George Reedy. I just spotted Georgie. Good stuff, New Zealand 20 mixed.
Yeah, Otako, another great defensive set there. Touched one almost to the 40. That dotted line there. That's the start of the sub box. Touch two, have referee calling them back. Otako looking for a piggyback there, which means they're looking to try and draw a penalty. Touch three, Otako have got good field position here. They'll just be looking to continue to complete sets as they go for a 3-3 platform. Step back, looking for an option. Great defense, great lift from the middle. And this near side link from Pearl Jam. They look very tidy defensively. They're getting into their work in terms of their yards, and they're very sharp on attack. So Otako need to watch out here because Pearl Jam look like they're starting to heat things up.
Yeah, good ball. Dan Nickel on the ball. Haven't seen Dan run for a few tournaments. He's done an awesome job too with the upper Whakatane. But here he goes, late cut, catch pass. Oh, Trey Russell, what a lift from the outside. Club captain for Lax there. Lift and snuffed that one out. But exiting's just so important against these, these real structured teams. The old snaky no touch.
Yeah, and although Otako there were having a few words to the referees about that play, e tikana, Kaiawa, we know Waikato referees are always right. There's no point complaining. As Pearl Jam will look to get into their work here. Louis Nicol here, near side link, he'll be looking for an option as he comes round to the back door, gets the ball, looks for check back in for second phase, gets the phase he wants. Great defence. It was a little bit too close to the scoreline there, and the defender was able to get a hand on the passer. Turnover Otako, great work as they look to complete the set. Love the way they bring the ball away from their sub box to open up the field to allow them to get to the sub box to make some clean transition in the subbing. Great work. Touch 3 to the halfway line. Link comes on, looks to open up the field a wee bit. Here they come now, the attacking pod drifting across the field. Here comes the attack set. They're going to take the short side. Oh, that near side link, he just needed to stay switched on there. There was a little opportunity, Hika.
Yeah, probably just a bit too casual there, unfortunately. It's such a great set that they had. Probably the back end execution definitely needed more, but look at Ice direct. They'll go direct, a little pop here, a little check, and the rhythm's still good. Sometimes that check inside is a bit too far away from the box, but because everyone's in tune, and now they're just biding some time now, just doing really, really well. He's left crossover, step back off his left. Yeah, great defence. That's good work. Let's try to get the number of that young defender. We're really with Lennox. We're really, really happy with Lennox.
Yeah, good defence there. Good touch, good support player from the strong side. They snuffed it out. Pearl Jam, though, you can't keep giving them opportunities. Here's the splitter play on the short dive. Referees backing up. He looked the look of it, and there you go. Pearl Jam, just like that. 7-2 lead over Otako. Otako is staying in the fight, but unfortunately with a team of this calibre, te tae te aha, me haere tonu, me puking ake. Nā reira, i tēnei wā, whetū ki te rua, 7-2 Pearl Jam.
Ai me puki ake, tērā piro, taku mōhio, Coops, young Cooper Hayata, awesome, gets on the score sheet. But Pearl Jam, once again, it's a real reflection just of their exit and how they haven't seen the stretch for a while. It's good to see the stretch because everyone's sort of dialed in on the latch. It's almost over the top, the latch, but it's good to see just that almost going back, winding the clock back with a nice stretch to the centre of the field, and gives you just multiple options to attack from nudge.
Yeah, and as we see there's a turnover there. Otako just not creating enough of an opportunity to get the score, and here they come. Pearl Jam, they take those first 2 straight through the middle, then the third touch comes towards the sub box. Winger does a great job waiting for his other player. 4th touch there, and here they go. They'll look to strike again. They just sweep on with a little Deutz play on the outside. Great defence there by that far side link from Otako. Last touch option. Looking for the long pass off the right hand. Beautiful touch. I was just going to say beautiful touch there by the diving Otako player, but the referee says ball down first. Great call, referee.
Yeah, just once again, just the work that they've put in early, they're reaping the rewards off the back end, and lot to learn. And this is what you come to these big tournaments to play against the best, and just see the different style. And they'll be better off for it because we always talk about, you only get to play teams at nationals, but now there's these opportunities which are great. Oh, Georgie's got a bit of time there, Georgie.
Yeah, you're right, Hika, and we're really seeing the fruits of early mahi or Pearl Jam. So the early work that they did in terms of completing sets, working the ball down the field, limiting the amount of mistakes to get it over halfway, and then they've got some sound attack plays at a high percentage rate, and they're really showing how good they are as they go here, looking to get to the opens. Oh, that was a 2-on-1 and a better pass. May have seen the winger streak away to go 9-2, but fortunate enough for Otako, ball to ground, and they get a quick turnover. Penalty, not sure why it was a penalty. Must have been a forward pass, as here they go. We really need to see Otako with 4.5 minutes to go here, strike back if they want to fight their way back into this game.
Yeah, I think, when you're that far ahead, there's always You're just in such a good groove that you want to move the ball. But once again, just so stable defensively. Oh, look at that, number 10 in the lane, Georgie. And they'll be smart here. They'll just come through the field. They'll keep this nice tempo. Look, it's just slowed it up perfectly. Some people think, slowing it up isn't a good thing, but it's about getting some fresh people on. Dan Nichols there, nice little bow to his brother. Just going to go numbers here. Oh, gets a good release. Still got a couple of touches up the sleeve now.
Yeah, Louis Nicol will look to dominate. He'll get on the ball here. Gets the crossover. Looking for the in to the out. Yeah, to his brother. Oh, unlucky. That was the play. Could almost see it coming by just the way he slowed the play down, like you said, Hika. Otago, although they're fighting, unfortunately, with time running out, they need something to happen immediately as they look to work the ball to their sub-box hit.
Yeah, I think what is good is it's a 2-day tournament. The other tournaments that we attend, the one-day tournaments, whereas let's go for the hands. Yeah, drops it in. You still got tomorrow. You still got games today, so I think those teams that can stay injury-free, stay fresh and stay really, really close to that sort of top 2 of each pool, dropping a game like this isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, 100%. And although they're here to win the tournament, Otago will have a clear plan about building combinations and cohesion with the majority of this team going through to the Nationals to represent Otago. So here they come, Pearl Jam. They just keep coming at you, looking to attack the short side. Great diving touch again. Angus Fox, ko wai atu, tō rātou nei kaiarahi, a wairua, a pukenga.
Impressed with Angus defensively today, Nacho. He's really stood up. But a gas to burn. This may be the young Mahurangi. I'll just get to... Unfortunately, the numbers going to be worn don't match up, although some we know regardless what number they wear. But just looking at it, I'm pretty sure that's Max out of Mahurangi. But someone will text me if I've got it wrong and be quick to correct me.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be involved in secondary schools, and it definitely looks like him. He has got pace to burn, and this club will only make him shine even more.
And I know he was up at Touchbacks trials. I did see a little snippet of him, so good to see the young talent being identified early, and obviously coming through. Probably the club that may hold the most club titles like recently. I think they've gone back to back Whakatane. Actually they have. And they're just going so good. And they're missing a lot of ammo. Tama's not here, Tamahokan, Lance is not here. Obviously, and hopefully he's on the mend. Young Dan, Dylan Burgess, unfortunately got injured in the Whakatane final, Daniel. But just look at, and this is a good sign of a club where they've got young stocks, but quality stocks. Quality stocks.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Louis Nicol here, he looks like he's scheming something. The double back door, I saw this at Whakatane a couple of times with early checks. Yeah, great work, there it goes. You just got to always keep your eyes on Mr. Nicol. When he brings himself towards the ball, usually it's going to go his way, whether or not he comes out a dummy half or he gets the ball live. Very dangerous player as he splits back in, looking for an opportunity short side as well. Great defence by Otago. Just as I was saying, they really need to make sure they're on the, excuse the pun, on the ball in terms of their defensive shape. Nicol out of half again. There's the peel. Nicol again for second phase. Gets the ball down. Beautiful pass. It's well constructed. Tried Louis Nicol there. Had a crack himself. Put a couple of plays on, and then just went to a really sound, high percentage play there with the 33 short into second phase play, and then the winger walks in over the line. 10-3 Pearl Jam.
Yeah, Tim and I actually were talking about just the 32 platform and how lethal it is. 32 Pearl with a phase, but the actual pass selection from the dummy half, I think that really sold it for me. Just a beautiful skill set. But once again, there, you just had the winger link both shot there. However, just the amount of mahi that they put into, I think, the first half, and they really ranked it up the second half. Nō reira te iwi, Pearl Jam superior in this one, 10-3 over Otago, and we will see you very shortly for the next game at the Kaiawa Invitational 2026.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Home franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia Māori e hoa mā, and welcome to the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational brought to you here at Puna in Ōtautahi, where we're set for a mixed open B fixture between Tamatoa and Kaiawa. Ko Tivoli Guthrie tōku ingoa, and I am joined in commentary by Rhys Allen. Rhys, it's been an awesome day so far here in Ōtautahi. The weather's held off, and it's just another great spectacle here that we're about to witness.
Ai, tika ana, nau mai hoki mai tiv, kei wainganui a tātou na tangata e noho wana ki raro I te maunga o Aoraki, pai te kiti a koe e hoa, ko whakawātea I nā kapua, ko mutu te ua, the rain is dissipated with the parting of the clouds, and the field, especially field number 1, looks in great condition as you can see on your TV whānau. I'm looking forward to this, and I'm just looking through the names of the Kaiawa team, and there are some rangatira running around, especially number 10, if the number's right with Kaiawa, Mr. Wade Brunston. Wow, it's going to be interesting to watch this one.
Yeah, old Doss out there, I can see him. On the defensive end to start this one, out at length there, I ran into him earlier, so great to see Brunston out there running out for Kaiawa. Tamatoa, though, will be the team that has first use of the football in the first half, as we see running from right to left on your screen in the white and black strips. Kaiawa, as we've seen throughout the day, in the black and gold, and Tamatoa is coming up with an early penalty, getting the an early error, I should say, getting the early jitters out of the way. Yeah,
definitely a good defensive stop there, and from Kaiawa, and here they go. They're getting into their work here, where they're looking to bring fresh subs on. This is the mixed, the open mixed B grade. So Kaiawa looking to get onto the ball here. They got plenty of IQ, looking to scoop through there.
Yeah, it's a great shot there as well from Tamatoa link out wide. Looks at things that might have been Kaylee. Now they'll just look to settle into their work, rucking the ball up the field, getting their fresh legs onto the pitch. and it'll be a little bit of a feeling out process, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's been that case for all the touch games today. It's just that little wee period. We're just trying to see what defences they're running, what attacks other teams are running. So here we go. Player on the ball there, can't quite get the number, but a little wee show, little wee trickery with the ball, and Tamatoa open up their account 1-0 over Kaiawa. Great start.
Yeah, Te Maia Manawatu there, and he just jinked and drived. I think the thing that I liked the most was that he held the ball in two hands, just always kept the defense guessing, and he kept them guessing all the way until he put the ball on the ground. And so they draw first blood here, 1-0 in the early exchanges. Kaiawa look to reply here as they get their fish legs onto the pitch. So there we go, Brunston out there in the number 12 strip. Of course he is. What other number would he be wearing, right, Reese?
That's right, that's his number, and it wouldn't surprise me if the ball ends up in his hands. Here we go, he gets it nice and early, checks off to his link. He'll be looking to possibly go out of half here yet, sure enough. Comes back to the open side with a little lobby pass. Ooh, unfortunate there, but that's just classic work from dummy half there from Wade. Fakes the sweeper. He'll be looking to come back onto the ball. Goes again from half, feeds the splitter. Step back with a little bit of a dive. Great defence there again by Kaiawa. They look on today.
Yeah, that was a bit of a slam dunk there, wasn't it, from Tyrone Reedy? I thought maybe a slide dive, the more conventional slide dive might have been enough to get them over the line, but get back to life, play the sweep, dive, looking to get around the middle defender. Great touch there made though on Sumner. Just work the ball back towards the right edge. Brunston scooping out a half. He'll look to throw the short ball. Great double pump. And Wade Brunston, he had his fingers all over that.
You can't, no matter what grade he's playing, you just can't give him that amount of time with the ball, even though he was dummy half and just couldn't score. He just picked his option, and 9 times out of 10 he's going to pick the right one. So excellent work there to strike back for Kaiawa there from Mr. Brunston himself. Awesome work. I think we're going to have a pretty close game here.
Yeah, well, if these early tries are anything to go by, we've got 2 in the space of the first 3 minutes. I think this one's going to go tit for tat for a while unless one of these teams can take defence by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, really liking everybody's kākahu as well. Tēnō pai nā te ahotango nā kākahu. 32 platform feeding back in. Great to see, although the mistake came, it was great to see in this Tamatoa team they're willing to use the females a lot more in the middle of the field. It's awesome work.
Well, I suppose a lot of the premier mixed teams from around the Motu can get caught in playing a bit of a 3-on-3 men's game at times, can't they, Reese? And then, you know, the moment you inject the females, they just stretch that field just a little bit more because you're using 4 players as opposed to 3, keeping defenders on their toes. So great to see from the Tamatoa mixed side. We'll see if that pays off for them towards the back end of this one, as they look to lob the ball out to their right-hand side. They're rucking the ball and they'll cross up over halfway and into enemy territory.
Yeah, here come the fresh legs for Tamatoa. The check back in. They'll be scheming to make something happen off the back of these yards. Good footwork again. Checking to the winger. Winger looks open in space here. Dive for the line. Nice early dive. Ooh, great touch. Called by the sideline official there.
Yeah, she went close, and Tomasi, she showed a clean pair of heels there out on the outside, and Manawatu jinking, driving. That's how he scored there first and opened their account.
Davis there, looking dangerous with his footwork. Here he is again. Davis gets his female link to plant the ball for him. Here come the hot feet again. Great defence again there. It looks like Pete Westrip. Mai te rohe o rongo whakaata. Pai te kiti aia e tākoro ana. No mai hoki mai ki te whira I hoa as he punches the ball down the field. Sure enough.
Just getting caught up with the Tamatoa winger close to their sub-box. And now they'll just look to get a strike on the back end of this set as the strike dump comes. A little bit sloppy at the roll ball. Yeah, and the referee has picked it up as well. Ball to ground is the call there. There was a little bit of a sloppy strike dump, and they want to be a little bit cleaner with that as the game wears on.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there, but at 1-1, we have a tight tussle going on here. We're almost 6 minutes into this half now, so teams are past the feeling out period. Tamatoa will look to strike. They might go back down to the left-hand side here. Link steps up and makes a great defence. takes the corner away, gets onside, makes a great touch.
Ooh.
No, unfortunately the referee has deemed that player made the touch but didn't retreat back to the goal line before making the touch. Try again there, Tamatoa. Great work from them, attacking really, really well now.
Yeah, the referees are obviously in a better position than us. I thought that they might have reached the line there. I think it was Ayla Davis perhaps out at link for Tamatoa. But as it stands, they cross over for their second, or I should say Kaiawa. So Tamatoa in the lead now, 2-1. 6.5 minutes into this one.
Yeah, here's Brunson again. He'll be scheming. Out of half again. Attacks back this side. He'll be looking to get into the in goal without doubt. Sends the sweeper around. Fakes the sweeper. Gets into the in goal. Looking for an option. Looking for a free player. Gets it back to the outside. Oh, unfortunate ball down. Great play again from Wade, but unfortunately wasn't able to find the free player. Lucky turnover there to Tamatoa.
Yeah, and they got a little bit lost on their mirror defence, didn't they, Tamatoa? Because Wade Brunson was the left middle and he managed to breach middle. And they had two defenders marking up on the one attacker, which freed up Sumner to try and get around, but she had a long way to go. And then just not enough time in the in goal. And then the ball went to ground. So a sigh of relief there, no doubt, from Tamatoa. As the cutout ball goes to the left-hand side, Brunson got a hand to it. So ball to ground, Tamatoa now with a full set of 6, about 15 metres off the try line. See what they can come up with in this set. And it's just this pod, isn't it? This between Manawatu and Mun. Isaac Paku as well out there. See what they can conjure up as they look to manipulate defenders, get a good strike done. Manawatu not really providing an option out there on the left, just waiting to inject themselves into the game. The strike dump comes, they come with a peel play, just running out of room. Great man on defence there from Kaiawa.
Yeah, they are running the peel, but they're just not overcommitting that defender to go towards the short side. I'd like to see them attack the short side a little bit more, especially that live player before coming back to the open side. It's relatively easy defence at the moment for Kaiawa. Maybe a little bit of a work on from the coach at half-time, just to tidy that area up, because they are doing well getting the ball through the middle of the field as they start to sub off now and get some fresh legs on there. Great yards there.
Yeah, within a couple of touches, that's a great touch made there to try and cut them off. They've got a couple more up their sleeve.
There's Westrup.
Yeah, Westrup getting in there. The scoop comes out of half, throws the short ball. They've got numbers momentarily. And he was onside, so great touch there from Tamatoa's Manawatu.
Yeah, just to reiterate, whānau, this is a mixed grade. Mō koutou, he tangata hau ki te kēmu, so 3 females and 3 males on each team on the field at any given time. It's up to you where you position them, and often that's quite the smartest strategy. Usually teams tiv in the mixed grade, the stronger team that has the stronger girls usually comes away with a victory in these mixed grades.
Yeah, that's it. And you know, we were talking before, Hike and myself in one of the earlier mixed games about you know, the qualities of a good female link, and you know, they just provide so much in terms of being able to stretch the field a little bit more, but more importantly on the defensive end. And you know, when you've got a strong female link, then it makes it a little bit easier for your outside wingers to be able to read their defensive assignments as well. So plenty of IQ, plenty of touch nous on display when it comes to the mixed grade. Definitely something unique to our game. As Brunston looks to work some of his own touch IQ, but caught in possession there at dummy half, and so it'll be a handover to Tamatoa's ball.
Oh, beautiful to watch him go to work out there, and it's great to see him down here in Ōtautahi, a huge supporter. Him, his whānau and his club, and it was also great to see Freezing Hot celebrate you know, his lifetime club celebrate their 30th birthday at Whakatane at the start of this month. Awesome work, bro, and it's great to see you down here in Ōtautahi, Christchurch as Tamatoa. Yeah, it is this pod here. Manawatu looking to attack, using his feet. He's got good speed, but also great defence there by Reedy.
He's looking the most threatening, isn't he, Manawatu? Tamaya Manawatu in the number 1 strip for Tamatoa. There's Kaiawa. Oh, just touched there on the underarm. And the game sort of settled into a little bit of a lull period, a little bit of a grind as we approach the middle of the day. Heat has started to pick up. I see the clouds parting, a little bit of blue skies there up in the sky. And now Kaiawa, as they look to work towards the 7 metre line. Still down by 1, with a couple minutes left in this first half, looking to scoop towards the short side. Tamatoa, the intercept was on offer. I wonder if she had just left that alone, it would have been their ball easily.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because she was in great position, Tiv. She made herself available and got in that passing lane, and unfortunately, yeah, if she had just let that one go, it would have gone to ground. But here they are again, Kaiawa. They're really looking to express themselves on attack now. There's the dummy late cut. Great defence again from Tamatoa. 2-1 here to Tamatoa with the early lead in this game.
Tikato, Reese, they're really starting to let the ball fly, aren't they? As they get back to a middle ruck. Just not quite getting the platform right, so they look to reset, get their numbers back again. There's another touch gone. And Kaiawa not really offering a shot, but perhaps just waiting for the right picture to present itself. So they look to scoop out a half, and really work that middle defender. Dive coming from both ends.
Woodaroo from Power Rangers. The manager can please come to the grandstand. Yes, please come to the grandstand.
Yeah, defensively again, Tamatoa, although the ball was dropped, they're making good defensive reads and being in good position. So unfortunately they're just on their set of yards. They have made very little mistakes, and going into half-time this might be a critical area for Kaiawa to strike back.
They're only down by 1, so a timely strike here would see them draw level. As you see Tai Matilda out there in the number 9 strip, working with Sumner. Brunston's now on the field, Westrip's out there. So it's this combination of these 4 players that we've seen on the attacking end of the football as Brunston looks to dive through the middle. Touch has been claimed there though from Tamatoa, so they'll look to reset, just slow things down. And just looking to dictate pace, aren't they, Reese?
Yeah, I just realised who made that touch back there, Mitch Bailey. Top end referee in Nashville, and has done international work, and this is him making a good defensive read there, and being a referee, fit as a fiddle, he'll be looking to take one of these hits towards the sub box. This is him here coming on. It's good to see you running without the whistle. Mitch, as Tamatoa will look to complete this set and hopefully go into half at 2-1 against this Kaiawa team. And yeah, it was looking like a close game, and I think it's going to go all the way. This one might go down to the wire.
And the penalty has been drawn. You can see Tamatoa looking to play through, but I think it might be either a foot. Yeah, you can see from the referee's actions there, forward pass either at the ruck or one of the passes definitely. So a bit of an unforced error there from Tamatoa. I think they'll be disappointed. They haven't been able to complete their last couple of sets of 6. And with the game in the balance, they're having to rely on a mountain of defensive work to get them through to the end of this first stanza. Sam Brown there, getting into dummy half, working with Reedy. They look to run a sweep. Brown comes around, fed from Reedy, and easily defended there from Tamatoa. And I suppose it's a bit of a patient game at the moment.
Yeah, possession and field position is critical in all games of touch, and there's Westrip looking to attack back down the sideline. I think our winger on the far side there may have just injured herself a wee bit, limping, possibly. Yeah, might be a calf injury there, so we'll just have to see how that player is. Hopefully she's okay, and the medical team can get onto that ASAP as we enter the half-time break. Tiff, any last words before we break away?
None other than Tamatoa find themselves up by 1 going into the half-time period. I'm sure both teams will take a welcome break, get into their sub-box, reset, get a half-time message across and come out fit and firing in the second half. So at the moment, Tamatoa leading 2-1. Join us after the half-time break. Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai, hoki mai, ki o tautahi for the second half of this mixed open B fixture between Tamatoa and Kaiawa. A low-scoring affair, which is contradictory to what we've seen from the first couple of games, definitely at the beginning of the day. And, the heat is ironically starting to pick up given our weather over the last couple of days. And I'm sure most of these teams are a little bit laboured getting back out there onto the pitch. I'm sure they'll be happy to have an extended halftime break, so to speak, Reece.
Yep, players to watch, and here he is right now, number 12, Wade Brunson. Also out there, Moka. He'll be playing his role. Wade will just be assessing who he wants. There he is, directing play. Coming onto the board, fakes it for the OZ play, the bounce out of the link. On the girl, great mixed touch, but also great touch there by the two female players. Excellent work, great to see. Great attacking play, but also excellent defence by Tamatoa there.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head there, Reece. Great mixed play on both attack and defence. They worked the perceived mismatch out on the right edge, looking to throw the ball on the outside and get on the outside of the female link. She was well up to the task and made a great touch, and ably assisted by the winger as well. And now Kaiawa just invited back into this game, aren't they?
Yep, number 3 there for Kaiawa, Tyrone Reedy, young fella out of the Christchurch Boys High School touch team that went to nationals. I think he might have gone 3 or 4 times, so definitely knows the game. A winger tiv in the past, but obviously in the mixed grade you find yourself on the inside, and we have a play down on that far side there. Referees come together, and there it is, and no surprise, Brunson was involved in that one.
Yeah, he was, and I think that might have been Mokatuaka that went over out on the right edge, and they looked to run and get on the outside of the female link from Tamatoa the previous set, and just worked it up, albeit with a slightly different platform set up, and just managed to get on the outside on this occasion. So 2 apiece. Kaiawa, I think it was probably important for them to strike first in the second half, and they've done exactly that to tie things up at 2-2, and relatively smartly as well. Just over a minute gone in the second period. And so drawn things back to even Stevens. Tamatoa though, they'll be looking to reply.
Yeah, and the hot hand or the hot feet at the moment is Manawatu. Here he is there, gets a little wee doits, a little bounce out. Great work from Manawatu, and he strolls in right off the tap off, and I was just saying he's got hot feet. He's the hot hand for Tamatoa here. I would be going back to him as much as I can, young Te Maia Manawatu. Number 1, synonymous to the number 1 down here, a number that's held in high regard. Leon Skinner for many teams wore the number 1 down there for many years, and then handed the mantle over to Michael Kavanagh, and he's doing the job. He's doing the number justice at the moment. So we've got a tight tussle here. Tamatoa 3, Kaiawa 2. Kaiawa looking to strike down this edge. Part checks back in. Oh, looking for the quick pass there. Unfortunately, the ball goes to ground. Great defense, Tamatoa.
Yeah, she had the right idea, didn't she, Summer? She tried to get rid of the ball very quickly. And Julian Phillips was there, but just not quite in position to receive the pass. So the ball's gone to ground, and Kaiawa giving the ball away rather cheaply there. So Tamatoa now crossing over halfway. A little bit slow getting their full complement of players out on the pitch. Tainui there, looking to drive up the middle of the field. Tainui will scoop out a half, looking to scoop to the left. And great defence there from Kaiawa, caught in possession. But it's not a bad set there from Tamatoa, going from 7-7.
Yeah, and I just noticed that during the half-time break, Tamatoa only have 6 male players, so 3 on at any given time. So these crews are just going on and off, which can be quite taxing on the body, but they're looking in control of their bodies and their minds. Here they go, Kaiawa punching the ball down the field here, Tiv. They were completing sets, both teams, early in the second half.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up, Reece. So typically, the way that the game's gone now is you'd see probably sort of 9 male players in any given team of 14, and then you'll have 3 pods of 3, won't you? They'll just rotate as the game wears on, but only having 6 players, it definitely will be taxing. So they do have 3 males and 3 females in the sub box, so not even a full complement of 14. They're doing it tough at the moment, Tamatoa, but contrary to that, they still hold a 1-try advantage.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to put the mockers on them, but just as I say that, there's been an error coming out of half, trying to exit out of their own goal line. So once again, tell you what, Tiv, I'm actually looking, we're talking about Mitch Bailey and his status as a top-end referee. He's on the field at the moment. What I'd really love to see is an indiscretion and him maybe spray the ref a couple of times. But I know he won't. He'll keep it nice and clean. But there he is. I mean, if you want to talk whakatinana ina uara o te kemu, we've got a top-end referee out here doing the job on the field as well. It's awesome to see, Mitch. Great work, mate.
Yeah, how ironic would that be? But keeping his cool at the moment and showing his wares on defence for Tamatoa at the moment. Great man on defence there, and then great connection between all of their defenders. And that's an excellent show of D out on the right edge for Tamatoa. And they'll just look to kill the ball here out in this corner, Kaiawa. And I suppose that's a smart way to kill the ball, isn't it? You're going to get Tamatoa working that ball all the way to their box. And they'll just look to disrupt as much as possible.
Yeah, Kaiawa on the next set will look to get Brunson back out there on attack. He's been working really well with Reedy. And there we have another mistake. So that's 3 in a row now from Tamatoa in the early on the second half, where they've defended well, haven't controlled the ball towards the sub-box. So Kaiawa get another crack. And just as I say it, the 1-2, the number 12, he just rolls on out. All the whānau up north will be cheering him on. Or a few words said about how he's playing, but he's doing the right job. He's putting on a couple of tries. He'll be looking to manipulate the defence a wee bit here, either going out of half, gets the dummy half, feeds the quickie. Good footwork there. Good defence as well, though, by Tamatoa. Great work.
That's Te Waka looking to try and dive over there. And look to set up this platform here for Brunston. Sumner out there as well. That's a great drive there. Brunson now scoops out a half. Long ball out to the left. And they've dotted down in the corner. It was a patient build-up. Katie Bradley crosses over in the left-hand side. And it was just patient. They just got the right players involved. And then that platform set by Sumner really set up Brunson to throw that long ball up.
I really like the way, Tiv, that they were attacking the right-hand side, sucked the defence across to that side, and then Brunson just came in and manipulated that far side defence and picked them off. Winger held wide, beautiful pass, and as I said, he's the man I'd be going to, him and young Reedy, in terms of attack for Kaiawa, and they strike back 3-3.
Yeah, it's that whole chestnut checkers mentality, isn't it? Reese and Brunson, when you've got the wealth of experience that he has, you're able to put that out. As we see Bailey now coming out at dummy half with the scoop, and he slices through, breaches middle, finds a partner as well, and Rogers crosses over for Tamatoa to regain that lead. And Bailey, it was your mate. He sliced through and got the reward on the back end.
Awesome work. If you pump enough tyres, they'll fly. Great work and great attack there, and they really needed to regain their lead. Kaiawa had a little bit of ascendancy there. The tide, as we say, I tini te tai timu, tai pari, but Tamatoa strike back to take the lead.
Kaiawa with relative ease, within maybe 1 or 2 touches, getting down all the way to the 7. It's a pretty passive defence here from Tamatoa. Perhaps feeling a little bit more comfortable with the assuredness of the try line right behind them. Great touch made from Manoa too.
Yeah, really like to see this Kaiawa team, the player, get live. They go out of dummy half a lot. With the recount here, touches up their sleeve.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the work from Sumner in the middle of the field. You know, she's gotten through a mountain of work just trying to set platforms. As we see Kaiawa with quick hands out to the left, with a forward pass called from the referee. But yeah, Hannah Sumner for Kaiawa in the number 7 strip, getting through a mountain of work through the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, she's been great. She's almost playing like that 7th male, playing in the middle, playing at link, doing her job and just completing sets. Works hard to get off the field, but here they go. Tamatoa need a set completion. They haven't been out of their half, apart from a tap-off from a score.
Yeah, definitely losing the battle of the orange at the moment, aren't they? Tamatoa, as now they look to get one more. Last touch up their sleeve. Bailey comes out of half. I think he's just scooped into man on there though. And then the ball goes to ground. But I think in the grand scheme of things, at least getting out of your set, getting to the final touch, that's got to be considered a win for Tamatoa.
Yeah, and they will be. They'll be happy with that, with a 4-3 lead. They hadn't been out of their half and completed the set for a while. Here he goes, the man with the feet dictating play. I can see him scheming already. Mitch Bailey asking for a half. Roll ball, rolled it a little bit too far, but we won't be super critical. Here he is, looking for the ball. Nice little crossover play, keeping them honest. Big dive there. Sometimes the higher dive isn't so effective in our game of touch at this level.
Yeah, I would say no doubt that'll be a setup to something a little bit bigger though. From Harmoy Burns. As they look to plug this channel, Bailey comes off the right foot. It was a channel that had opened up, but able defended there from Brunston.
Yeah, great defense from Brunston. He wasn't sucked in there as they look to attack it over to the left-hand side now. Feeds the quick, big dive there. Referee is heading towards the dead ball line. Says play through and awards the try. And there's another try to Tamatoa, and they give themselves a little bit of breathing room. 5-3 now over Kaiawa. Well into the second half of this fixture in the open mixed B grade.
Yeah, what about the lead up from Te Ata Harmoy Burns, and then using Mitch Bailey as a bit of a decoy as well. He came in like he was going to run a 3-2 peel, and then they just dummied him, plugged that short side, and Graham Rogers, he's got their last two. Gotten them up to a 5-3 lead, so the biggest lead of the match is now Kaiawa. They look to approach the 7-metre line, and with probably just under 5 minutes left in this half, they'll want to strike back. So look to get a quickie play there from Campbell. And Campbell looks to get another quickie play, this time at link. Steps off her right foot, they run numbers out to the left. Brunston, second phase play. One more, they've got numbers here. Well taken try there from Kaiawa. They worked that well, didn't they, Reese?
I'll tell you what, Tim, if I was teaching some kids coming through, or even adults, and getting them to run the second phase play, I'd be ringing up Wade Brunston right away, because he has executed that play down to a T in this game, showing his experience, showing his skill set and his understanding of the game, and fights Kaiawa back into this game. Gee, I hope we go 5-5 and it gets real close here. Should build the atmosphere nice here at the Kaiawa Invitational.
Yeah, well, and what a spectacle. Apart from obviously that game that we called before between Pearl Jam and Otago, there have been one or two tries maximum in a lot of these results, and a couple of draws to boot, as Tamatoa look to find some purchase out on the left. They do indeed. Rogers, he scored their previous two, and he turns provider on that one, and Maya Wilson crosses over for a well-deserved try for Tamatoa.
Oh, and way to stay alive, the inside ball to their female player there. I'll get the number in a second, but just a great finish as well. Always staying alive. It's critical in our game of touch. 6-4, regain that 2-point separation. They'll be looking, here's Brunson. He'll be looking to roll on here and set something up.
Yeah, just restoring that 2-try advantage and working with Reedy. Oh, yeah, that's a soft turnover there. Just getting their communication mixed up, Brunston and Reedy.
Yeah, and they've been playing so well up until then as well, and maybe just a little bit of fatigue is coming into the game here. I've noticed that the yardage battle from one end to the other is slowly dissipating in this match, Tiv, and it's becoming a bit of a who's going to make the least amount of mistakes to seal this one. But Tamatoa, with a couple of minutes to go, are looking the better of the two at this stage.
Yeah, just as you say that, I lost control there, and inviting Kaiawa still into this game. So we approach perhaps maybe 2 minutes left in this one. And looking to run a sweep out towards the link, steps off the right foot, and a second phase play there. They've got some pace injected, great ball. And unfortunately for Kaiawa, it was there. Sumner drops it, and it's a try gone big in there for Kaiawa.
Yeah, tough pass to catch, and like you said earlier, Sumner, she's been near the player of the match for me, the way that she's playing multiple positions and just her line she runs to and to chopping that hole, like, yeah, okay, the ball went down, but to put yourself in that position, great player.
Well, she never really felt confined to one area of the field or to one position here. She's gone out, as you see a ball go to ground from Tamatoa, but she's gone out, she's helped out with the defensive workload, she's helped set platforms, helped put players in the right positions. Yeah, you're right, Reece, she's had a whale of a game.
Yeah, and unfortunately there's a mistake from Kaiawa, and here goes Bailey, straight out of half, straight off the turnover. I'm not sure if a mark was asked for, but he's just gone through, hits the open player, and the ball is down. I tell you what, since I've recognised who it is out there, number 15 for Tamatoa, Mitch Bailey, the official referee, top-end referee, has absolutely come on and sealed the deal here for Tamatoa. 7-4. What a great second half performance from Tamatoa to lock this one off.
Yeah, him and that combination between Bailey and Graham Rogers really paying dividends for Tamatoa towards the back end of that one. And they've managed to get up by 3 in the end. The hooter goes in the background to signal the end of the game. Kaiawa, they definitely put up a fight, and they were always there or thereabouts. But unfortunately for them, just going down. But Tamatoa, well-deserved winners in this one. They get over the top of Kaiawa, 7-4. We're going to take a short break and join us after that for a great Women's Open fixture that we've got on our hands. See you then.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki Ōtautahi, ngā Puna wai Christchurch for a Women's Open fixture. It's our first Women's Open fixture of the day here at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational, and what a game to do it. We've got a repeat of last year's Kaiawa Grand Final between Steelers and Kaiawa. And Steelers, they are coming off back-to-back Kaiawa championships, as well as Kaiawa obviously second from last year, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to go one better than this one here. Ko te wili Guthrie tōku ingoa, and I'm joined in commentary once again by Kath Mulligan. Kath, I'm sure this will be one that you've had highlighted on your list all week.
Yeah, kia ora Tiv, kia ora whānau. Yeah, looking forward to this Women's Open fixture. A lot of names across the two teams. Steelers obviously out of Otago with some ex-New Zealand and current New Zealand youth players as well. And Kaiawa here in the pink and black, who'll be, as you say, looking to go one better and get one on the Steelers this year. Both teams unbeaten so far this morning with 2 wins each. So yeah, top of the table clash.
And a well-worked play there. They look to dive over out on the left edge. Unfortunately for Kaiawa, touch just made. A great defense shown from Steelers, and I'll tell you what, they're definitely showing their wares if that first set of 6 is anything to go by. Kaiawa throwing everything bar the kitchen sink at them, stretching them from left to right to left again. But yeah, Steelers well up to the task.
They are, as we see them coming off the line, unfortunately just putting the ball down. So Kaiawa will get another strike here. Referees for this fixture, we can see at their moment Bailey Aziz, who's joined us up from Australia. So welcome to Bailey. And he's supported by Harry Huff and Nick Hamilton Cross. As we see Kaiawa get the first strike. Janelle Kavanagh with a lovely finish there.
You've got the punish play and then stepped off her left. It was one-on-one, Kavanagh and Turnbull. And then just managed to dive in and underneath. And the shutter for the Steelers wasn't quite there in time. So Kaiawa, they draw first blood in this one. And that's exactly the way they would have wanted to start. And I suppose, if anything, that shows that you can't really invite Kaiawa too many times into your half. The Steelers just guilty of overstepping the mark, or sorry, I should say, dropping the ball. That was the turnover. And inviting Kaiawa back into it. So Steelers looking to run a little peel play here. The wrap goes around, long ball is on. Great defense there from Kaiawa, great connection. And the ball shifts back towards the middle of the field. Scoop comes out of half, but just losing touch count there. And that'll be a premature answer.
Just an announcement.
Yeah, that's right.
I have Diana here by me, and she's looking for
just looking at Kaiawa here. They are coming out of the sub box, bit of pace onto the ball, which is great to see.
Where are you?
Just bringing it up over
We're
halfway.
at the grandstand. Oh my heart, my Caleb Harrison.
And Seebeck, I think. Yeah, look, turn over there, and Steelers will be pleased to have kept them off the 7. And now as they look to bring it up to have a strike at the line. Steelers always a fit, fast team. That's what we see out of Otago. So, you know, they'll be looking to run long into this game as we see Turnbull bringing it forward.
And then Murphy turns the ball back on the inside, back to Turnbull, and then she'll scoop out a half, looking to throw the cutout pass. And there were numbers there, but unfortunately the pass just not quite connecting. However, our referee Bailey Aziz from Australia says that the forward pass did come in there somewhere. So Kaiawa, they breathe a sigh of relief. Now they'll look to ruck the ball off their own try line, heading towards their sub box. And this is the game, the part of the game that's so important, isn't it, Kath? This middle to sort of 10 to 10 zone, the orange zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Kaiawa rucking strongly through there. Not quite able to complete, but you're right. You know, we see teams that are able to dominate the orange, whether that be on attack or defence, getting that percentage play down the right end of the field.
Yeah, it's a great point you bring up, because a lot of players and coaches, they focus on what you can do with the ball in hand, right, and your transition and how you bring your fresh players onto the pitch and get your tired players off. But equally, if you can get some press defence in there and really cause some headaches for the team with the ball in hand, you're going to find some purchase at some point. As we see Steelers here, definitely showing their fitness there. Repeat set, but getting down all the way to the 7 metre line. And now looking to back that up with a big strong set of press defence.
Yeah, so Kaiawa looking to bring it out into the halfway. some nice ball movement to get round past those pressing D. And they draw the penalty there, yeah, a little bit short, and actually he's called it for a hard touch. It's pretty upright in the play of the ball, but that's Izzy Grant bringing it forward there for Kaiawa. No, it's not, but anyway.
Looking to scoop out a dummy half, and this is the same sort of starter play, no touch affected. Great control of the ball there though. So they'll just look to reset. Strong touch made. Looking to dive in underneath. The Steelers defense holding firm at the minute. And the static fifth in front of them look to scoop out a half and really plug the ball as close to their own sideline as possible. And I suppose if you're not going to score, it's probably the next best thing.
Yeah, that's right, although referee Aziz has got them there with the penalty. So yeah, the Steelers short up that defence after that first try, and now they look to bring it out of their orange zone. You see Molly Wheely, current or incumbent touch black there, and Dana bringing it across. Get the 6 more call, and that's a handy reposition there on halfway.
Yeah, she got in the lane, Tiana Morrison from Kaiawa. Tried to appeal to the referee that she didn't play at it, however, got her body in the lane, didn't she? So Steelers get a repeat set. Ball brought up through the middle of the field. Turnbull there.
Working together with Charlie Sinclair and seeing what they can put on the line here. Oh,
yeah.
It's a favourite play there from the Otago girls in the Columba College with the little follow, but just unable to quite get it to hand.
Yeah, but coming off a quickie instead, wasn't it, Kevin? I suppose when you get a hard shot from Kaiawa, you can really create that separation between middle and length, especially that close to the try line. Now Kaiawa, as they cross over halfway, they'll look to get a strike dump and a scoop on the back end. And I was just about to say, the Red Sea parted.
It did. Manisha Seebeck on the back of that scoop, and she's got some wheels, so it would have been interesting to see if she would finish that off, but the referee just picked up an indiscretion in the ruck.
It was something that Ben Seebeck was known for back in the day, wasn't it? It was his speed and his scoop coming out of dummy half, so definitely inherited that.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, we watched them play the other night, and you say back in the day, but he's still got plenty of toe for an old fella, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, he's still out there playing. He'll be out there, or has been out there all day.
Yeah, working with the Gunners and adding a bit of experience to that youthful team, which is great to see. So Steelers just bringing it back to the line. Kaiawa looking nice and tight and connected on the defence. Let's see what they can bring here. Kiana Brown, she's a New Zealand basketball representative, one of our many multi-talented athletes out here.
Oh, and they go close there, the Steelers. That was on there. They just needed to catch and put it down. Unfortunately, ball just going to deck. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Great inroads here made from Kaiawa. What a run there.
That's Ashley Ward, who's a former New Zealand football fern. So once again, showcasing the talented wahine out here.
Yeah, well, it's one of the great things about our sport, isn't it, Kath? Just the ability to provide that sort of platform or that base for a lot of other sports as the long ball goes out to the left. Great touch made there, though, from Pip Beeson out on the wing for the Steelers. However, Nick Hamilton Cross, our referee in charge, says that she wasn't onside. So now Kaiawa, they'll get a repeat set, and as we saw, you don't want to give them too many bites at the cherry.
Yeah, so we've got Kevin A here working together with, I think that's Kahu Stone and Cheyenne Murphy. We got a ring in here from our Waikato girls, and yeah, looks like Kavanagh dots down again for the double.
She's got her second. There was a treat there from Kavanagh and Stone, 2 former New Zealand women's representatives. And we caught up with Kahurangi Stone sort of just downstairs, and she was playing for the Power Rangers last year, based out of Kaikoura, or coming out of Kaikoura, now plying her trade in Christchurch, so I'm sure she'll be a welcome injection for the touch scene down here. Turnbull just looking to dictate traffic, handing off to O'Neill. Just slowing things down. Wheely was coming around on the outside, and I don't think you'd want to give her too much space. As Turnbull looking to dive over the line, and she's dotted it down. And it was a patient build-up, wasn't it, Kath? And Turnbull crosses over to get the first one on the board for the Steelers.
Yeah, that's right, and that's the value of the experience of someone like Dana Turnbull. She's not panicked on the line there. She used the touch as well, created the space, and dotted down herself. 2-1, Steelers get one back against Kaiawa.
I think given the timing with these, sort of more local club tournaments that have the 15-minute halves, you don't want to let the game get too far ahead of you. And Steelers doing well to just pick one back there. That's a great aggressive defense showing in turn, making them strike from a long way out. And that's the benefit of making the touch probably sort of about 10, 11 metres out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bailey McDowell on the end there, easily able to shut that play down.
Steelers looking to ruck the ball off their try line. I think they've been guilty of this probably a lot more than what Coach Damien Burden would want. Just unable to get some finishes to the back end of their set and coming up with some unforced errors this close to their try line. And really inviting Kaiawa back into the game and inviting them to extend their lead.
That's right. We see just a little bit of movement here with the two players while they get their fresh legs on. And we see it's Kaiawa back out in the middle there to see what looks what she can set up.
That's a great snipe there from Link.
Yeah, that was. Shut that play down really well. I think that may be McDowell again, able to snuff it out.
And it's that identification, isn't it, Kath, when you know the strengths and weaknesses of the opposition, you're able to pick out plays and be part of the game before it happens, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Kaiawa, just a wee mistake there, so Steelers will look to control this, bringing the ball out. So we see check off from Sinclair to Easton, able to get in the back into the gate. Turnbull now through the middle.
And it's turned out all right for them on the back end, although they are scooping from a long way out. O'Neill comes out half. Now looking to throw the long ball out to the left, ball going to ground. But I think just lacking that sort of cohesion and that fluidity coming off their try line, especially in touches 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, so another penalty there. Kaiawa, they've managed to keep Steelers off from having too much attack on their line, and I think they'll be pleased about that.
Just working the ball up the tram tracks, close to their sub box. And fresh legs out there. And now looking to stretch. And a very strong touch from Turnbull, yeah. And I thought she had done well to beat them to the bend. She occupied the space. And our referee there, Hamilton Cross, says, no, a bit too strong there, so Kaiawa will get another repeat set. Has she out onto the ball? No, she hasn't. And they've just thrown that entire set away, Kaiawa, unfortunately for them, but Steelers, I think they'll probably be the ones breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that's right. They look to bring it up over the halfway. I think that's Asher Murphy, another one out of the highly successful Columba College.
Yeah,
Bit of pace on the pick there, that's lovely to see, and easily finds her winger out wide.
Yeah, talk about Columba College, couple-time national champions in the girls' grade, and just that pathway, isn't it, from school right up to provincial level, and then able to provide that platform for their players to really kick on and go to higher honours. You see the quality and the calibre of the players there, getting the Steelers second of the match, and they've tied things up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Dana and the Columba girls are regularly in that top 4 at the national tournament, and their touch IQ you can see coming through in this group of girls. A lot of these girls have been at the Kaiawa tournament from the first year when they had the Stingers, which was their younger girls, and now all form part of the Steelers. So, you know, some really strong touch IQ in there as they hold Kaiawa out off the line again, although yeah, little interference in the rucks as is, and they'll be happy about that.
They should advance the ball up 7 metres.
Maybe they don't play that one in Australia. What do you reckon, Tim?
Definitely some sort of rule discrepancy there, perhaps. But yeah, the tap ball should have been up where the 7 metres from where the infringement took place. So Steelers potentially having to waste a touch here. Definitely getting the short end of the stick on that occasion. And now looking to run a sweep play. The scoop comes out of half. That follow was on momentarily, and stepping back off her right foot, Molly Wheely in important possession. And so that'll be a handover. Kaiawa survived that one. And in the shadows of half time, I would say if there's any team that'll strike before half time, they're going to take a heap of momentum going into the second.
Yeah, that's right. As we see Manisha Seebeck bringing the ball strongly up there. Kevin around on the latch, setting a nice strong platform. Let's see what we can. That's one more touch to come, I think.
They do, yep. If they can.
Oh no!
thought they might have had one more, and it was definitely looking threatening if they did. And so that's the way it stays at the moment. 2 apiece as the halftime hooter.
So just see another wee error there. Kaiawa may get one more bite of the cherry before the halftime comes along.
Kavanagh, by the look of it, will be happy to take this one into the half. 1-on-1 once again there with Turnbull, and so it'll stay at 2 apiece. No one able to wrestle ascendancy towards the back end of that second half, and so we will head into the halftime break with the Steelers and Kaiawa all locked up at 2 apiece. Ahiahi Marie e hoa mā. You are joining us for the second half of this fixture in the Women's Open at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational between Steelers, the defending champions, and Kaiawa, who were runners-up in last year's game. So this is a repeat of the 2025 Kaiawa final, and it'll be Steelers going from right to left on your screen in the blue and gold, and Kaiawa in the black and pink, holding firm at the moment. And it was an interesting first period where Kaiawa jumped out to a 2-0 lead, and Steelers, they kind of just kept at it, didn't they? They persevered and they hung in there, and by the time the halftime hooter sounded, they found themselves all drawn up.
Yeah, that's right. So we saw a few mistakes probably from Steelers, uncharacteristic, giving Kaiawa some attack on the line. I'm sure they'll be looking to tidy that up at half-time. We saw Damien Burden, coach, talking to the whole group. In contrast, we saw the Kaiawa box sort of separate into positions and have those chats in their positional groups. So it'll be interesting to see who brings it out in the second half. So we see a repeat set for Kaiawa here on the line. Referee Huff, that's my boy out there, gives the signal. So we'll see what Kaiawa can do with this attacking set.
Shout out to Harry there.
And shout out to his old man who's probably watching at home in Australia. He's no stranger to the touch field himself.
Yeah, awesome. Kaiawa with a full set of 7, full set of 6 on the 7, I should say. Looks to run a peel play. The long ball goes out to the right. It's an excellent ball. Unfortunately, just drifted forward, and it was a close run thing. And Kaiawa, unfortunately, unable to strike first in that second half, but it's definitely a shot fired.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a ding-dong battle here between our two redheads on the wing, actually. Ali Walker and Pip Eason, both really well matched. So Pip able to make the touch on that one before it was called back.
Turnbull, followed by O'Neill. Good snaking run with that latch touch, and now they'll just need to get a strike on the back end. Called play through. They've managed to breach, and now they've gone through the middle. Referee Aziz has called it back. Caught an infringement there. Just try and see from his action what the infringement was, though. Just a little bit of interference, I think it was, actually.
It looked like it with that call there.
I suppose there's only really ever 2 reasons why a gap opens up like that, isn't it? And one is a defensive miscommunication. The second is they've got a helping hand from the attacker. So
that's right.
Seems to be the latter on that occasion.
Look, absolutely, and there's plenty of wily touch heads out there, and so, you know, sometimes you'll try anything that you can and see what you get away with.
It's all about testing the waters, testing the boundaries, Kath. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Seeing what the referees let go. However, our 3 in charge here, well up to the task, as the Steelers survived that set from Kaiawa, and now we'll look to ruck off their try line. And this has been an interesting battle because, you know, the Steelers, as you mentioned, coming up with a few uncharacteristic, unforced errors coming off their try line in the first half. So I'm not sure whether that tells a fair tale or whether it's a true reflection of sort of the battle that's going on at the moment in the orange zone.
Yeah, look, they're really 2 evenly matched teams, so unsurprising that we see this tight as we just see Dana going through on the final. Touch made comfortably, so Kaiawa to bring it back out of their half. It's 3rd game of the day for both these teams. You know, they've been running on a fairly heavy track, so fatigue might start to come into the legs.
Yeah, well, if you are tuning in via Whakaata Māori on the YouTube channel and you've taken a brief look into some of our games on the outer fields, you'll see that it is quite heavy. As the long ball goes out to the left, just dipping down at the toes though, so not quite connecting on the pass, but you know, just the results of a lot of heavy rain here in Ōtautahi as well as across the entire Motu. So yeah, those outer fields definitely feeling the effects, but in contrast with this deck here on field number 1, it is in pristine condition. And just a huge shout out to the ground staff here at Ngā Puna White, able to keep the field here, especially this one in front of the grandstand, and top nick as the Steelers to scoop out a half, stepping off the right foot, and just looking to get to the end of that set more than anything.
That's right, as we see the referee bring that forward there, a ruck infringement. So Kaiawa able to once again keep the Steelers off that 7 with their midfield D.
We'll see how they flow into their attack as they get their fresh legs onto the pitch.
See Grant and Seebeck working together there, getting a nice little short play on the line. Seebeck looks to go long, just unable to get it to hand there. Is Taylor Heath looking to chop in that link hole?
Jeez, some of these names, it's like you're commentating from an open men's fixture from Canterbury sort of 15, 20 years ago, isn't it, Kath?
Yeah, look, it really is, and it's pretty special to see that next generation of players coming through. So we see a nice inside check from Liv O'Neill to Dana, carving up some yards through the middle there.
Yeah, great interplay between the 2 former New Zealand representatives, and Turnbull looking to do the same. They do it once again, an open pasture in the middle of the field. I think Turnbull, if she had just stuck to dummy half, she would have picked her up on a scoop, and then Kaiawa really would have been in trouble. However, they opt to reset and go for the more structured platform, and that's exactly the reward that it benefits. Out wide, great touch there from the Steelers, and a great touchdown in the corner.
Yeah, it was beautiful work there, O'Neill and Turnbull together. As you say, they've played a lot together. I caught up with them both earlier. O'Neill thought she was coming here to be physio for the tournament, and Dana said, absolutely not, bring your boots. And we're just seeing the rewards of that experience out there.
And Meg Adams, the recipient, she manages to get one for the Steelers, and it's actually their first lead of the game. So the Steelers, we talked about them persevering. Now looking to press through the middle of the field.
Kiana Brown. Good press defence.
Really stealing that touch. She looks like she's got a big engine on her.
Yeah, look, she's another multi-talented player, New Zealand level basketball. She's a fantastic netballer as well as New Zealand youth touch. So, yeah, she's doing a power of work through the middle there.
Yeah, and that press and that motor.
Earns her a turnover, absolutely.
Yeah. And, you know, she's got the frame for it too, you know, long levers, long legs, and that frame translates to touch well as well. You know, you talked about it being quite up there in basketball, but that frame, you know, you're talking about being in the lane and being a menace really on the defensive end, as well as, you know, things like diving, and definitely something that works well in our sport as well. So that crossover definitely providing platforms for a lot of our youth athletes, and touch is a really important developmental tool, as you see. A scoop going through from the Steelers, and perhaps a bit of a short 7 there from our referee. However, Kaiawa, they defend that set. Now they'll look to get towards their suburbs.
That's right. So see them bringing it up over the halfway line. Just looking for the latch there. That inside ball. Oh, looks like Janelle Kavanagh straight through the middle there. She's like a hot knife through butter with the inside check, and she strides over to get, I think that might be a hat trick for Janelle as she brings Kaiawa back up to level pegging.
Yeah, she has indeed scored all 3 tries, and they just held up the ball, and probably not what the Steelers were expecting. They were expecting that strike bump to come, but yeah, just shot out of cannon was Janelle Kavanagh, and that's 3 apiece now. So the game definitely hanging in the balance as we approach the halfway mark of the second stanza. Now Steelers getting into their work down on the 7.
So O'Neill and O'Neill and Fowler, the 2 Olivias, in there working together, together with Molly Wheely. Let's see what they can come up with.
There's a strong touch made there on Wheely. Just looking to really disrupt as Fowler comes around on the sweep, straightens her up, looks to skip to the outside. An excellent touch there. And an important one that had to be made for Kaiawa. But now they've managed to slice through once again. Just needs to find a teammate. Oh yeah, that's not really one that you'd want to concede if you're Kaiawa, especially on the 5th and final on a static one. Just really invites Steelers and gives them another shot at your line.
That's right. So another set of 6 here. Let's see what Steelers can put together on this platform. You see taking it across wide. Great shoot out of the line. I think that's Jade Bowen, but the referee says no, you've gone early. So they'll get a penalty here on the 7.
And they want to be on their best behaviour in this set. They don't want to go down to 5 players, Kaiawa, due to discipline, or ill discipline I should say, as the dive goes over from Wheely. Great touch though made from Jade Bowen. She's come up with a couple of good touches, hasn't she? A couple of important ones.
Yeah, she has. She's working hard in the middle there, so having to come up with the dives.
They've got numbers here and just got in the lane there.
Yeah, that's Sally over on the wing, Sally Clough. But it's another repeat set, so these defenders are really going to be sucking it in, trying to defend the Steelers on as they have another crack at the line.
Long ball goes out to the left. Well defended though. Out on the wing.
It's Ellie Walker again. She's had a stellar defensive set out there. O'Neill and Wheely. Quickie play. The referee's just gone out of screen, but he's called them onside and they've made that touch.
I was going to say there were no gaps there in between middle. Kavanagh and Bowen really putting together a strong defensive effort.
That might be Grant.
Yeah, I was going to say Bowen might be off the field at the moment. She was there before making a few important touches.
She might have managed to get a sneaky sub in there when there was a penalty, so fair play to her.
They've broken through. No 6 touch called from referee Hoff in charge. So yeah, big tick of defence there from Kaiawa. They had to get through maybe 4 defensive sets. And compounding that effort, is that another penalty?
Not sure. O'Neill's questioning and Huff saying, I've got this. Back you go.
He's really asserting his authority, isn't he? And now Kaiawa off a piggyback, giving them a free 10 metres up the field. And Kavanagh looking to truck the ball. She takes a few rucks as they get the subbers coming out onto the pitch, crossing over into halfway.
So we see Ward taking it in for the set. Seebeck on the scoop. footwork, but great defence there. Dana shut that down. She calls for the ball back. She's looking to get a bit of urgency and get back down the other half.
Yeah, well, when you've made Kaiawa defend 4 sets in a row, you really want to keep the hammer down, don't you? You want to put the foot on the throat, and they definitely have the ascendancy at the moment. Kaiawa currently fighting from underneath. However, they want a good finish to the back end of the set here. The Steelers.
This is Bailey McDowell on the scoop. She's got pace, and she wins them the penalty. That was really well pulled.
Yeah, well, it's smart, isn't it, Kath? She scooped through. She knew that they were offside. She was always running from in front. And then gets the repeat set for her team, Bailey McDowell, as they look to run a little quickie play.
Oh, unfortunately, and they've put that down early on in the touch count. They won't be happy about that as a result, but Kaiawa come away again, keeping the line intact.
Definitely not what Damien Breton would have asked for in the sub box. That was untouched too, so a real waste of a set there from the Steelers. Now they're going to have to back that up with defensive pressure, although Kavanagh puts the ball down, and they've been invited into the Kaiawa half a few times over the last couple of minutes. They're just not quite being able to convert. However, on this occasion, the game's still in the balance. We're still locked up at 3 apiece. 2.5 minutes left to go in the second half. Turnbull with the ball in hand.
Working with Sinclair, little punish play there. Brings it back into the middle. Dana goes wide out to the wing, but it's well covered by Anika Claude-Taylor.
It was a mammoth long ball. And then Kaiawa, great defence there. Great scramble defence from back-to-back touches. That's excellent there from the Kaiawa defence, although...
So we've got a call from the sideline.
We've got here, the only thing that I can think it might be an offside player. And the call definitely did come from the sideline, so referee Bailey Aziz has spotted an infringement. And yeah, you see that offside is the call, so Kaiawa guilty of ill discipline over the last several minutes, and Steelers just unable to find that killer blow as Turnbull looks to throw the long ball out to the right. Great defence out wide from Kaiawa. It's been really, really strong for them over the last few sets.
That's right. So the Steelers moving the ball from sideline to sideline. Turnbull again having a crack at the line. And the referee saying she's lost control there on the dive. So Kaiawa get the turnover.
Yeah, lost control. And again, it's another one that's left a few touches up the sleeve. Left a few touches on the table. And so Kaiawa, perhaps with just under a minute left, perhaps they're the one to land the killer blow. We've seen quite a few draws throughout the course of the day, Kath, and the way this one's tracking, perhaps this one might end up with a stalemate as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we've only got one pool in the women's grade. So if these two teams do come with a draw, then it'll go on, I'm assuming, points for and against to see who finishes in that top spot and gets the 1v4 semi-final tomorrow. You see O'Neill bringing it through and Easton supporting at dummy half.
Is on there as well, working with McDowell. A couple of plays left in this game. They'll need to strike really smartly here as McDowell looks to throw the short ball. Excellent shot there.
Tiana Morrison on the wing. She's read that really well, snuffed it out, and I believe that's full time. So there we have it. It's been a really tight tussle, and I think that 3-3 scoreline is probably an accurate result for that game.
Yeah, definitely a fair reflection. Both teams had their chances, perhaps pulling back with an eye towards a possible finals meeting tomorrow, with all things going well for these two teams. However, at the end of their pool round fixture, a rematch of the 2025 Kaiawa Invitational Final, the Steelers and Kaiawa, they end this game locked up at 3 apiece. We're going to take a short break and join us for the rest of the action after this.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but If you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Tēnā tātou te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei tukinga nui. It is the Amigos taking on Takatoast, two very, very local teams there, Tiff. And where's our Pippies and Power going on this one?
Oh, you know what? I think Takatoast, they should have the upper hand here, I would say. They're a lot more active, I would say, especially with tournaments up and down the country. I know that they've signed up for a few 10K tournaments in Hamilton over the last couple of years, so my money should be on them. However, if there is one thing I do know about Takatoast is that they do play a very physical style of football, and that can get on the wrong side of some referees. So, a very calculated call. However, I will say Takatoast will keep their noses clean in this one and come out on top. And that means you have to go Amigos. So we'll see who's got the Pippies and Powers at the end of this one, bro.
I'll go Amigos. I'll back my man Jimmy, the motor loaded Taylor. He's getting around here, and actually speaking of him, he's just coming on the field there, number 7. Played for Loaded at the Whakatane tournament, opened up the account. He's got a big motor, that's why we call him Jimmy the motor. They're full of energy. Now you might hear a few rumbles in the background. We are due for a bit of thunder. So hold tight, whānau, but we're back here live. This is a bit of a local derby, this one. It's, oh yes, been really, really loving some of the placement defensively on the line from most of the high-end teams too.
Yeah, that and the connection between them as well. Teams, that bar just keeps getting higher and higher, doesn't it, Hika? And that standard of touch being set as we see a sinker ball coming in from the Amigos. But just that quality of touch is continues to climb, Hika. And so, players and teams, they just keep pushing the boundaries and pushing themselves as well, and I think that's probably what we're seeing out there on the field.
Yeah, just, how awesome. I'm looking at this image. We've got this beautiful grandstand in the background, beautiful pitch, great touch, great refereeing, just coming through the hands here. Yeah, and nice. It's just a great product, isn't it, Kaiawa?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely, and I would love to see more North Island teams coming down and getting involved, because it is a great kaupapa and a great tournament. As we see Takatoast crossing out on the left-hand corner, the dot down was great, the flick back to halfway, not so much, but they open the account here. Takatoast, they take an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Takatoast. It's, big mihi to the Kino whānau. I see Jason Kino, Ngā Te Tū Mātauinga. Pete in the Army, also Wollaston Touch, done a lot of great things. His sons have featured quite heavily through these teams. Canterbury Tuna Mix took out national title last year, moving up to the open grade. So this is a real good, tournament to bring through the young group.
Yeah, very, very impressed over the last couple of years with both Roman and Hunter Kennel. And yeah, you're absolutely right with the 21 mix. They've been there or thereabouts with one national title to show for it. So great stuff coming from that whānau, and we'll see if they can translate that into this Takatoast outfit. You also got the Henry Anderson as well. You got the Anderson whānau with Nelson here this weekend, as well as Brad Morgan McGee. He's the vet that's been around for a long time. So definitely some names in that Takatoast outfit.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of experience and great characters off the field, as we all know. Yeah, nice right to left over the top. Oh, just got a hand to it. It's sort of those, I've never been a winger, but I know it must be quite hard to not have a go at a ball in the lane like that.
When it's within reach, absolutely. Why not have a dig? I thought, however, that pass floated forward. The referee said it was all good to go. It's now Takatoast. The long ball goes out to the right hand this time. And a great diving finish out wide. And Takatoast, they've just gone bang, bang, just like that. And they extend their lead out to 2.
Yeah, well, you called it early in this game, Takatoast. You put your bounty of kaimoana on there that I'm sure you've taken out of my freezer. But I'm in there. Amigos, Amigos, and it's just a couple of enchiladas, and I'm sure they'll be back at it.
Enchiladas, a couple of burritos, a couple of tacos in there too. However, they get the tap off, and I'm sure they'll want to strike early. That's the thing that I was mentioning in the game before. With these shortened 15-minute halves, so you don't want to let the game get away too much from you, especially in these early exchanges, because when you're having to fight from underneath for the entirety of a game, it's never a good thing. As you see, referee Cam McDonald pull up a forward pass there from the Amigos. So Takatoast, they've got all the momentum.
They sure have, and just there's a really nice crowd just starting to really fill up the stadium and around, and I've seen a few outstanding athletes that are touch players themselves. I see Maya Joseph's there with the Steelers Club helping in the backgrounds. See Mirirangi Paul. She's also here, and I saw Kimi Koi here from netball. So, you know, our sports has got some wonderful support at all levels, and it's great to see.
Now Tucker Toast, they managed to scoop through to the end goal and find an extra player. So yeah, definitely they've started this game absolutely on fire. 3-0 within the first 5 minutes, and Amigos, they're going to want to put a stop to this pretty quickly.
And they're looking real calm, Tucker Toast.
They are, yeah.
They could be quite busy. We were here last, I think Factory and Tucker Toast had a good old ding-dong battle. But they're looking, it might be that new strip, and also the leadership of Jason Kendall.
Amigos now through Jimmy Taylor. He's racked up plenty of touch on both sides of the ditch, hasn't he, over the last few months. Great to see him back here playing in his hometown as he looks to get a quickie. And a great shoot from Link there, well identified. But Taylor threw the pass, got a hand to it, and so they'll get a repeat set down on the 7. Just working in tandem there with Erland, just looking to draw defenders forward. Come out to a 3-2 ruck on this near side. And now Taylor getting involved with Wilson at dummy half. Taylor gets the quickie, looks to dive in underneath. Kind of similar, yeah, exactly right, at the Whakatane tournament earlier this month, playing for Loaded. That was how he opened their account. Just getting that quickie off a good roll. So he's definitely got that low game, doesn't he, Jimmy Taylor?
I like this when they sort of bring up the link. They've got to try and entice all those 4 middle link defenders. They've got to get them up off the line. Otherwise, they just hold and release quite easy. But I guess they'll grow into that type of play in time. But it's very... The old days, just the 2-man attack plays. The defences, the links now dropped so quite easily. So I'd like to see them just really move that ball. And they've got to get both those links at least 2-3 steps off the line.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Hika. There's 2 main ways that you can make your attacking opportunities easier. The first is to get it on the back of a good roll-on, and the second is to do a lot of pre-work manipulation, isn't it, down on the 7. So if it's static like how it is going to be for Tucker Toast here, that manipulation is going to be very important.
Yeah, totally. And here we are back live. If you've just joined us, this is the Kaiawa Invitational Touch Tournament 2026. First major tournament in the South Island. We've got another big one coming up with the Youth Nationals, but here we have it. Tucker Toaster, they're really keeping the Amigos really honest, making them work out of touches, release.
Ooh, that's a great step up there from Wilson at link for Amigos, because that would have been a try for all money. And Lockie Erland, unfortunately, has just taken a bit of a knock to an arm or to a shoulder. Let's hope he's okay. He comes off rather gingerly to the sideline. Now Tucker Toast. So that's touch 2. We've still got 4 left to go. They'll work the ball back to the middle channel. Scoop comes out of half. They go for the long ball, although that's man on. Not sure if that was a play there from Tucker Toast. Maybe a little bit more organisation and a little bit more pre-touch manipulation. I'd love to see from them as the game goes on.
Yeah, I think they took the foot off the pedal a little bit there, Tucker Toast. All their touchdowns has come from real rolling plays, getting them on the back foot. But statically, Amigos were very stable, and they've got a bit of a momentum shift here. Yeah, Henry looks like picked up a nice penalty there off the mark. It's back at it, young Henry Anderson, one of 3 brothers, and Wayno, the dad, he's got a lot of cutlery, a lot of silverware in his cupboards, and has represented many provinces. But here we are back live, Tivanai, and we've got an awesome commentary team like Kai Whakapaho, reseller who's local, and also Kath, and Tivanai are really grateful to be brought down to be part of this awesome kaupapa.
Aira, Hika Tikato as Tucker Toast, looking to work his footwork there. Now they'll come back to the middle of the field, just posing a few questions and getting some honest responses out of Amigos. As you see the quick hands, they get a hand in there. Yeah, back to 1 is the call from our Kaiawa. There's 3 of them here. Kaylee McCracken, Trey McLean and Cam McDonald-Peterson. Very experienced referees.
Yeah, they've put the combinations together very well, haven't they? The referees are close to the calf here, and there's just smiles all around.
Yeah, well, and well led from Alicia Waiti as well, and Adrian. So plenty of good referees. You know, you mentioned earlier, you've got the likes of John Dusto, Richie Heat, former international referees. floating around as well, lending their knowledge and expertise. And then, you know, at the opposite end of the scale, you've got the young up-and-coming referees as well. So it's a really good atmosphere and a really good referee contingent that we've got here at Kaiawa that is only really reflected by the quality of play on the field as well. So repeat set of 6 here as we get back to live field action for Tucker Toast, and they've been camped down here. They may as well start a picnic, set up a tent, because they've been down here for the last sort of 3 to 4 minutes. They're looking to get a quickie out on the right-hand edge, a 2-1 draw pass. And Amigos, their desperation, they've come to play now. They've found themselves down by 3, but now they're just starting to shore things up defensively.
Yeah, I think just you can only handle so much attack. It's like back to back, and eventually you'll crack.
Oh yeah,
just like that. And it's but I'm really, really impressed with the Amigos. They've probably got a bit quiet. However, Tucker Toast have just stuck to their processes, their systems. And yeah, they'll be super stoked for, but more so probably with the donut on the defence end.
I think, yeah, absolutely right. Okay, you've hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, 4 tries is all well and good. When you can hold out this Amigos outfit to no tries within the first 11 minutes of touch, you know, you're obviously doing something right on the defensive end. As Wilson looks to come out to early on the ruck. Now we've got the Garnham in the middle with Taylor. Taylor's worked with a few different middle partners on the attacking side of the ball within the first 10 minutes. Now he'll look to scoop out a half, trying to throw the link ball, and yeah, there's nothing really connecting, is there, for the Amigos?
Yeah, I think this is another case of these teams play each other so much that the tendencies are you really know who your sort of prime attackers are, and Jimmy is that. He's probably the end-to-end touch player in this team all round. Whereas Tucker Toast, they know each other very, very well, and I think they've managed to handle Jimmy quite well so far.
Yeah, so far. I suppose quality players like that, you can only hold out for so long. There's Tucker Toast. They breach. They look for the offload out on the left-hand edge, although that's a great touch made. Oh, great honesty there from the Amigos. Yeah, I thought it was a touch. However, he's signalled to the referee, no, I've missed. And so Tucker Toast, they cross over for their 5th.
Yeah, ko te manawa take o tēnei kapa. Tucker Toast just seemed to be just tweaking the tempo. Really, really nicely on the back end. They just injected speed. Ko ngā wai hi kakara watu. And honestly, on the day, we've seen, I know I've caught a couple of games already with you, Tiffin, we've seen some amazing honesty calls. Me pono ngā kupu, and it's wonderful to see, and I think it's a real reflection of this kaupapa Kaiawa. But here we go, Tucker Toast, not far from half-time. Yeah, probably just the attack's taking a little bit of sting. But hopefully, you know, they can start different points of attack. That's good from Jimmy, attack the link. Little face play there through the hands. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, beautiful ball out wide.
Ball. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Hika. What a ball there from Jimmy Taylor. And he was on the right-hand side of the field, stepped back, got the second phase play, and then just an absolute bullet straight from the hip all the way to the wing. And Jensen early crosses over for the Amigos, first of the afternoon. So it took them 13 minutes, but they finally managed to cross, and they pegged the deficit back to 4.
And I think that's a real reflection of the experience that Jimmy Taylor's gained over probably since 2023, debuted for the Open Mixed, and now he's playing with Loaded, which is one of the heavy hitters, and now means great. He changed the point of attack to went to quickly on the link step back phase, and an unreal right to left pass. So credit to Jimmy for, you know, taking on that stuff.
And then in response, Tucker Toast, they managed to cross over. Yeah, and it was building, and they got there in the end. So 6-1. Just managing to nullify that try there from the Amigos. Unfortunately for them, couldn't quite get it done on the defensive end. And that hard work from Jimmy Taylor. I tell you what, you talked about him having a motor. He's been out there for most sets in the game, hasn't he?
Yep, I remember Te Waipo number 4 PTL was the first time I saw him, and I was calling that game. I said, who's that guy? He's got a massive motor. And he come up to me after the game. He watched the replay and says, "Hey, Hika, my name's Jimmy. You can call me Jimmy the Motor." And so the name stuck. But
stuck. And then the following year, you found himself in the Touch Blacks.
Yeah, the Touch Blacks. Had a good chat to Polder Huwini, who's obviously, you know, super experienced coach, and he coached Jimmy quite a lot And Holder had some great things to say about him. More so his coachability was something that I remember that stood out to me. And now I see him, like I said, attracting clubs like Loaded. I think it says a lot, Tiff.
Yeah, it's I think when you're a good person, it makes it a lot easier to make those teams and make those connections, and you can say all of those good things about Jimmy Taylor. As the halftime hooter goes in the background, and that'll be it for this first stanza. A pretty dominant one at that from Tucker Toast. They find themselves up 6-1 over the Amigos. Join us after the break, where Hika will be joined by a special guest in commentary. We'll be back soon.
Our policy, if it's far side right, static, fifth touch. If I just slide in one hit. Sweet. If they run the late touch in the middle, they get through back short. All good? Yep. The other little tinny one is like just a gas and white play. But they haven't worked hard to control that. Not at all. But we're good. Yard's good. We're just going to keep completing sets. Keep completing sets, and we just need more work off the ball. And by more work off the ball, I mean you've got to hit holes, but you've also got to call for it. Because the ball player can't read your mind. Ain't no Jedi mind tricks here, eh? You've got to call for the ball. Like links you're in, right? Because their links are so lateral. Sweet, so we're either going to get into a passage shape or we're just going to hit holes. So you've got to come in. We're good though. We're good. We stay positive. There's no niggle. We just keep going. Defensively, we're getting up really high. Sweet, so if I'm middle with Josh here, if I get up, as soon as they check to the other middle, the middle's got to fly in. Okay? Sweet, same if they check to a link. They check to a link, link just makes it up. Check to a short side, drop you in. All good? Right, 15 minutes of hard work.
Hei tēnā tātou e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei tukinga nui. Kei taku tā hei tēnei wā, tētahi aku hoa, tētahi tēnei taonga o te iwi, nau mai, hara mai tēnā koe nehi.
Tēnā koe Hicks, tēnā koutou e mātaki mai tō kāinga, ai, tēnā koutou.
Tā pai, now, Nehi, we've got Tucker Toast and Amigos, two local teams. You've just come off a game on field 2. Who did you play and how did that fixture go?
Yeah, we just had a bit of a ding-dong battle against Tamatoa. They were pretty sharp. We had our first win of the day out of our first 3 games, so the spirits were high, and but yeah, definitely a tough match, and obviously looking forward to the second half of this one as well.
Yeah, Tucker Toast in the light caramel got it to a great start. I think it was 5-0, and then Amigos managed to find top down, but they're a very well-oiled machine, Tucker Toast, and that just seems to be one of those games here that I'm sure you've played and just everything goes your way.
Oh yeah, to get away to a flying start like that, I think that's been sort of a common trend that we've found in our couple of games, is to try and get points on the board, and for them to be up 6 scores in the first half, yeah, things are clicking and gelling for them, which is choice.
Now I know you're used to obviously Whakatane for many years playing for Wairere. Wairere was never really well known to get off to a good start at some of those tournaments, to slowly build through the day. Are you drawing on some of that for this tournament, Nehi?
Yeah, I reckon too, and probably the fact that it's 15-minute half, so a little bit shorter than the usual 20s, means that, yeah, as soon as that hooter goes that first whistle, you've got to get get into the game and get into the rhythm and apply pressure and get points on the board.
Can't wait. So here we have Takatoast moving the ball real nicely and just up the field. They've made 0. Oh, that might have been the first error of the half. So Amigos, it's got that real catchy name, gets some ball with really good field position and with a full set of 6 up their sleeve. So what's some of the top plays you're seeing generally that most teams run, Mihi?
Oh, bro, well, I'm way out of the loop with some of the plays and the names. He's got the splitters and the sweeps and the PAMs. I probably might be giving the boys a bit of intel into some of the moves we're calling, but gone are the days where it's just the air straight back or, drag and scoop. So, a lot of variation, and as you can see here, Amigos on the board again. So, a good start to them to the second half, getting the first try of the half, and they'll be looking to build off that and get back into the game.
Well, that's definitely a play you used to run, a nice little scoop short side, and late cut with your brother Edu and touchdown. So it was good to see Amigos start this second half off. Now, you're playing for Kaiawa. It's the team you've been brought down to play for, Mihi. Some of the players that are part of that team this year?
Yeah, we've got an awesome mix, I think, of boys from obviously out of the region, and probably what's impressed me most is having a few young fellas. There's the Mataio, Shaden, Tommy Robinson, fella Liam out on the wing, sort of all boys that are still, we'll cut into Takatoast. Ref's giving it a ball down. One of the Amigos players is calling for a touch. Ref awards it.
Yeah, pretty similar play to Amigos. Try the old short side scoop and just managed to lose their mirror. So Takatoast will go out to a 7-2 lead. There's a bit of a sideline microphone, so you may hear some interesting kupu that are getting picked up from the microphone. He te iwi, that's totally out of Nehi and I control. We're way up in the back of the grandstand in the Doom box, doing our best. Now, Nehi, there's been a lot of players come through touch like yourself into the elite sport. If there was 1 or 2 things around the type of training you could give young players now, what would that advice be?
I'm a bit of a stickler for basics, as much as I like trying to pull off the flashy plays. Just things around, the fundamentals of the strong bases around ball control, just dropping in for good plants for your players to set them up, catch pass as well. The other thing we talk about, especially what I learned coming through rugby, was being a good student of the game. So, when you're away from the game, really trying to study players, study how you can get better, always trying to improve and learn. And whatever sport you're playing, whether it's rugby or touch or netball and things like that, I think, going in with that mindset of how I can get better and, make the players around me better, that'll hold you in good stead.
Awesome. It's just as you say that, there was a slight micro skill error, which just backs up what you're saying. But here we have number 7, Jimmy the Motor Taylor, Touch Black Open Mix 2023. He just come off Whakatane playing for Loaded in the final, and he's in pretty good form. He's got good feet and a good pass. Yeah,
I had the pleasure of playing PTLs, I think, for the mighty Central Stingrays a few years back, up in Auckland, and him. There were a couple of other bros that come up from down south too, so it was choice. You see him ripping a left to right. Oh, the link goes for a bat on. Or he might have been able to just got that down himself. But as you can see, Jimmy Taylor, classy player, very influential, and see his hands going into his head. He was a bit gutted with that one. We'll get another opportunity, hopefully, on the next set.
Yeah, and nice confidence here from Takatoast to move the ball. Obviously, trying to get to that box side is quite vital. But I'll tell you what, the fitness levels look quite good here. They seem to have a lot of energy. Everyone's injecting himself at the right time. Good ball movement. Nice, beautiful platform. It's a little 32 platform, going to use a bit of speed. Yeah, bit of a short 7, but defensively you'll be happy taking that one there, Nehi? Yeah,
no, it's a great finish to that set. I think they pressed well in those first 3 touches to obviously not allow Takatoast to get a bit further up the field, and it's sort of much easier to defend when you're sort of not allowing teams to get down into the 7 with the amount of threats that are running around these days.
Here he goes again, Jimmy the Motor. You're right, he's got his prospect signet from the Central Stingrays, and he was a great inclusion. I think along with Will Hamilton, that might have come along with him that year, and Ben Anderson. Yeah. Three really good people and great players. But Tētahi Whakatauki, or Kaiawa, Nehi, it's beautiful. Ko te aronga kia tūngia. ki te whakatinana I te pitomata o te kaitākaro. So Naze's whakatauki that they have is all around potential, all around the embodiment of potential, and I think this gives the opportunity for you to put your potential forward. So it's great to come to a tournament, touch tournament, but to have things like a whakatauki that embody a tournament is pretty special for us, especially having a whakatauki in Te Reo Māori there.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. That whole thing about connection as well, and I think when you talk about potential, and I was tying it back to I had a yarn with Tiff earlier, the potential of touch down in the South Island, especially at Canterbury, and it sort of reminded me of the days in the early 2000s when the Canterbury men's and the women's were the juggernauts, and so for them to fully tap into and realise their potential, you come full circle to tournaments like this and allowing the younger generation, a lot of teams from down south, to be able to showcase their potential, and we're seeing plenty of that here with these two teams, and especially Takatoast, who just scored another try and setting up here for Amigos Jimmy Taylor coming on the sweep.
He's got a great long ball. He just got caught up in the ruck. But yeah, I was really impressed when Neza sent through Ngā all those values. And I was just like, wow, he's put a lot of thought into not just the kaupapa, but actually put the tuapapa, the foundation of his kaupapa and those pillars. But here we are back live, Amigos. They've definitely been the better team at the start of the second half. A lot more confidence is coming through the line here. Jimmy Taylor's, he set up a nice touchdown standing at link in the first half, coming on a sweep here. He's trying to use these extra legs. He probably just lost their timing there, and a little bit of leadership out of there, and there goes that left to right we talked about. And I'm sure Jimmy will like his time again, but Takatoast, 6 ahead, you're quite comfortable with this stage of the game, Nehi?
Yeah, if I was part of their team when the coaching set up to be up by 6 with, I guess, just under half of the second half to play, be sitting pretty comfy. But in saying that, they're not by no means taking their foot off the pedal. Looking comfy on defence, and they're rolling through their sets as they look to set up here with a finish. Talked about it earlier, just skill sets around that catch pass, and as was highlighted in this finish here, great skills just to be able to catch it early, get it away before the defence makes the touch, and another try in the corner. And they'll be sitting pretty comfy now, getting out to a 7-point lead.
Now, Neha, when you went, I remember seeing you and Orchard the first year you made the Hurricanes at Te Wānanga at the start of the year. You would go back there, and you had a great year that year. Did a lot of the players that you, like current All Blacks at that time, know your touch background?
Nah, not really. Yeah, and that was probably the thing. Like a lot of the footy boys, there weren't many that played touch, so they don't really, play at a secondary schools or know about a whakatane tournament or a multinational. So it was kind of just the touchies that all knew each other. It wasn't until we would play conditioning games, touch at trainings, we would try and go pretty hard. Me and Oatsy will run a few moves here and there and try and catch them off guard. That would sort of start chatting up our touch days. But not so much. But now you kind of see a few boys, like you saw Ruben Love play at multinationals, Te Toiroa, Joe Weber, Wharenui Hawera, fellas that have been at the top in the rugby game, coming back to their roots with the touch game as well.
I know, Nehi, obviously when you're at the pinnacle with the All Blacks, I'm not sure if you're not allowed to play touch, but you definitely don't see that happen. But I see Ruben Love at Māori's, a current All Black, and I saw him at Book and Battle.
Yeah.
So he's definitely, what's happened with Ngāti Porou, I think, of going home, he's definitely got a passion for the game, hasn't he?
Yeah, we tried claiming him as a bit of a Ngāti and trying to find whatever little the tiniest 0.0001% of his parautanga. But no, I think he's Te Ataua, and his roots are strong around the Manawatu Wellington region. But choice for him to get back, and you can just see I guess what's great about the game of touch is, it's a real whānau feel as well, as much as, it's real skillful and high-paced, just that connection that we have as players and in the game, and that's what he sort of loved and got a massive buzz about as well. Hence he played, 2 of the big tournaments over the last few months, over the summer.
I know how infectious that is, couple of nephews, James Tamo and Kenny Edwards. They came back with the New Zealand MāORI Invitational side, and Kenny was really clear. He says, man, I want to really mimic what Nehi and Api and them are doing at Ngāti Porou, people wanting to come back, not just it's a trip home at the motel and all that stuff. And so Kenehi and Api really sat down, and we ended up spending the first night at a marae. And normally in those, I guess, those type of camps, you go to the motel and you do those things. But I do know that the tauira that she's left is very infectious, and a lot of people admire that, and it's really rubbled through the community, which is great to see there.
Yeah, very nice. Saw Tākoha. He was jamming with us for Kaiawa, and just see what he was doing with Ngāti Hene. There's so many other kaupapa that are really strong around connection to our Māoritanga, learning more about your whakapapa, where you come from. I think that's what we sort of wanted to push first and foremost from Ngāti Porou with our league or touch, was just reconnecting to our Poroutanga first and foremost, and then we're just using sports as a vehicle. And we've seen it through the amount of players that have just been able to come home and their first time back up the coast, first time on the marae, first time learning our waiata and our haka, and they come away from our wānanga and our tournaments just with another lift in their ahua and walk away feeling more confident, not only for them and their whānau. That's probably the biggest buzz that we get. Winning and stuff is cool, but it's the sort of things that carry on and continue long after the tournaments are finished. That's the most important. Yeah, that positive generational impact, isn't it, Nehi? And I went and watched Ngā Mahareikura, your women's team's first game, and obviously starting with a haka, and I could see girls I knew hadn't really done a lot of haka, and you could just see, you know what it's like, you know exactly what it's like. It's bigger than probably anything else that we do before games, and so I knew straight away that it wasn't so much the girls would win, but you know that they were going to just play so well. Yeah. And that was a thing, but we always talk about the classic, the measures of success, and for us, just seeing that before the whistle had already blown, I felt like we had already won. Tournaments, teams and things come and go, but who we are as Māori, as from being uri o Ngāti Porou, that's with us, long after we're gone, even for our moko and generations to come. So that's cool too, bro. Yeah. Well, hoki mai ki te kēmu, Takatoast have jumped out to a 9-2 scoreline. And they're going to be stoked with that, because most teams have either finished for the day or they've got one more round game. Amigos, the beauty of this tournament to a lot of the other tournaments we go to, probably bar Māoris, is it's a 2-day tournament, so you're still in the hunt tomorrow. There's normally another round game in the morning, so it's not over for Takatoast. Both pools are, I know your pool's very close. I think there's 3-4 teams had a draw round one. Yeah. So now it'll be make for an interesting finish, and like you said, bro, the beauty of having a couple extra games is that it'll go right to the wire. I think there's another round to be played in the morning, and so just kind of depends on how the boys recover and how they show up again, and give them the best opportunity to hopefully feature come that those semi-finals. Now, bro, I got a great message from a friend that's close to us, Doma, and he's always tuning in, doing great work. Now, I know he coached you a few times. Can you share with us some of his classic one-liners? Has he got a classic one-liner you can share, a motivational one? Jeez. It was probably hard to even understand, and he just mumbled most of the time. Nothing but love. Everything was just breather this, breather that, and so Doma, shout out, big mihi to you, bro. Gutted to miss the Brooklyn battle last weekend, but it looked like it was another awesome, successful weekend. But Doma's obviously done so much, not only for touch in Wanganui, round Manawatu, but on the national scene, and top man, big mihi to you if you're watching. I know you'll be watching, Doma. Cheer, breather. Tēnā koe, breather. O te rā koutou, and Takatoast take this one out. Nō reira, mihi ana ki a koe te tōkana whaiwāhi, te noho tahi ki te whakapāho, ki te kōrero, ki te tōhātō mātauranga. Nō reira, e te iwi, kaua huri ki teihana ke, hoki mai a kōkō ake nei.
is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora, te iwi, and we are back at Ngā Puna here in Ōtautahi for this mixed open fixture between Aoraki and Illegal Jam. Ko Tivoli Guthrie tōku ingoa, and I am joined in commentary by Reese Allen. Reese, it's been an awesome day so far. The sun poked its nose through for a little bit. Clouds are starting to roll in, but I think this weather should hold for the rest of the day.
Yeah, mihi ana ki a koe anō, Tiv, mo tō kaha ki te tautoko I tēnei kaupapa, whakahira ki roto I tō mate nei whenua o Ōtautahi, nā reira. Kei te kite koutou ki rungi te whira, a bit of a runaway, but I believe there's been a bit of a stoppage in play. Not too sure. Try has been, awarded. So there's a bit of an injury down on the in goal to one of the looks like the Aoraki players. Hopefully that player is okay, but tino pai te rangi. The sun came out, it was t-shirt singlet weather, and now we're back to hoodies and jackets, but we're in a beautiful spot up here. We got a great view of the game on number 1, but you can also see out on the backfield. So getting cut up a wee bit, but such an awesome event that's starting to brew here. This is the 4th year, Te Tautua Wha, o tēnei whakataitai of Kaiawa, Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational, really instigated by one of our rangatira down here, former New Zealand Open men's captain, Naser Silbury and Kaiawa Sports Club. They're doing a great job, they've got great facilities, e mihi ana ki te whakata Māori, tō kaha ki te tautoko mō nā tau e toru, e heke mai ana, e mihi ana ki a koutou. So 3 years, MāORI TV will be in support of this kaupapa, and there are many other sponsors that are on board, Trident Homes being a major in MāORI Plus. So yeah, it's awesome to on day 1 there's been some great touch, and the water was nice and strong.
Tika tonu, bro. Yeah, great words there, especially in regards to our mate Naser Silbury, who's sort of the head honcho of the tournament here. As we get back to on-field action, and Aoraki stepping off the right foot, looking to dive over the line. Someone else gone down in back plate. Geez, how much of a shocking start to the game would that be, with 2 of their players having gone down? However, he seems to be okay. So Illegal Jam taking a 1-0 lead into this one. 2.5 minutes into the first half. And plenty of players out there that maybe our touch community or viewers that are watching from home may not be familiar with. However, what a great platform for them to be able to show their stuff for us.
Oh yeah, and I know that a lot of players won't have had experience being live on TV in some of these grades, but just an awesome opportunity, especially if some can't be here in person, to be able to watch their whānau members out there running. And from what I've seen, especially on field 1, they're doing themselves justice. So excellent platform for touch players, and even being a Canterbury representative coach myself, I've seen some talent that I haven't seen before turn up the trials and stuff. So great opportunity for all.
That's sort of the last thing that you want, are those talented players that may not come from a Christchurch or stretching wider across the mutu, but from like an Auckland or from a Waikato, Hamilton. You don't want those players falling through the gap, especially the ones from the smaller towns, so the ones that aren't even in one of those big city centres. So great to see teams like Aoraki, like Illegal Jam, that are here and strutting their stuff on field number 1 here at the Kaiawa Invitational. Illegal Jam, 1-0 lead. They are in the black and pink, going from left to right on your screen. And Aoraki in the green and black, going from right to left, coming from a beautiful part of the country. As they look to rock the ball up this left-hand channel, flirting with the touchline here, running very close.
Yeah, Aoraki, they'll be used to conditions like this, nestling in underneath the Aoraki maunga. It's quite chilly down there, and a bit of rain can fall, being slightly higher in altitude. So they've been quite good, apart from the early slip-up with that injury that led to an intercept. They've been pretty solid, looking after the ball after the first 4.5 minutes.
They have been, and then really being able to stretch their defence as well. As the Illegal Jam looking to really run them roughshod, left to right. And just getting the ball back to the middle of the field is Robinson, working with McMillan. They've got a peel play going. Long ball from left to right. Robinson, that's something straight out of the top shelf. Bree Flynn crosses over on the right-hand corner. And and that's their second of the afternoon.
Yeah, I really like what they did there with their female player, playing dummy half to the 32 peel, and on the wrap that allowed one of the male players to get to link and chop that hole, which opened up the outside. Great mixed touch from Illegal Jam there.
Yeah, and all these little micro skills in terms of IQ that you've got to think about, isn't it, Reece, when it comes to the mixed game, about where to place players, which roles they can take on in a strike play, because it can change in an instant. And Illegal Jam pulling that one right out of the top shelf as Aoraki looking to throw the ball in behind. Ball goes to ground. That was Jade Ahana poking his nose through. And Illegal Jam, their defence is pretty rock solid at the minute.
Yeah, definitely, and just touching on Jade Ahana out of Timaru Boys High School last year, out of school now, but was one of the superstars at the Global Sevens that was held pre-Christmas up in Tamaki Makoto at Dilworth College. Ended up being the top try scorer up there, so a talent to watch, that's for sure. As Illegal Jam sliced through, and another good touch there. I've been really impressed, and especially in the mixed grade. The female players are doing a great job with the way that they're playing, and especially the skill set in terms of run, catch, pass. It's awesome to see as Aoraki take the ball over halfway.
Yeah, so took Reece words twice there, especially our female links, the quality of them. Yeah, you're talking about the skill set, but also the intangibles as well, the connection in defence with their male defenders, with their male counterparts, their ability to dictate and control both the pace of the game and direction. It's been really, really impressive throughout all the teams that we're seeing on display here on the number one field. As Illegal Jam just crossing into enemy territory, I should say. Working with Will Flynn. In the middle there with Burden. Looking to get Blackmore involved. And he scoops out a half, throws that short ball. And great connection there. Jack Burden crosses over for Illegal Jam. That's their third of the afternoon, and they're really humming at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Flynn's quite dangerous in the yellow boots there. Watched him earlier and was used on a dummied him. A little bit of an overread, and Tiv, I don't know if I've watched a day of touch where I've seen the 33 and the 32 peel put to such effect. Awesome to see foundational plays, 20, 30 years old, still have their place in our game.
I don't think they ever really exit the game, do they, Reece? They've always got a place. It's just a matter of getting the right setup, the right platform. And you're always going to find some purchase. As Aoraki, they managed to reach middle, just needs to find a teammate here. And well mirrored there from Illegal Jam. And there was Levi Watini that managed to go through, just couldn't quite find a free teammate. And touch and pass is the call from Kaiawa there, as Illegal Jam now looking to go up the left-hand channel, getting close to their sub-box as we see a mini breakaway. Great yardage there up the left channel, down the flank. And quick hands there from Robinson. And now they've got a bit of a roll on here.
Yeah, Blackmore again coming in on the 32 platform with the peel. They just changed their numbers there and made sure that they had male there, and it's just clinical. The way that they're executing this play, everybody is making sure that they nail their role, and they look like a real tighter unit here at Illegal Jam. Wouldn't surprise me if they're right amongst the mix tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah, that was pretty to watch, wasn't it? They just got a roll on, and even when you thought things would die down, they still managed to find a way to keep forward momentum. And Blackmore was involved, and AJ Game was the one who was the recipient on that one. There's now Aoraki. So even things back up in their favour. They've got 4 tries to do it with 9 minutes gone in this half. As the scoop comes out of half, there's O'Sullivan. Just trying to reset things back towards the middle of the field. Nicky's hovering in and around the back of the ruck. O'Sullivan gets the ball to deck. The long ball goes from Reihana out to the left, and a little flick pass there. Bit of enterprising play from Aoraki. Nothing quite forthcoming though. They turn the ball over, and Illegal Jam will have to work the ball off their set. Yeah,
Reihana, their hot property in any code at the moment. Warriors were very interested in him. He was a Harold Matthews prospect with rugby league, and I know that Southland and Tasman rugby were very interested in him, so he's got a bright future, the young man, and just awesome to see, even though he's so immersed in those codes, those professional codes, that he's willing to roll out for his province. Aoraki, proud member of down there, and coming out of Timaru boys, you expect nothing less. But here they are, they're just getting a little bit cluttered back in the touch here, and that's quite good that someone's going forward and straightening things up here. Tiv, Aoraki need to strike back here.
Yeah. Ruby Kelly-Smith was the one who said, guys, we need to get the ball to deck and we need to go forward, because it was looking a little bit clunky there. And now Aoraki, with maybe 1 or 2 touches left in this set. The scoop comes out at half. There's Bora Lily. The late switch in the middle of the field, looking to get on the outside of the link. And in the end, they're easily defended there from Louis Thomas.
Yeah, they look good on both sides of the ball here. Illegal Jam, very clinical on attack, but also well disciplined on defence there as well as they work their way to the sub box. They'll be looking for a fresh set of legs to come on here and look for a strike play as they work the ball towards halfway. Coming on again, checking the ball to the middle of the field, starting to ramp up the foot speed now. Checking back inside, back to the number 7. Look for a scooping play off the back end of this. Great little back flick, unfortunate there. Number 7, Flynn, couldn't quite hold on to that one. But once again, great defence, great yards through the orange zone, and able to put a strike play on the back. Illegal Jam, 4-0, and rightfully so, out to a good lead here.
Yeah, I was going to say they do deserve their lead at the moment, don't they? 4 tries clear, and that really has been the tail of the game. Just very, very clinical. And Aoraki, by no means are they out of this one, but they will have to string together some sets together pretty quickly. They are getting down there with relative ease. It's just a matter of keeping that momentum, keeping that fluidity and cohesion, and just getting a strike on the back end. But Legal Jam, the defense proving impenetrable at the moment. There's Thomas now looking to drive the ball forward, coming out to gain. The ball shifting back towards the middle of the field. There's Burden scooping out a dummy half, popping the ball over the top, getting the ball to deck really quickly, Louis Thomas, and that's just a 1-2 punch going up Main Street.
Yeah, for the first 12 minutes, Illegal Jam had really been trying to get to the 32, the middle link platform, on the pure play and looking for options. Now that they were 4-0 up, looking to be a wee bit more expansive, put the ball to the middle of the field, gave themselves some options, and really had the defence struggling there. And I'll say it again, man, this Illegal Jam, they look like they've got all their ducks lined up, and we're getting pretty close to duck shooting season as well.
You would know.
It's a big thing down here, bro. It's a massive thing. People don't go to work, people don't play rugby, and they just want to shoot ducks. But Kate Poi, being a hunter-gatherer myself, it's good to do a little bit of culling on certain kai every now and again. But Aoraki 5-0 down, they really need to put one on here. Reihana looking for an opportunity, and just last touch. There's not much you can do on last touch when it's static play like that, is there, Tiff?
No, and I think they probably did the next best thing, Reese, which was kill the ball as close to their own sideline as possible, and at least make Illegal Jam have to string together a couple of long passes to get towards their sub box and maybe waste a couple of touches. And they've managed to do so, and then now as a result they'll make Illegal Jam scoop from a long way out. The back door comes, so a little bit of a change up on the last play, looking to run the numbers down on the left, and something just a little bit different, a little wrinkle in their play there from Illegal Jam.
Yeah, that's right. And now they get a fresh set after the ball being touched there. Looking to attack from the middle again. There it is, crossover play, good defence, good holding defence from Aoraki. They need to maintain that defensive pressure just to try and restrict Illegal Jam more than fight back into this game at this stage, as we see a little bit of early sign of drizzle sweeping into Puna sports fields at this stage.
Yeah, and that drizzle definitely causing the defender there to slip over. And that was Axel Allen. Beautiful piece of footwork. Unfortunately, the referees have picked up an infringement, and Aoraki now with just under a minute left until half-time. This will be their last shot of the first half, as Reihana looks to move the ball towards their sub-box. Closely followed by Liki. Now they'll look to get the fresh legs on. There's Bora Lily. The scoop comes from out of half from Bolt. And now he'll look to go through middle. He's found a gap. He just needs to find a teammate. He's got plenty of time. But unfortunately for him, Illegal Jam able to number up quite well, and they keep their 0 defensive record intact.
Yeah, unfortunately Georgia Bell there on the wing couldn't get there to free herself up, but it was Bolt got himself into the in goal nicely and created an opportunity, but just couldn't get the ball down and to the free player. And as we go into our halftime break now, Tiff.
Yeah, and 5-0 is the score. Illegal Jam rightfully earning that 5-try advantage, and they go into halftime up over Aoraki. Join us after the break for the second half. Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki ngā Puna Wai here in Ōtautahi for the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational, where we have a pretty dominant Illegal Jam team leading 5-0 over Aoraki. Battle of two clubs here in the South Island. Ko Tivoli Guthrie Tōku Ingoa, joined in commentary by Rhys Allen. And it's a pretty telling scoreline, isn't it, Rhys?
Yeah, 5-0 at half-time, and 15-minute half games is quite tricky, and ordinarily you might have an opportunity to come back, but unfortunately it just feels, Tiv, at the moment that Aoraki are more hanging on against this very tidy unit, Illegal Jam out of the Marlborough district. Highly likely a lot of them have been, these players are from Marlborough boys and Marlborough girls, and yeah, they just look very efficient in what they're doing. Maybe looking to have a little quickie play here. There's the sweeper into a dive. Ooh, that looked pretty close to me.
I thought that was ball down.
Yeah.
In fact, I thought it looked a little bit closer than close. Blackmore, I thought it crossed for all money. Oh, and she's pulled one out of the air. I think that might be Paige O'Brien.
Great hands.
For Illegal Jam. Yeah, excellent hands. Plucked it out of the air and got to deck pretty quick as well. And Illegal Jam, they scored the first one of the second half as well.
Yeah, Jordan Sampson there. Paige O'Brien. Yep, you're right. Beautiful hands. And then looks like she's staying out there for a defensive set as well. Aoraki down 6-0. Really need to look to put one on here.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rhys. They do seem like they're hanging on at the moment. See if they can conjure something up here on the 7-metre line. So let's run a quick replay spring infield. It's Reihana there, working with Cora Lily. Now looking to get a punish play. Reihana dummies that, throws a long ball out to the right. It's going a long way forward though. This wind really starting to pick up. You can see the Trident Homes flags in the background. Definitely at the backs of Aoraki.
Yeah, Reihana took a bit of contact there after he chucked this long ball too, so Hopefully he's okay, but he's still running out there. But here they go, illegal jam, clinical in terms of getting it to at least halfway. Just from dummy half there. It's, often you see referees give that call maybe when the game is not quite in the balance. So a little bit of a referee's call. I had a pretty good angle there, but in saying that, good bit of midfield pressure from MΑORI as they look to get a couple of fresh players on.
Yeah, and that's the kind of game that they have to play, isn't it? They really got to take the game to illegal jam, throw in a few risks. Because at the moment they find themselves down by 6. They scoop out a half by Watani. He looks to throw the exact same ball that Reihana threw, and he too is unsuccessful. So just struggling a little bit perhaps with those long balls, and especially in the wind, Reese, and we have seen in tournaments, especially towards the back end, as illegal jam come up with an error coming off their line. But their win just proving a little bit too difficult to contend with at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard for players to understand when they see 3 players up on the outside to maybe not throw those long ones. But if it was me, I'd be looking more for the shorter plays, your 33 peels or your 32 peels, and making sure that whatever play you put on has got a high accuracy rate. And here they go here, as I speak, with the 32 peel, with a dive, good defence. So illegal jam, looking good on defence.
They just pulled them in a little bit tight, didn't they? And stretching the point of the attack and bringing it out to a 3-2 channel. Looking to go towards the short side, the winger had come back underneath. Ruby Kelly-Smith.
Where was that? Not too sure where that winger was going. It reminded me of some of the stuff Riley O'Donnell used to do for the teams he would, and he would just go MIA, but an opportunity for Aoraki there, gone begging a wee bit, and illegal jam as they work their way to the halfway line. Looks like there's been a bit of contact, but they'll maintain position over the halfway line and really should have let a try in there.
Yeah, that was probably their closest shot, especially of the second half. We are 4 minutes into the second stanza. As now Burden looks to come out of dummy half. He'll scoot towards the short side and break the line. Looping back around to the left, just needs to find a teammate. He's spent an age in the end goal. Finally links up, and Thomas Blackmore crosses over for illegal jam. That is their 7th of the afternoon, and really putting on a clinic here.
Yeah, Burden's been good for me, Tiv. Been really lively, especially for a taller frame to be able to get into the end goal like that. He's been quite dominant when he's come on. So once again, illegal jam, just putting on the right plays at the right time, and I suppose clinical is the word I want to use. There's Burden on defence now. He stayed out there. That's the difference. They look like they want to put their hand up and just not attack but defend. As Aoraki come back to the short side on this near side, Burden again on defence. Great work from him.
Backing up on defence as well, won't he? Jack Burden, now Aoraki. Funo Sullivan and Gus Archibald looking to put a play on. And a ball around the back. Beautiful stuff there. O'Sullivan threaded the needle and Archibald was the recipient. And Aoraki, they had to come up with something to get there first of the afternoon, and they've come up with something special. Yeah,
and just as I was pumping his tyres, Burden, sometimes you can be that good of a defender, you come too high up, and a beautiful pass around the back of the player there, and they get on the board. Well done, Aoraki. Good perseverance 20 minutes into this game, and here come illegal jam looking for the crossover play as well, through the hands. Good defence from the winger there on the shutdown.
That's an excellent shot. It was a touch that had to be made by Aoraki. With a couple more touches still left in the set, illegal jam looked to plug the short side before going back to the open, and that just bought the Aoraki defence a little bit of time to get up and in and shut down the play. Now they look to ruck off their try line. That's not really what they're looking for. Just trying to push the pass there, Shannon Graham. However, the referees have picked up an infringement of some sort. Not sure what the call was there from our Kaiawa. But as it stands, Aoraki now crossing over halfway.
Yeah, and here they come. Hopefully they got a little bit of confidence brewing, and just noticing the wind, I'd probably be looking to attack down the far side there, the left-hand side. Here they come, scooping off the deck. Beautiful speed here. Looking for the late cut with the one-handed back flick. Number 3, wātene being quite prominent in this game, and I think he's just said, hey, Aoraki, get on my shoulders and I'm just going to carry us over here for a couple, and beautifully set up by the young man.
Yeah, well, he showed a clean pair of heels, skipping out a half, a little bit of a goosey to get on the outside, but it was that flick pass coming back underneath, and that's their second. So they peaked the deficit back to 5. And I think, perseverance is probably the name of the game for Aoraki, just managing to stay in it. As a legal jam looks to run a little bit of a block play out on the left-hand edge between Flynn and Marfell. Nothing forthcoming, so the ball goes back to Gain. Now looking to run a peel play. They'll look to plug the short side, and he just strolls over as easy as you like there, Leo Marfell. And that was way too simple.
Yeah, that Marfell name, and I'm not too sure if it's the same family, but Marfell name is quite synonymous in the Tasman, Marlborough area. Kahu, if you're listening, hopefully that's a whānau member up there, and I do know that the Kinners at this time of year are quite fat up there, so Kahu, for that little plug of your, send some down my mate. But yeah, we kind of went from hero to villain a wee bit there. Wātene, he did so well on attack, and then unfortunately, just not only did he go man on, he pulled infield, and the player was just too good not to take opportunity for that. So yeah, Aoraki fighting back as we thought we wanted them to, but with the legal jam, with a couple of minutes to go in this one, Tiv, like 6 minutes to go, this one looks almost done here.
Yeah, I think you could say that it's definitely in the bag for a legal jam, because Aoraki would have to go at an absolute rate of knots, so try a minute in fact to at least draw level. And given the calibre of a legal jam's defence and their intent, especially coming out of half when they did have a 5-0 lead, it's been really, really impressive. You see a ball go to ground there. Didn't look too happy with himself, did he?
No, that's right. And I mean, they were doing everything right. They set it up. They manipulated their positioning, so they actually had a male player on a female and looked to isolate that female player, but just unfortunately the skill set there let them down, and uncharacteristic error there by Burden from Legal Jam. He's been a highlight for a Legal Jam. This team that's come out of the Marlborough region. Nā mihi nui kia koutou katoa nā tīma kua tai mai, ki tēnei whakataitai, ki roto I tēnei rohe kei raro I Aoraki maunga tēnā koutou.
We're just stepping down in front, so the sting well and truly taken out of this one. We'd love to see Aoraki keep fighting until death as a legal jam. Shift the ball, looking to get fresh legs on the pitch as Hugh Robinson looks to take one. Flicks the ball back on the inside. Now Flynn is back on the field. He sets this one up, sets the platform. The long ball goes out to the right, looking to isolate. And the intercept is taken from Aoraki. So great defense there. They manned him up well down on that right-hand edge. And the pass came back on the inside, and they were able to snuff that out. So big tick there for Aoraki. As you see, Eric Bolt looking to make some inroads down the left-hand channel, down the far side. Something we haven't really seen much of today, Reece, is going away from the suburbs.
No, you're right, from the majority of the teams, but I did see a couple of early sets in the first game that I commentated. But Aoraki, kare te mate whike ke te mate ururoa, they're not going away. They're definitely showing some grit here, but unfortunately at 8-2, they've got a long way to go. But hopefully they can get a couple more tries to build their confidence going into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it. We've still got a whole day of action left, as well as the last few rounds left in this one. And tomorrow's going to be when it gets down to the crunch. We've got finals in all of our grades, and that'll be highlighted by the Mixed Open, Women's Open and Men's Open towards the back end of the day. So both of these teams will definitely be eyeing that place up, and some results I'm sure definitely will be on the way of the legal jam throughout the course of the day. So It's going to be a great day tomorrow. If you are around the Ōtautahi region, head down to Ngā Puna Wai tomorrow. And if you are watching from home, definitely tune in to Whakaata Māori, MāORI Plus on YouTube, and tune in to day 2 of the Kaiawa Invitational as Aoraki get all the way down to the 7 and unable to quite convert, and so a legal jam now. Looking to ruck off their line, but they come up with an error themselves. So Aoraki now with a full set of 6 down on the 7. They look to get some purchase here.
Yeah, hopefully Reihana chooses the right option here. Here he comes here on the. Here he comes, he's looking to get himself into the middle of the field here. He'll look for an option, number 9. He'll look to be the dominant player here, our right middle. Coming around on the sweep play, gets the ball, he's a live player. Isolated, yes, great work. Unfortunate for Jordan Sampson there that the defending middle wasn't quite there to support. She had to make a decision, and unfortunately Reihana, as I said, was able to pick the right option and goes in for Aoraki's third try.
It's just that change of pace, wasn't it? He came around on the sweep with a little bit of pace, slowed it up, straightened it up, and then just skipped to the outside, bang off the right foot. So, yeah, well taken try there from Reihana. And he gets Aoraki's third for the afternoon. And with just under 2 minutes left, a legal jam, I'm sure they won't want to shut up shop. They'll keep going until the final hooter sounds. There's Robinson, set in the middle of the field. A quickie play, throws a great ball. And what a chop line there. We haven't mentioned yet, but Jake Gang has kind of just done his job, hovered in the background, and he's come up with the 9th try for a legal jam.
Tino pai, tērā mahi. Te anga kia whai piro. Ka hihi au ki te I roto I enei miniti whakamutunga o tēnei kēmu kia whakanui, kia mihi atu ki nā kai tautoko o tēnei kaupapa, Trident Homes, MāORI TV. E mihi ana kia koutou katoa ko kaha ki te tautoko I tēnei kaupapa I ngā Pākihi whakatekateko o Waitaha. So our major sponsors, without you this couldn't happen. Tuarua ki ngā Kaiawa, me nā e kore e koutou, e kore e tātou e taia te tākoro. So without referees as well, this game can't happen, and it's a thankless job because you get yelled at by everybody. If you do something good, you get no mihi tiv, and if you do the slightest thing wrong, you're going to cop it from everybody. So, yeah, who would want to be a referee? Probably just Mitch Bailey. But apart from that, yeah, just a huge mihi to everybody involved in getting this off the ground.
Tika tonu Reese, you're absolutely right. And now we're getting sort of into the last 30 seconds left of this one. There's a legal jam, looking to scoop out a dummy half and extending the play. There's play on here from our referee, so the play is extended, and they've got numbers out on the right. It's a 2-on-1 draw pass, and just not quite going to hand there. Paige O'Brien couldn't quite connect with your winger.
Yeah, unfortunate there, Tiv, and that Sampson couldn't get that pass away, that draw feed, but a big lead here for a legal jam as Aoraki turned the ball over again, and they might look to get one last one before time's up. Referee calling them back, wants it on the mark in the 30th minute.
Now the hooter sounds in the background, so they'll throw caution to the wind here to try and get one more on the board as O'Brien skips away, a kick up at the heels, and the ball goes to ground. Aoraki, unfortunately for them, not good enough in this one, but a legal jam. What a showing there, pretty dominant display. They get up by 6 in this one. 9-3 over Aoraki, and we still have a couple of games left here, whānau, so if you are watching on the live stream, stay tuned where we have 2 final men's open fixtures to finish the day. Ngā mihi.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Get the MＡORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MAORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora mai e te iwi, ko te aronga kia tūngia. Ia kai tākaro ki te whakatīnana I tōna ake pitopata. Ko tai mai te pakinga nui, te tukinga nui, I wainga nui, te haukainga, te wheketere, a factory. O te rā, me tētahi atu kapa no te haukainga, a Kaiawa.
Ai, mihi ana ki a koe e taku hoa ko heke mai mo tēnei whakataetai o Trident Homes. Te whakataetai, te tono mana o Kaiawa. And here we have our open men's grade a pretty much do or die situation here for Kaiawa, the hosts, in their open men's, as they've had a mixed bag of results so far through the day. So they have to beat Factory in this game to get through to the major semi tomorrow. So I'm expecting a big old battle here in this one, pushing towards the early evening here in Christchurch. Hika.
Yeah, one of Southside specialists just seen Henry Dunn just cruising on a pick very, very early in the game. Good signs. But here we go, Factory, Jimmy Lynn, as you say, Puna Muholder. Yeah, on the pick. Love that platform. We're just going to go short side. Just going to release it. Cruise for yeah. And there they go. I think you've got the touch before. Yes, and that is ball down. That is exactly how Factory would like to start, and that is exactly how Jimmy Lynn would like to start.
Jimmy Lim, one of our elite players down here in Christchurch, one of the players of the tournament for the New Zealand 30s at the Nottingham World Cup last year. And look, I don't want to shift the focus away from the beautiful work from Lance Cooper, the way he wove, dodged and weaved and was able to manipulate both middles to allow Jimmy Lim to get on the ball and pick his option. Beautiful work from both of them, but in particular the support player, the role player, Lance Cooper. Great work.
E tika he tautoko ana ngā kōrero i taku tuakana, no te maunga e kore neke neke, kei reira ngā aroha i tēnei wā, kei te araroa, tauranga moana, te tautokero, kei ngā whakaro i tēnei wā, me hoki mai ki te kemu, Paul tēnei roles. Now when he injected himself into the game, yes, his strike rate was very, very high in the last game when Kaiawa played Steelers. Now I saw Henry Dunn get on the ball early, and I just saw Paul Tene all the way from Freeman Field, running the tightest town in the country, just quietly on the ball. So you need your heavy hitters, you need your hot hands on the ball. Jimmy Lynn for Factory, and now Paul Tene for Kaiawa, and we have got Kātahi Te Kemu.
Oh, tahi ki te tahi. Tēnei o nā tima, o nā kai tākoro o Rongonui. I'm just looking down hika at the team list, and the salary cap has been breached. Max Hughes, all the way from Japan. He won't be being one of the founding members of this Factory unit, playing professional rugby over in Japan, but he, online, I did see he commented around the salary cap of Kaiawa, but you've got touch blacks for Africa out there at the moment. In this game, I tell you what, if it gets close, it's going to be all on. And there goes De La Hoya now looking for the quickie, the check back. Great defence, second phase, looking to get to the outside. Harrison Kirk, he's got plenty of speed, and yeah, ball down. Harrison Kirk, here we go. He gets the ball down. Aroha mai whānau. She's getting exciting not only on the field and starting to heat up, but up here in the commentary box.
Yeah, tēnā koe. Arigato, Max.
Yeah.
Good to see your support for your club. Here we go. It's very clever play. We've got now Paul here, and it has gone 2-1 just like that. 3 minutes. E tōru ngā miniti for Pau in this one, and there's Portini again. Now they're sort of sucking off him because they're dropping away, trying to suck back in before he gets it. And oh yes, that is skill set. Another one of your Masters 30s players. Another one of your Masters 30s players. And there we go. And I was watching them in the warm up. I seen the X in there. There's just so many heavy hitters out there.
Oh, you mentioned Henry Dunn, Portini Paiwai. You've got Alex Taifu, who was coming back into representative touch. You've got the Ropati brothers, Tākoha and Tamatoa, Kane Rangi, also multiple gold medals for Canterbury and Open Men's Grade. They're not going to go away, Kaiawa. They're going to be strong all the way through in 2-2, and we're 5 minutes in, and it is already heating up, even though the clouds are rolling in. Here's Will Hamilton, arguably one of the best wingers we've ever had down here in Canterbury, as they're looking for a platform here.
Yes, right up there with Cav and Cully.
Yeah, Cav. So Michael Kavanagh, Brendan Stewart, a.k.a. Cully, bred some good wingers down here. Lance Cooper, he's looking like a bit of an orchestrator for me. He's right in the mix here, Lano, but he'll play his role. Feeds the crossover to Caleb Wright. Yeah, good defence again there. Back to Kaiawa, you've got Tyrone Stowers and the likes as well in this Kaiawa team. And I did hear you commentating with Nehe Milner-Skara.
Yeah, Hamilton there. See a little quickie on the... I've seen Razor. Roadies with Razor had a quickie on the wing. On this actually very field against Australia. Confidence is everywhere. But here we go. Like you talked about some of the players that you've coached and so it's great to have your insight on these players and their strengths. Here goes Nehe. Coming up the field now, Kaiawa. I tell you what, there's a lot of energy. Yep, a lot of energies that come through the field. Not sure if they're leaving slightly early. Or they could be, yeah. I think the energy's good, but maybe just got caught leaving a bit early on that one. But when you're in that sort of mindset, Nacho, defensive mindset is number 2, as you said, Lance Cooper, and this combination for Kaiawa. Wolverhampton, nice side body pump, but here's X. This combo's hot, man. Been waiting for this combo for a long time to get together. Here goes X, Henry Dunn, and they've got that swag about them, haven't they, Nacho?
Oh, definitely. Both of them, you know, the amount of tries they would have scored in the past, and here he is right now, getting into the in goal and just a nice easy check off. And unfortunately, the factory team defense kind of imploded there, and relatively easy setup there for Kaiawa, and just like that, have taken an unofficial toru ki te rua.
And just beautiful scenes here, absolutely beautiful scenes here. The weather, the condition, how these adjudicators are keeping these high athletes apart. They open up the game, and I'm sure anyone would enjoy that. That was a great touch, beautiful lift. You can just see those systems there. There's a bit of a wide combination coming here. Oh, this touch, great lift at link. Chop lift, Nacho. There's a big wide combination inside, actually pretty much link to link. And so these players have played a lot of footy together.
Yeah, Chauncey Edwinson with all his experience as well, lifting nice and high at link there, and nullifying that attacking play by Factory, and last year's New Zealand 30s World Cup captain, making a great defensive play there for his team. Kia noho tonu, toru ki te rua, Kaiawa 3 over Factory 2.
Yeah, and Kaiawa actually running with a less player. Takoha has just got a slight niggle, unable to play this game. But here we go to the speed, Tamatoa. Yeah, it just opens up, just rushed that a bit. However, great to see him on the ball.
Oh, and just great to see I tuku te karanga a Neza Silbury, te kai whakahaere o tēnei tournamana, and i whakautu ana hoa. So awesome for the tournament. Neza put the call out to get some high profile players down, and they've answered the call, even though there's a lot of touch and a lot of putia money involved in the travel and touch. They've answered the call from Neza. We go into an attacking play here. Burgess, he'll be working with J Hill Catamol. J Hill Catamol plants for Burgess. Burgess takes the corner, step back, looking for the short option. Ooh, unlucky there. Great attacking play and great setup though by the two middles there for Canterbury.
Ia kei te anga whakamua te kapo Kaiawa, tēnei kapa noko nei, tērā ngā whakatauki, i aroana ki te tangata, ki te whakatīnana, i tōna ke putamata. Yes, getting quite physical here. Yeah, it's going to be, you can just see, probably trying to poke the bear. You've got to be careful. There's come from contact sport, but sometimes you just got to, test the waters, and they get a penalty. Just, I don't think you want to give Kaiawa any extra pill. They don't need any extra opportunities. They come in here back alive. This is it. He's going to get it quickly. He's got the, the feet. He's going to use that outball. Going to use the speed. Tamatoa, great touch. Great touch. Yeah, beautiful lift from the inside. Going to call a play on. There. Yeah, it's a fast pace. It's a very fast pace. It's hard to keep up there.
Oh, unlucky Kaiawa there. They've done so well to draw both middles, Hill Catamol and Burgess up, and they double cornered and were able to slice in, but unfortunately couldn't complete the play. I think the long pass there to the free winger would have been the play, but here go Factory working towards their sub box now with Jimmy Lim and all his skill and his experience. Coming forward now, and here comes one of our most experienced players, Will Hamilton. Looks like he's actually playing a link role. So not only is he one of our better wingers, he can play middle and link. And here comes Harry Kirk on the pick, looking to chuck long. Shane Bowden.
And just defensively there, it's a worrying sign for Factory, because the touch and the saving middle actually didn't move. Got stuck in the mud. So yeah, if they've got some eyes in the box there, that they may see that the shutting middle was actually not moving either way. They just held and got stuck in the mud a bit. So, yeah, quite a worrying sign early, but if they can fix that up straight away, because you've got some fast feet out there at the moment. I just see this man that's coming onto the ball, just moving it. Yeah, this guy here on the ball, Henry, he doesn't need an invitation when he sees a static defender, and yeah, just so lethal. Yeah, oh, here we go. Yeah, and I just think that they caught them in the mud early, and then that one didn't really profile to close off that corner. Kane Langi and Henry, such an experienced combination. They've kicked out to a 4-2 lead in the first half.
Yeah, and anybody else apart from Henry Dunn or Bruce Kaiawa probably be giving them a little bit of a rip about the slam dunk there, but a great play. Factory, they'll look to hit back because they're down 4-2. This is a tidy wee Christchurch boys high combo coming up here. Looking for hip short, step back, little short ball, yeah. Fujigama, Hiro, the younger brother of Haruya. Great role player, understood his role, chopped his hole, and was managed to get that down, and just like that, Factory hit straight back. This is going to be a little bit of a ping-pong battle here, I think, between these two sides as the attack starts to heat up.
Tēnā koe hoki mai ki te kēmu, Milner Skara, Pōtene Rolls, we also got Ropati. Far side we've got none other than the local legend himself, Axe, little 33 peel from Nehe, and they just, yeah, I don't know, they just seem to make things look very, very easy, but just a simple basic skill set and catch pass will let them down there far side. So yeah, they definitely have been let off the hook, Factory, because they should have finished that one, Kaiawa.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake there from Bowden out on the wing with that drop pass. Even though the Factory winger was there, he catches those all day long, and he's world class as well, the Kaiawa winger up there, Shane Bowden, and he's proven. But here comes Factory here, they're just rolling through the middle now, and this is where they were great in the game I watched out in the mud earlier on, where they just keep moving the football forward and completing sets. That's all they'll want here. They just, to progress into the semi-finals, they just need to keep this game relatively close.
Yeah, just unfortunately they just sort of ran into them, ran out. Unfortunate error, probably just overran the pitcher. And here we go, 4-3. Not too much time left in this one for Kaiawa. Very physical ruck. They put a lot of pressure. They put numbers around the ruck. Factory, if there's something in their DNA, they definitely don't defend. Once they lift as a group, defend as a group. Te tino pai te rautaki mo te haumari. You just see even the far side winger as a part of it. This ball movement, yeah, just getting them up. That was a huge touch. That was a massive touch there just to complete the set. And Kaiawa, very clunky, probably the first clunky set for them i te wahanga tuataki.
Yeah, tika ana koe hika. Great defensive press there from Factory. They'd given 3 penalties away on the other defensive sets, Factory, and they really needed to press, and they did well to get the ball back. And here they go now with Kirk looking to come open side, checks back in, looking for the pick, goes the open side. Yeah, great defense again there from Kaiawa.
And just look at the experience of Kane Blangi, straight onto the ball, gets the ball straight away, and this is what they need, is front foot curl, so they can really get them behind those gates. Yeah, a little error, just a little error cost them exiting. Yeah, they've had probably 2 back-to-back clunky sets, unfortunately. However, if anyone will bounce back from that stuff, yeah, these high-end athletes will. But Factory coming up to the first half, they've got great ball, full set of 6, attacking the line. I've been impressed with Paiwai. He's really stepped up defensively. Yeah, what a lift from Link. Oh, he just caught a foot there, but what a read. What an excellent read. Going to try and slide this one in, Harry. Yeah, great work. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, probably would have been the right play, I think, to dummy Harry, because he drew the attention of 3 players, and then another error. Yeah, just another very uncharacteristic from Kaiawa.
Yeah, and there's some good footwork players out here at the moment with Kakoi here, Delahoya. He'll be working with Fujigama. Harrison Kirk looking to dictate play out here with the wrap. There goes the hooter in the background, but the referee's going to allow this one to unfold here. Kakoi gets it back. Fujigama, he'll look to play his role, set the play. Kirk looking for the early sweep. Defensive player, very smart, rolling back into the in-goal, giving away the penalty. Very smart from Kaiawa there.
Yeah, and this is experience. So Kaiawa's heard the hooter, and the next touch after the hooter is the time, and he's right on. Now that's great game management. It's when you're sort of, I feel like you've got momentum, you can roll the dice on those things. But we still see there's a bit of a hui out there. Hiwi anō e te iwi, ko ngā piro I tēnei wā, whākia Kaiawa Turikia Factory, kaua e huri ki tai ana kē, hoki mai a kōkō ake nei.
Go again. One deep breath, okay. Simmer down a little bit. So 3, 2, 1, in and out.
I know we get what we talk about here. I know you, but we're just doing a lot of yelling and all that, but we've got to still keep our composure. Play our game. Play our game, we can't sit. I think they're running. They have one pop. Right? What we need to do is when we get out of the pink ball, stop.
Kia ora mai e te iwi, e te tūmata tini, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei huihuinga, tēnei kaupapa, tēnei whakataitai, Kaiawa Invitational 2026. Now, ka nui ngā mihi, ki te pūtia ki te moni, te pūtia tautoko, Trident Homes, Nineveh, we've got Bailey's, MāORI TV, Apollo Projects, ka nui ngā mihi. O te rā, there's a lot of also volunteers here, that volunteer their time. We've got the referees, and I see Adrian Blighty down on the sideline. You know, a lot of these, the amount of international caps of referees that we have here, it'd be the most I've seen at any tournament in a long time, in many years, especially for a club tournament, which goes to, that says a lot about this kaupapa, my man Nacho. Now, Reece obviously spent a lot of time down here, and Kaiawa tap off. Now, are you going to pull those piles back out of your deep freeze? I noticed you put them back in.
Yep, they're going to stay in there. Hika, nā mihi ki te ki atu ki te whānau katoa kei au e te kaimona. But yes, no, the power will stay in there. I do see the Power Rangers here down from Kākora, a mixed side. Great to see them down here. And Jada McCarran, if you're watching this, I'll be up to collect my little bounty kone. But good first up defensive set. By Factory there, and here they go rucking the ball towards the line. All they want to do now is get the ball over halfway hika every time.
Yeah, I would want more than that, you know, trailing. I would want, especially trailing, I would want a play on the back end of every set, because you've got to confuse this Kaiawa team. Now, you're talking about your Kaimoana, now everybody knows that you're the Southern connection. They just don't know what you're connecting us with. And, but nice and live, there goes Tyrone. You came Bunny, or Henry Dunn's coming through. They're just coming onto the field here, just looking at the sub-box. Yeah, Tyrone. Can just see, Nacho and I, Reece off camera, can just see these combinations that have been sent. Here we go, Henry, one of my favourite players, Kane Blangy, through the hands. Oh, there we go. Now, when that man touches down, there's just been a role play. I've just watched X basically be defence, yards, players roll. It's a tough comp.
Oh yeah, 100%. And Alex Taifu with all his attacking prowess, the triple threat. If he's doing a lot of defensive work, yeah, you're right. You know, like he's just doing his job at the moment. And yeah, although I said, you know, Factory will be happy to just get the ball over half time, I do know, looking at the points table, that Kaiawa need a huge win here to progress. So they'll be looking to put a play on here. You've got the likes of Jimmy Lim, Harrison Kirk, Young Kakoi, Fujigama, they'll put a play on. Harrison Kirk dictating play. Oh yes, and pick short side with the collapsing defence, and Jimmy Lim strolls in to get this within 1 point of Kaiawa, 5-4, rima ki te whā I tēnei wā e hoa.
Yeah, Tiwi, they won't be happy with it. It's going right off policy. You need to force that short side to mirror. Those touchdowns are too easy at this level, so back we come. I did say I could just see Coach Polders in the sub box just correcting that stuff. Yes, just correcting that stuff. So a great coaching from the coach, but back in there, here's the triple threat right here. A nice little sweet play just coming through the hands. Just in behind. Yes, steps up there. It was a great defensive touch. Great defensive touch. And I'm just seeing just the communication between both adjudicators. Nice ball movement. Really like this ball movement. Yeah, might get the ball back here. Just using this. Oh yeah. Oh, what a great catch. Way to get up in the lane, Will. Oh, Hamilton.
Yeah, and kātahi anō, we see a great player sub off, and then you see firepower come back on. Paiwai throws the long ball to Alex Taifu off the left foot. Multiple options for him. Oh, just needed a little bit more work off the ball there from on the far side. Tamatoa Ropati, a little bit more effort there would have been great. As Alex Taifu here.
Yep, here he comes back off it. Sorry, there's a little bit of delay, but we're back live again. And Factory, they've really, probably the last 2-3 sets, really stepped up defensively. There's Jay coming through the hands, just trying to run him here over the top. Couldn't quite finish. That's a big win for Factory. I wouldn't say the momentum shift, but they've definitely halted it on behalf of Kaiawa. So here they go straight back into it. This is the yards, this is the tempo. Kei te anga whakamua te kapo, te whike tere, te waikaunami. And they've definitely put a nice little stopper. You got away with that one, just over the mark. Coming through, kicking over. Oh, just a little doits on the outside. Yeah, just got on the outside. Just a slight disconnection between both left and far side winger. And there they go, te wheketeri. They're drawing it up, Factory.
Yeah, and kei kore au e kōrero e pāna ki tōna reka anō, engari Lance Cooper, just the fundamentals and the basics of the game, identifying that far side, middle and link, being too tight, he skips out and into an easy draw feed, and just like this, here we go back into the action. It's 5-5. The last thing you'd want is a mistake here coming onto attack, and there you go. The ball, I can tell you right now, e te whānau ko mutu te ua, nā te āhuatanga o te whakataitai nei, kei te wiriwiri etahi. Nā reira, kei konei, Factory, hika, on attack.
Yeah, just a little bit, just coming through here. Just watching that play, just really, really concerning now that we've got a short side shut coming off. Now they're just, they've just stopped the game here. Not sure what's happening. The
I think
adjudicator just wanted to get a bit of screen time and sort it out. So maybe there was something said. I dare say, in the best vein. But here we go. We're going to tap off this set coming through. Yeah, 1, 2. You know what? As I watch this Nacho, it's going to be a game of not just set completions, but definitely stretching the defence on the back end of your completions. Yeah, all very short set.
Yeah, Fujigama there working well with Kakoi. As Factory get the turnover ball, Wally doing a great job at dummy half. Jake Wally filling in for the young Taika Reihana, who's not playing in this game. Here comes Cooper again, working well with Lim on the 32 platform, looking to get into the end goal, looking for the late cutter, throws it long, turnover ball, great set from Factory. Kaiawa hanging in here at the moment, momentum has slightly shifted back towards Factory. Kaiawa had a 2-point lead, now she's all tied up, rima ki te rima, kei te wera haere te āhuatanga ki te whira, ki roto nei ki te tepu kai papaho hoki, hika.
Well, tētahi. I think that the issue at the moment is that these adjudicators have got to open up the 7, because that's what's actually happening. The 7s are very short between different ones, very inconsistent. They're doing a great job, don't get me wrong, however, you've got to make sure that this part of the field when we're subbing, the sevens are very consistent for both teams. Otherwise, you get these bumper breaks, you get these physical touches that come out of nowhere, which we haven't seen. Two local teams going out. There's a lot at stake, and you just got to make sure you really let the game breathe and open it right up. And here we go to Whakatere. Yeah, this man's on the ball, just going short side. Last time they went off policy, he throws it to the heavens, and away we go. But it's very niggly, Nacho.
Yeah, and te rate āhuatanga o tēnei kēmu, it was always going to be quite physical battle, this one, and the heat's going to be on, knowing that both sides really need this victory, as Kaiawa work the ball away from their own try line. They're looking to get the ball over halfway. Set completion is critical. Anything off the back of that will be a win. Taifu goes to half. Oh, there's a late scoop onto the outside. Will Hamilton, once again, great touch. He saved about 50 tries today.
Man, he come out of nowhere.
Yep.
Got speed to burn there.
Yeah.
But just looking at the table, so this morning there was a couple of draws, and so it's really opened up this sort of second spot per se. But Te Whakatere, they're really getting some very nimble and nippy players on the field. Oh, just skill set. Just it's a hard skill set to do at pace, and I was lucky enough for Nehe Moona-Scudder to come and join me in commentary earlier, give up his time to come straight from a game. And I just asked him a question around, for the young athlete, what would you pass on? And he just talked about the quality of your basics and being a student of the game and putting in time to study. So we still see that there's improvement for the group. Back life is another era.
Yeah, me mihi ka tika, there's been a couple of critical players for me for Factory in this game. The Fujigama brothers, Hiro and Haruia, they've done some unsung jobs here, and you've got Lance Cooper out there as well as Kakui subs onto the field. He'll be a strike weapon with his legs. Harrison Kirk dictating play here from the left link, looking for the ball. Gives it to Kakui. Didn't get the picture he wanted. Checks it back to Cooper. Cooper weighing up his option. Harrison Kirk on the sweep play. Looking to sweep back, looking for a dive. Short ball, Kakui. Great defense. Nehe Moona-Scudder. Good work here. Great attack. Good defense. Communication is strong between these two sides, on both sides of the ball. Harrison Kirk, he wants it back. He'll want to come out of half here. Scoops. Looks for the chopping ball. Great defense again. Chauncey Edwinson.
Yeah, and I just see it's another back-to-back set. I did see Nehe's has got shoulder issue, made that touch and just tweaked it. The back out there again. It's this combination. You've got Cooper, Kirk. Probably just gets caught sort of pulling out at different times. Instead of just sitting on the 7. I know we're trying to bait it, and we've got the second best thing, which is the penalty. But just a nice clean platform from here. Yeah, he's dumped inside the 7 there. Yeah, probably not the best pass. Great read. But you got players that sort of, I think, know each other, and he may have snuffed that one out, but great read. This is the play I feel is the money ball. Yeah, it's 32 phase. I think it'd be a great play to play. Now, if Kaiawa can not only hold out the Whakatere Factory, but get down the back end and really stretch them, I'll tell you, that's very, very frustrating for any team.
Yeah, and great defence, just nice and calm and composed there, Kaiawa. If I was Kaiawa, I'd be looking to roll on Taifu, the likes of Stowers, Kane Rangi, he looks fresh in the sub-box as well. Not only to complete a set, but at 5-5. This game is anyone's at the moment. As they come in, Stowers again, physical as per usual, Rangi on the ball, goes to Taifu with the hot feet, stumbles, checks back off the left hand, Harrison Kirk on defence, late cut, chops inside, great defence once again, just when you think he's not there, Lance Cooper, bang, shut down defence.
Tēnā koe hoa, hoki mai ki te kēmu, hoki mai ki te taumata o tēnei pakanga nui, you can just see the tempo's not as it's taken a bit out of the defence as they just roll through the field. We've got Factory coming here, Jay, he's played his role magnificently. Might be a little passive play. You hit the front door and there we go, we'll close it. But we have time there. There's been just this real standoff at the OK Corral, and Te Whakatere, Factory, they go one ahead.
OK Corral wide open, just like Wild Earp with the hot hand. Josh Burgess scoops the corner, short ball to his partner in crime, put him behind bars in the saloon, J Hill Catamol, and they take the lead. Since the first 3 minutes where Factory held the lead, they now regain it at 6-5. Kaiawa here on attack, looking to scoop in field on the check. Yeah. Referee deems illegal play by Factory, penalty awarded. Milner Scudder, well played. Tamatoro Ropati, he'll be looking to get on the ball here with his hot feet. There goes the play of the ball. You must watch number 13 here. There he goes. Just as I was saying, beautiful defense. They're diving for everything here, Factory. Let's see what Kaiawa can do here.
Kaiawa, they're very composed, and it's that man again, Portene. He's just got a lot of time. Might just check off to the wing. There we go. Yeah, touchdown. And I think either way, if you've got back-to-back defensive sets, then it's so hard to really hold a team out when you get 12 touches on the line back-to-back with multiple attacking threats. Now, it's 6-all where there's been a couple of big draws today. However, I'm not too sure if this one's going to finish that way, but we'll soon see who wants to step up for the big times.
Yeah, Etikana Hika. We just need to see who steps up here. Here's Harrison Kirk. He's been quite instrumental in terms of attack. Here he goes. He gets the 32 out. Looking to gas the outside. Late cuts in Cooper. Cooper's been prominent. Sam Vincent looking for the second phase. Kaiawa not rolling out of the 7. Referee says play on. Here goes Cooper again. Checks off. Caleb Stevens. You got Sam Vincent, alumni out of Christchurch Boys High and St Thomas's College. Feeds Kirk on the sweep. Kirk looking for an option. Not there. 6 touches. Great defense. Kaiawa.
Huge. Yeah, they've really built, I feel, their line defence through the day. It's definitely been a standout of theirs as their line defence back to back, and they've got a great opportunity to go down the end of the field. It's just unfortunate bobble exiting off, and the 3 refs have been all over this. Here we are now. Hoki Mike Tekema. They're going to get another set of attack on here, and we've got Burgess and Jimmy Lynn, 32 Peel. I'll be running this platform on a phase all day. I wouldn't be looking to score off the first one. I'll be going phase, and away we go. Now there's nothing in this. Oh yes, the double follow on that play. Just trying to get bodies in motion. I think we hit the hooter. That's a draw. It's finished in a draw. 6-all. Kaiawa, that's their second draw of the day. I'm not sure how that's going to pan things out. Here we are now. That is a draw. Factory look like the team. I think they've had a very good day. But it's iwi. You must stay tuned because there's another round game tomorrow morning, and from there on we'll be able to let you know how this pool looks. Tō reira, kaua huri ki te hana ke. Hoki mai, ako nei mo te kimi whakamutunga o tērā.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Who's next, Danny?
What? We got?
Huh?
We got? You got? You got?
Just skim them, just skim them. On my team.
Tēnā tātou te iwi, anau mai hoki mai ki tēnei tukinga nui, kai te Kaiawa Invitational Touch Tournament 2026. Hey man, we've got a representative side here, Nelson. Nelson taking on Pearl Jam, and I did see the one of the mixed teams has come down from Melbourne from around those ways, and if you know your touch, Nelson mixed have been right up there the last few years there, Nacho.
Yeah, definitely, and there's a few players that have also represented Canterbury in this game, and no more so than some of the Anderson whānau. I see Wayno down there, a stalwart of Canterbury touch, but residing in Nelson, and I see him in the sub box there. So looking forward to this game against Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam, very clinical, proven at all levels, with recently winning going back to back Whakatane Open men. So they'll be very sharp in this game, and Nelson will have to do everything they can to try and halt these guys. As they're coming in on the ball now, looking to chuck over the top there, hits the winger for an easy try there in the first minute. Pearl Jam, they get their first of the afternoon.
Yeah, Tikato, and you know, I was watching their warm-up, just great rhythm, you can feel the energy, and they take that into games. You don't just play well from a not-so-good warm-up, so they're very in tune with competitions, they know how to prepare. And if you look at the defensive shape and the energy, look, they've got 4 bodies around the ball. Very, very stable. They like to sort of set their defensive lines. And yeah, it's going to be Yokoyama there. Played a lot of mixed touch, actually Yokoyama, but he's so stable out of touches. He's going to come through. He'll probably release the ball a little bit early then, mate.
Yeah, definitely, and I tēnei wā, kei te hoki mai i ngā kāpua pauri, ngā kāpua ua. Ko te wawata i tēnei o ngā raunga whakamutinga kia tū te ua, kia whakaoti pai tō tātou nei rangi tuatai o tēnei whakatautau. So yep, the rain is about to come back in here, whānau. Well, it's been off and on down here on Ōtautahi, Waitaha, Canterbury, for this Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational 2026. And we have Pearl Jam here, tidily making their way, working their way with the Nickel brothers coming into the attacking line. Looking to go over the top, over the right hand again with the open winger, but accuracy wasn't quite there.
Yeah, so and Nelson get the ball back and they decide to exit back to their box side. But we've actually been really, really lucky with the weather today, to be fair. I think this will be the first time we've really felt a little bit of a rain, so everyone was holding crossing their fingers after the weather we've had nationally for the last few days, but yes, but here we go. But this is how you really need to try to attack any teams. You need to pull them up off the line and get them up. That's a great lift from that length there out of the playing up club.
Yeah, you say playing up club there, but he's playing for Pearl Jam, and obviously someone might not have been able to make it, and coming out of Tamaki Makaurau, obviously just pulled a player in, which is of his stature's excellent. So Pearl Jam just very, very tidy in terms of their defensive shape and their patterns and their communication, and as they just gently work their way with the sub box, I think they're just being the top of their table in their pool, being the top of the pool, just cruising in, but they will ramp it up here coming into last as Ezra gets the ball, and draws both middles up. Can go either way here. The attacking play feeds the splitter back with a step back dive. Yeah, beautiful work there. Just great agility, the ability to move off both feet. But once again, as in the previous game, the drive of the player who planted the ball was able to manipulate and get both middles up. Hika, and basically from there you can attack and pick any option.
Yeah, speed, just the speed and execution. And as you said before, there's players here that are playing for other clubs, but it's definitely household names. We've got some from Steelers that are part of Wainere, Steelers that are part of different clubs in the Manawa too. Just coming through the field there. Just been really, really impressed with Pearl Jam's defensive structures. Everyone knows their role, so they step out here, they stay high, they work it there. Probably, they've definitely got opportunities. There they go. Man, they get one early on the scoreboard. Nelson, Wayno will be absolutely stoked there, Wayne Anderson, that he's managed to put one on Pearl Jam in the first 5.
Yeah, not only that, but also I can see one of his boys, Ben Anderson, and as you would know, Hick has been in the representative scene, especially in the open mix. Arguably would have been pushing for maybe the men's team, but He's over there in the sub box as well, and he'll be having plenty to say in terms of the attack and defence in this team.
I didn't know Ben was here. Great to see he's back from his OE over in Europe. Great stuff. Here we go, nice and live. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah. They're running all sorts of stuff here. Yeah, it's very confusing, but man, talk about innovative. Running out plays. They go straight at it. And man, didn't they draw the numbers up?
Well, I know there's a lot of talk about Tony Brown and his current situation with the South African Springboks, and with the current removal of Scott Robinson Razor, one of our own down here, our golden child, and him not coaching the All Blacks. That's straight out of the Tony Brown coaching manual, that one there. And Pearl Jam have pulled out the lift, the throw to number 4 in the line out, and executed to perfection. I tell you what, that's going to blow up Instagram and the internet with that reel later on tonight.
Tinakwe, yes, Tinakwe, definitely very, very innovative. But you know what's even better? They scored off it. Yeah, they scored off it. Yeah, great stuff. So Nelson managed to get the ball back down in Pearl Jam's half. Now, both these teams have travelled. Now, I'm not sure if Nelson have driven here, but they've definitely travelled to be here. Pearl Jam have definitely flown down to be here. So both teams are looking really, really good after. Definitely, they would have got it last night. Some maybe, I don't know if they got it early because there was a little bit of kohu around Te Taunga Wakarerangi tēnei ata. So there's a lot of fog that did delay flights in, but they're looking fresh. And yeah, and I stepped up well there, Isra. And also it's inside the fender. Yeah, very, very good connections. You can just see Ice just sitting at link. A great chat there from Ice. Just coming through. He's going to whip this one. Oh, yeah, and great honesty.
Now,
you just sort of isolated that one defender just for that split second.
Now, Hick, I do hope that Pearl Jam, we saw a little bit of skullduggery with the lifting of the player into a try, that they haven't taken Nelson too easy. Because I do know with the coaching crew and the players that are in this Nelson crew is they won't go away, and Pearl Jam will want to make sure that they put them to the sword. Otherwise, Nelson, they'll come up and they'll bite you. Yeah, they go now. Pearl Jam looking to go wide off the left hand. Great defence again, and they will be really sound in terms of defence. But knowing Pearl Jam, they can strike from anywhere here.
Yeah, tēnā koe me tērā kore o tukata. Me tūpato ki te whakaeti te hōrere. Kei ngauwa, kei ngau I tō tau. But they're back at it, they're in there, e tamatia, just so lethal, elusive, fast, coming through. It's, yeah, dots down, engari, tautoko marika, your kōrero, nacha.
Yeah, tēnō pai tērā, I te mutunga iho, he mahana pū, I roto I te tima, o whakatū, anō hoki, te team or Pearl Jam. So anyone can strike here. They're looking for something here. Nelson are looking to set something up here on the 7. Nice and controlled. Checks off. Splits away. Gets into the in goal here. Beautiful play. Knocked down by Ezra.
Yeah, looking handy. Joey Scott there for whakatū for Nelson. Te tau ihu o te waka. Looking very handy. Yeah, he's keeping them honest. There. But they've actually... they've managed to really get into the goal with Pearl Jam. They put them under quite a bit of pressure early in this first half.
Yeah, and pai te kite hik, kei te hihia tēnei rohe o whakatū kia whakarite he tīma tāne. So to have a Nelson team, men's team in particular, it's good signs. It's good signs for our sport, especially at the top of the South Island there, te tau ihu.
Yeah, and mihi ana ki tērā whānau, whakapaukaha te whānau taikato. Yeah, very, very handy whānau, been around touch a long time up there, Nelson Tahuna Park, they play a lot of the touch there. Hiwa noa te iwi, hoki mai ki tēnei pakanga nui, they've just got young Coops on the ball there. Yeah, and looking comfortable, Cooper, starting to direct play. Just going to pick over here, nice 32 platform, little out ball, just going to step back, run it in. Yeah, great work. Man, I've been really, really impressed with Joey Scott.
Yeah, tika tika tō kōrero, young Haiata, Kupa Haiata, still a young man, still believe under 16s maybe, Hika, representative touch, and here he is, he's definitely mixing it with the men, and it's great to see.
Yeah, kei whakatū te pōro. They're getting through their sets very good. Starting to really move, and I feel get into probably what they've been practicing. Yeah, just but easy that one, they'll just step up. Yeah, great discipline also from Pool Jam. Touch that, own that, and straight back on defence. Yeah, just they're holding that one. That's not a bad penalty to give away from Dan. But now look at him, he really, really lifts. And when they lift, they're able to put the other player into the pocket and get that one. But they're having a lot of attack coming through. Check to the winger. Yeah, and no te kōrero. Me tūpato. Reira, Nelson whakatū. They might have put on. Yeah, we saw Pearl Jam earlier on the day, and I don't know if any teams put 3 on them, or not that we've seen on the live stream.
Yeah, just a simple play there, the quick play at the link position, and the winger a little bit too tight, and just a smart heads-up play by that attacker to check off to the winger and scores relatively easy in the corner. So, kia tūpato, kia ata haere, tō mahi kia kore rawa e whakaro ka eke pānaku eke tangaroa. You can never, especially South Island teams, they have a certain bit of grit about them, Hika, and they just won't go away. Aha ko te aha, pai hinga pai tū. So if they're winning or losing, they'll pretty much keep playing until the final whistle goes. And knowing, Wayne Anderson and his tōna āhuatanga, that he will definitely instill the no give up attitude.
Yeah, ko wai ka tohu, ko wai ka hua, tautoko marika, nā kōrero taku hoa. But Pearl Jam, they've definitely, I could just see the injection coming through. Man, that's massive meters. Massive meters there. Just a bit of a slip there, out on the field. It's coming through. Broadhurst. Some of the numbers are not matching our sheet. However, there's a lot of household names out there that we see all over the place. Nuts.
Yeah, and Nelson, unfortunately, has just bobbled that ball on the turnover. That's unfortunate. Very hard to continue to give a team like Pearl Jam multiple opportunities on your score line. And as I can see, Louis Nicol here has subbed himself on. He'll be looking to get active with the ball. Looks to put a jink and drive on, slips over. Let's put that one down to the conditions.
Yeah, probably the second player we've seen actually, just recently, just a little bit of dew. Gets the ball live. Yeah, just gets a player trying to man. I've seen him do that a lot of times, Louis. Quickly on the middle, and if they try and latch, which is not easy to do, actually makes it look quite easy. And probably notice just the traction on Papatūāna.
Yeah, and I think Nelson just went away from the defensive policies a wee bit there on that play, and a little bit of a mental lapse there, but I'm sure from the tap-off, where they gained significant yardage, they'll be looking to put a play on.
Yeah, Nelson, they've got, just see what they run off the tap-off. Definitely got bodies in motion. Oh, you know, yeah, just so stable, Pearl Jam. Just so stable. They drop and lift. They don't bite. Beautiful touch there. So that's man on. Nice read. Through the hands. Through they come. Yeah, halfway. Geez, that was a great read. I think it was Ice. Might have plucked that one out. Yeah, and just biding time. This is the IQ that I really enjoy watching. Nachos, when you see these young players come on, not too flustered. Oh, they're going to get a nice pick on the back end. This is it. Just going to kick up to that 32 ruck. Out ball. Jingos. Yeah, through the hands. Oh, that's a big touch.
I think he's dropped that one, Hika. Just from the little bit of a bobble, because the touching middle had said to the referee, I didn't touch him. So a little bit lucky there, Nelson, on the bobble. And I've made another mistake with a no touch. It looks like, yeah, Louis Nickel.
Anyone who's picked up
Again, a little bit of skullduggery.
touch bag from field 5, could you please bring it back to the grandstand?
Gets the ball, comes through. Yeah, just very composed actually. We've got a couple of defenders around. Just great ball movement coming through. This is a huge defensive set from Whakatū, from Nelson. Yeah, and they score pretty much, man. You just can't give them that much attack on the line, Nacho. There's a lot of attack, back-to-back attack. And there we go, looks like the halftime hooters hit. E ko ngā piro I tēnei wā. 5-3 Pearl Jam over Whakatū, Nelson. E te iwi, e te tū matatini, huki mai ki tēnei hui huinga, tēnei hui nui ki te Waipounamu. It is the Kaiawa Invitational 2026 Trident Homes Touch Tournament. We have Pearl Jam, yes, and their very famous black and pink colours coming at you. It's a bit of a physical touch to start this one, Nacho.
Yeah, good to see the Nelson boys getting a little bit physical. Be careful though, don't poke the bear. And here comes Pearl Jam now. Louis Nickel. Oh yeah, there's the solo play, as they call it down here, where the player comes in on the peel, on the 32 peel, and the dummy half runs behind it. Hika, for me, it's still a shepherd for me. I know there's a lot of people that are torn around it. You run behind a player, you got the ball. For me, it's a no-brainer because it affects the defence. But
yeah, I think because we're born and bred playing rugby and rugby league, and you can't do that in those sports. When you see it, touch the thing, hey, but for some reason, touch is slightly different on that one. And they run it so well. That play. Well, here we go, though. Yeah, it's good to see Scott on the ball. Number 7 for Whakatū, Nelson. But look, yeah, Pearl Jam has definitely started this with some great energy, coming back to their DNA. Yeah, look at this Ezra pick on the back end, coming through. Probably just didn't quite get it clean enough, but the intent's back for Pearl Jam.
yeah, just unfortunate that they couldn't complete that set, Pearl Jam, but they're 6-3 up against this Nelson side in the second half, and they'll go through and top their pool, Pearl Jam, so they'll be looking at a little bit of they'll still want to win and win well, but they'll be conserving the legs. It's a 2-day tournament. There's another potential 3 games to win this title tomorrow for this side, with another round game in the morning and then a semi and potential final. So there's a little bit of preservation in terms of the bodies here, but they're just smart all around the park. They've got great defensive systems. As we know, they move the ball through the field very, very well, and they've got attack coming up their ears. So really excited about what's going to happen the rest of this game and into tomorrow.
Yeah, they definitely share the load. You watch them, their platforms, their systems that they have. They change tempo, which all the good teams are just only the good teams can really tweak tempo. They kick to a 32 platform, and here's young Coops again. He's getting on the ball, getting nice holes. Ooh, good work, and just this stuff for young Cooper, 23. So just so you know, this would be probably the first time he's played in this tournament and for this team. But they're giving him good pitches. They're probably preparing him for tomorrow. And if any moments come his way, that he's used to those moments. That's a great touch.
Oh, and if you're a young fella and you want to come into some sort of team environment where you could just do the basics well and shine, it would be Pearl Jam. You know, the likes of some of the top clubs in the country, Waitere playing up, Lock-in, all those kind of teams, you know, like Loaded. If you can slide into those units, you know, you're going to go pretty well. So good on the young fella.
Yeah, and he's just returned from over the ditch over Poi Hakina. He's a very, very handy rugby league player. He's testing the waters over there. You know, Kona Mātua. His mum and dad are just create awesome opportunities. But here we go, this little out ball. Yeah. He dropped lift there, short. And been really, really impressed. Really, really impressed with the adjudicators. Just their positioning to call those calls nuts. Yeah.
It's a great crew out there at the moment, Hika, and rightly so. They're getting this. It's going to actually be knowing the calibre of referees that are here, it's going to be interesting to see who get the big games tomorrow. So they're in their own little battle as well, and here goes Nelson as well. They'll always have good yards, very well coached, and let's see if they can get something off the back of this set.
Yeah, definitely, and they come through like, you know what I like about these guys? They've actually played together quite a lot. You know, and their club stuff up in Whakatū. He has been the player of Whakatū for me, and they just keep getting him on the ball. Number 7, Joey Scott for Whakatū. It's that whole hot hand. You know, if he's the hot hand, get him on. And this will probably be the first time I've watched the game where I haven't seen an Anderson run out there from Nelson.
Yeah, that's right. Usually a mixed, dominated environment up there, but. You know, you've got 2 or 3 in the sub box. I do know that Ben, after catching up with him, has been a little bit mawiwi, a little bit sick of recent, so he won't be running. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's a whole swag of Andersons running at nationals for this side, and they're doing themselves a lot of credit here. And although Pearl Jam have just scored out there down the left-hand edge, you know, 6-4 at the moment. Unofficial score, they're definitely putting their hand up and competing.
Yeah, I did see Henry Anderson on another team sheet, so there's another brother running around. But here we go, back alive, and that is here, Pearl Jam 7-4 over Whakatū Nelson. 5 minutes into the second half. This is the last game of the round for today on our live stream. Oh, great intercept. Just drop lift there from these players. Look at Ezra, you know, they're getting that lane, just promoting an intercept. You know, lane, they get quite high. Nice, juggled that one quite well. But now Pearl Jam exit off their line.
Aye, tēnā tautoko o kōrero Hika. This is where Pearl Jam can be quite deadly when they're coming off the field. A little bit forward pass, allowed to get away with that one on the referee sub. Here they go, touch 4. Looking to ramp up, and this is where the foot speed increases. Looking to go to the left-hand side, checks back to the open side, the right. Good defense from Nelson. Referee calls play through. The ball was played at, and the ball ends up in the winger's hands, and a little bit of fortune there for Pearl Jam. Initial defense was sound by Tasman, but Pearl Jam once again have just found a way. And there they go, unofficial 8-4 lead.
Yep, Yep, definitely. Yep, they're just, they get down to the right end of the field and they make things happen. But you watch their just defensive pressure on tip-offs. They just go to new targets. It's almost like they put pressure sort of in their zone and in the other zone, sort of half of someone else's zone. They've just got this really good presence on tip-offs, which baits teams into probably taking an extra touch than they would have planned for some tip-offs. And there you have that pressure we talked about. So it's almost like they've just got the switch that they can click. So they're just running this away set from the sub-box. Great ball movement, which we talked about earlier on. It just shares that workload. So you're not taxing one person or forcing someone to do a certain amount of work. They really share the load well. Here's Georgie coming through the hands. Yeah, and I've seen some nice defensive reads, placements from our wingers today, Dutch.
Yeah, definitely, and so a good defensive set there. Mai te parero ki te rataha o te whira, so the winger, great play. Nelson going through their yardage pattern, their exit shape, looking to get the ball down the other end of the field. But I've just noticed a little bit of body language from the Anderson, from Coach Anderson, Wayne and Ben. I think if you're outgunned, you're outgunned. But I think they'll be more disappointed in the fundamental errors that Nelson have been doing, because they're unacceptable really for a calibre of them. They'll be demanding more out of this Nelson side. So completion, they're all about set completion and field position. As Pearl Jam here once again are on attack. They pretty much live on attack, this team. 32 platform, looking for an option, and great defence there. Great defence there from Nelson. Back to fundamentals.
Yeah, I think on the back end of that, like these Nelson players probably would have never played the calibre of this opposition, and so the basic areas that we talk about, probably module where they're coming from, stuff. You know,
just a reminder as you're leaving to please pick up your rubbish and put them in the bins provided.
You don't get that type of time on the
much appreciated. And the white bottle touch bag still missing. Whānau, if you see that, we'll
really
pick
push the
that up.
boundaries.
Can you please bring that to the grandstand?
Yeah, aroha mai whānau, overhead speaker.
Train station.
Can be quite loud while we're trying to talk there, but yeah, e tika ana o kōrero hika, e pānaki e tau era āhuatanga on how everything's been played, but just watching Nelson here on attack from the penalty. They'll be looking to create an opportunity here. 3-3, back to the 3-2 platform, looking for the short side, option not there, great defence there.
Yes, great. Not sure what the call is here. Yeah, okay, back to the ref. So, we missed that call tonight, but back to live images here for this Whakatū team. And there's Tyler Edwards running up there, 16, haven't mentioned his name probably enough. Good young player. You've got a big ticker. Yes.
Just going back to that last one, Hika, there was actually a deliberate infringement by Pearl Jam, and one was a forced sub, so they went down to 5. And just now, I believe they've done it again, trying to touch with your foot, not your hand. And then that player has also been forced to the sideline in the corner. So this will be 6 on 5 until Nelson score. For the next minute or so, it's 4 sets, but 6 on 5. I see Louis Nickel there out on the wing. Gets caught in, and yeah, Nelson strolling down the right wing.
There we have it, yes. Pearl Jam leading Nelson, unofficial score is 8-5. We'll get correction on that, but this is ko tēnei te kemu whakamutunga mō te rā, I tēnei rangi, ko te rā mere. First day of a 2-day tournament here at the Kaiawa Invitational 2026 touch tournament here in Te Waipounamu. No other place to be playing touch today. Huri no Te Motu, Te Waipounamu o Waitaha. We're just waiting for the ball to get back here. And then we're going to get straight back into action. And here we go, tapping off. Pearl Jam going at Whakatū Nelson. 3 touchdowns in it. They've definitely tweaked the tempo, Pearl Jam. They've put it on when they need to. They've pulled it back when they need to. And they're doing I call it the Bruce Kake and Henry Dunn, the walk-up. That's the walk-up. They used to do this. You know, Southside's best operators. Jeez, I'm not sure where... lucky that middle got caught corner into the local dairy.
Yeah, static play here on last touch. looking to create an opportunity. Good communication here from the two middles for Nelson. Yeah, beautiful touch there. Great lift from the link. Didn't shut off on last touch. Some when teams score off the last touch when it's like that, Heka, they're called coach killers.
They're called tickle mum. That's exactly what they are. I remember my coach used to say that. He goes, "This is what that's called." And yeah, no reire te iwi. But whakatū, they managed to hold them out, especially a ruck that, yeah, I think if he'd seen that corner, he might have gone short side. But nice backhand, and now they're just picking up the tempo. Yeah, look at that. They shadow really well, just out of touches, you know. And it's easier said than done. You've got to really try and force them to corner out of touches. But really like the body shape and release line of Eshwa there. Just so hard to beat defensively.
Yeah, that's right. And here they go. They just start going into their work now. This is Pearl Jam, you know. Every summer we see it, and they just roll through the middle of the field and continue to create easy yards. And there's a check off here where they just sweep on, and another little check. I believe is that our young fella, Cooper Hayata. And I can tell you right now, after watching young Cooper Hayata run like that, it must be from the mother, because it does not run like the father. A lot quicker.
Well, I'm actually going to have to jump in and back my whanaunga, because he's actually from Katehuka Marae, Ngāti Hui and Otaki, and I'll tell you what, there's a lot of athletes out of that marae, so I'm going to have to cut you off. I dare say it's probably 50-50. 50-50.
Well, I can actually see him down here, Heka, and no doubt they'll be watching this game. And Blair, aroha nui ki a koe, taku hoa tino hoa.
And also ties to the Wairarapa there, but yeah, nice to hear Nat's back in it.
Yeah, and if anybody's got more Wairere gear than me, it's Blair Hayata.
Is that right?
Engari, hoki mai ki te kemu e hoa, Nelson on attack. And they're looking for a play, but once again,
there he is.
I'm very impressed with the way that the Pearl Jam links are so active and lift so high. It just shuts down a lot of options, and you're on the eye level of the passer so much.
Definitely, yep. There's a real, I guess, controlled aggression that you just almost suffocated. You know, their defence, they did it so well. Skill set's so high. yeah, and you know, it's great to see the style of play. Look at this, through the hands. Checks, oh man, that's going hands again. But it's actually a real treat to see just the skill level. You know, Nelson, putting 5 on Pearl Jam, and like you said, they've tweaked with the tempo and stuff and gone at it. That's still 5 touchdowns. They might have put on the most touchdowns of the day for Pearl Jam.
Yeah, and heck, without and no disrespect to what's going on here, it's awesome to see all these teams coming away in a competitive tournament, beautifully run with amazing world-class, World Cup standard conditions, and they're expressing themselves and they're having fun, which is what our game is built on.
Yeah, tikatau, hiwi anō e te iwi, ko tangi, te pere, he tohu tērā, ko pau ngā miniti o tēnei kēmu, o tērā. Koutou e mātakitaki mai ana, koutou I tautoko marike I tēnei o ngā huinga, o tēnei whakataitai, Trident Homes, Kaiawa 2026 Touch Tournament. On behalf of ngā kai whakapāho katoa I tēnei rangi, ka nui ngā mihi, and we will see you all a popo, haurua mai te waru, MΑORI, ora!
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.